أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أستأذنكم بأخذ مقاعدكم دقائق ونستأنف البرنامج. السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
في عالم يتسارع فيه التطور، حيث تتأثر موارد الأرض، نجد أنفسنا أمام تحديات هائلة ومسؤوليات كبيرة تتعلق بأكبر تحد يواجه الإنسانية اليوم، وهو التغير المناخي وتأثيراته. وتتنوع مواقف الدول حول كيفية التعامل مع هذا التحدي، ونشأت اتفاقيات دولية لمواجهته والحد من آثاره. ويسعى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي من خلال مساهمات البرلمانات الأعضاء في بناء مستقبل أخضر ومستدام، وتعزيز التشريعات المتعلقة بالمناخ، والتأكيد على دور البرلمانيين في تشكيل السياسات وتعزيز العمل البرلماني في الاستدامة. تجاوزت إشكالات التغير المناخي العالمي تداولات الحياة اليومية، وأصبحت التأثيرات الكارثية للتغير المناخي واقعاً يعيشه العالم بأسره. ويتساءل البشر: هل نملك الوسائل الكافية للتصدي لهذا التحدي؟ أدوات السلطة والتأثير في برلمانات العالم تمثل محركاً حياً لتغيير مستقبلنا، حيث تشكل ملامحه وتؤثر على كوكبنا. هذا الواقع يلزمنا باتخاذ إجراءات فعالة لمواجهة التحديات البيئية والمساهمة في صياغة مستقبلنا المشترك. وفي هذه الأروقة الرسمية يجري نقاش واتخاذ قرارات تتعلق بمصير الأجيال القادمة. وما يميز هذه الاجتماعات هو الحرص على المساهمة في دعم توجه الحكومات والمنظمات لتحويل القرارات إلى مشاريع وبرامج تجسد التزاماً عالمياً حقيقياً. في عالم يتسارع فيه تأثير تغير المناخ، برزت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كنموذج رائد في مجال الاستدامة، من خلال استثمارها في الطاقة المتجددة والبحث العلمي والتوعية البيئية. وتلهم الإمارات العالم برؤيتها الطموحة، وتعزز الحفاظ على البيئة للأجيال القادمة. انطلقوا معنا في رحلة ملهمة نحو غد أفضل، رحلة توعوية تسلط الضوء على الدور البارز لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ورؤية قيادتها الحكيمة في تنفيذ المشروعات المتعلقة بقضايا المناخ والبيئة والاستدامة، وإسهاماتها نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة. تتميز هذه الرحلة بالدور الريادي لدولة الإمارات في تفعيل التشريعات المتعلقة بالحفاظ على البيئة والموارد الطبيعية ومواجهة التحديات المناخية، حيث قدمت الإمارات نموذجاً عالمياً نحو تحقيق الحياد المناخي وخفض الانبعاثات. الالتزام بالوعي البيئي متجذر في قلوب شعب الإمارات من رؤية مؤسس دولة الإمارات المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، الذي رسخ علاقة بين الشعب والحفاظ على البيئة.
لأن الله سبحانه وتعالى يرحم الشجر مثل ما يرحم البشر، يرحم الشجر، لأن البشر بدون الشجر كيف يعيش؟ بدون أن تنبت الأرض البشر لا يعيش. لازم الأرض تنبت حتى البشر يعيش.
تتطلع دولة الإمارات إلى مستقبل أفضل بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. فمن خلال استضافتها لمؤتمر COP28 تؤكد دولة الإمارات على الربط الوثيق بين التنمية المستدامة والعمل المناخي، وأهمية التعاون والشراكة الدولية لتحقيق التغيير الإيجابي في قضية تغير المناخ وتعزيز الاستدامة. وتعد دولة الإمارات أول دولة خليجية تصادق على اتفاق باريس، وأعلنت مبادرات لتحقيق الحياد المناخي بحلول عام 2050. واستلهاماً من نهج القيادة الرشيدة في الاستدامة والحفاظ على البيئة، كان للمجلس الوطني الاتحادي دور فاعل في تحقيق هذه الأهداف من خلال مهامه التشريعية والرقابية والدبلوماسية البرلمانية، وتحقيق رؤية الإمارات في أن تكون دولة رائدة عالمياً في المحافظة على البيئة والاستدامة. فمن ضمن أجندته الاستراتيجية نحو برلمان أكثر استدامة ترجم المجلس الوطني الاتحادي الإجراءات العشر للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لبرلمان أكثر اخضراراً خلال ممارسة اختصاصاته الدستورية ومبادراته ونشاطاته، ومنها التحول الرقمي وتحسين كفاءة استخدام الطاقة والمياه في مبانيه، وتبني وسائل النقل المستدامة ضمن أسطول مركباته، والتقليل من البصمة الكربونية في أعماله، وتقليل نسبة الطباعة والاستهلاك الورقي. ونحن اليوم بصفتنا ممثلين لشعوبنا ملتزمون بالعمل المشترك لتفعيل الأدوار البرلمانية للحد من تأثيرات التغير المناخي، وبالتعاون والتفاني سنحقق مستقبلا يسوده الاستدامة ويحفظ البيئة ويمنح الأجيال القادمة فرصا أفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم جميعا بكل خير، وأجمل الأماني وأصدقها بنجاح أعمال الاجتماع البرلماني بمناسبة الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغير المناخ COP 28، والذي يأتي انعقاده بالشراكة بين الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي والمجلس الوطني الاتحادي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أعتقد جازما أن اجتماعكم اليوم تحت مظلة مؤتمر المناخ COP 28 يحمل من الدلالات والتقاطعات الشيء الكثير، فهو يثبت بما لا يدع مجالا للشك مرونة العمل البرلماني وأهميته القصوى في الإسهام ببلورة الوعي وتشكيل الرأي العام تجاه قضايا الكوكب البيئية، ويرسم دورا أوضح لأدوات العمل البرلماني في إرساء دعائم بنية تشريعية ورقابية صلبة تأخذ العمل المناخي إلى آفاق أبعد يكون فيها القول الفصل للإنجازات البيئية على الأرض. اجتماعكم اليوم هو من الأهمية بمكان أن جميع الأنظار متجهة لمخرجاته، فالبرلمانات مناط بها اليوم دور الحارس المؤتمن والرقيب على تطبيق الحكومات للسياسات البيئية وقياس مدى الإنجاز على الأرض في مسيرة الحياد المناخي التي التزمت دول العالم وحكوماتها المختلفة بالوصول إليها خلال العقدين القادمين. أترك الحديث عن دور البرلمانات في الشأن البيئي إلى معالي صقر غباش رئيس المجلس الوطني الاتحادي في دولة الإمارات ليأخذنا في رحلة بيئية بعيون برلمانية، فليتفضل وكلنا شكر لمعاليه.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات الصديقة، سعادة مارتن تشونغ وونغ أمين عام الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب السعادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود المشاركة، السادة الحضور، السيدات والسادة، سعادة السفير ماجد السويدي المدير العام لمكتب مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم على أرض دولة الإمارات، والتي مثلما عرفتموها وطناً وملتقاً للتعايش والتسامح والسلام، فإنها اليوم تستضيفكم وهي تحمل معكم ومن أجل الكوكب والإنسان رسالة الدفاع عن الأرض واستدامة ازدهار بيئتها وطبيعتها. ويطيب لي بهذه المناسبة أن أتوجه بأصدق عبارات الشكر والتقدير لشريكنا في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، مقرونة بأسمى عبارات الامتنان لرئاسة كوب 28 وفريق دولة الإمارات لتغير المناخ الذي لم يدخر وسعا لتسهيل عقد مؤتمرنا ضمن فعاليات كوب، وذلك لأول مرة في تاريخ مؤتمرات كوب، مع ما يعكسه ذلك من إدراك للدور المهم للبرلمانيين وتقاسم للمسؤولية بين مؤسساتنا الوطنية التنفيذية والتشريعية وصولا إلى النتائج المثمرة التي عقدنا العزم جميعا على تحقيقها. السادة الحضور، أود في مستهل كلمتي أن أبارك للإنسانية جمعاء ما تمخض عنه مؤتمر الأطراف الحالي من نتائج عملية منذ أول يوم لانطلاقته، ولعل أهمها هو إعلان صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله عن تأسيس صندوق الحلول المناخية بمبلغ 30 مليار دولار، وكذلك تفعيل صندوق الخسائر والأضرار لمساعدة الدول الفقيرة والنامية لمواجهة تداعيات تغير المناخ. فهذا الإنجاز هو نصر للإنسانية ولكوكب الأرض على حد سواء، وهو انتصار لمعنى تقاسم المسؤولية بين دول وشعوب العالم. سادة الحضور، دعوني أنقل لكم عبارة موجزة وبليغة وصف بها صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله تداعيات ظاهرة التغير المناخي، وحدد فيها ما علينا فعله بقوله: إنه لوقت حرج لكوكبنا، فعالمنا يواجه العديد من التحديات، ومن أهمها تغير المناخ الذي أصبح يؤثر على الاستقرار والأمن في العالم. وبما أننا لا نملك إلا أرضاً واحدة، فمن الضروري أن نوحد جهودنا لمعالجة هذا التحدي من خلال النظر إليه باعتباره فرصة للابتكار وإيجاد الحلول وتنويع الاقتصاد. لقد شكلت قضية تغير المناخ منذ تأسيس دولة الإمارات عام 1971 أولوية كبرى في سياسات الدولة وتوجهات قيادتها الرشيدة، من خلال اعتماد مسارين متوازيين: أولهما التوجه نحو الاستثمار في مصادر الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة وتطوير البنية التحتية اللازمة لتحقيق الحياد الكربوني، وثانيهما توفير أطر تشريعية سليمة وشفافة تنظم عملية التحول نحو التنمية المستدامة بكل قطاعاتها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية. ومن أجل هذا كانت الإمارات أول دولة في المنطقة تصادق على اتفاق باريس للمناخ عام 2015، وأول دولة في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا تضع لنفسها هدف تحقيق الحياد المناخي بحلول عام 2050 من خلال اعتمادها استراتيجية الإمارات للطاقة 2050 باستثمارات تصل إلى 600 مليار درهم بهدف تحقيق التوازن بين التنمية المستدامة والحفاظ على البيئة. يضاف إلى ذلك أن رؤية دولة الإمارات المناخية قد اعتمدت منهجية متميزة تقوم على مبدأ الشراكة المتكاملة في التصدي لظاهرة تغير المناخ ومعالجة تداعياته، منهجية تتضمن مشاركة مؤسسات السياسة والتشريع والاقتصاد والتكنولوجيا والإعلام وحتى الأديان في تحديد مسؤولياتها وكيفية تكاملها مع بعضها البعض للتعامل مع هذه القضية. وهذا ما تجلى في استضافة العاصمة أبو ظبي للقمة العالمية لقادة الأديان من أجل المناخ بتاريخ 6 و7 نوفمبر عام 2023 لتأكيد أهمية دور قادة الأديان ورموزه ومساهمتهم في دعم سياسات واستراتيجيات مواجهة تغير المناخ وفي تحقيق العدالة المناخية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة الحضور، من هذا المنطلق فإنني أود التأكيد على مجموعة من الحقائق ذات الصلة بهذه الظاهرة، والتي تستوجب التوقف عندها لنتمكن من التوصل إلى رأي مشترك حيالها، ألا وهي: أولاً، لقد اقترن تقدم الإنسان في العصر الحديث وللأسف الشديد بمحاولته السيطرة على الطبيعة ومواردها، وعليه فإننا اليوم بحاجة لمراجعة شفافة وشاملة لبيان أن التقدم العلمي والصناعي والتكنولوجي لا يجب أن يكون على حساب سلامة الطبيعة والبيئة واستدامتها. لهذا فإننا مطالبون بإرساء علاقة تبادلية عادلة ورحيمة وودية بيننا وبين الطبيعة والبيئة. ثانياً، إننا اليوم شعوباً ودولاً الأمناء على البيئة والطبيعة ومواردهما قد ورثناها عن أجيالنا السابقة، وعليه فإن كل الخيارات التي نتخذها الآن ستحدد نوع وجودة ومقدار الإرث الذي سنتركه لأبنائنا وأحفادنا. وبالتالي فإننا مطالبون كبرلمانيين بالعمل مع حكوماتنا ومؤسساتنا الوطنية التنفيذية من أجل سن تشريعات مناخية ملزمة تحدد أهدافاً واضحة وطموحة في إطار زمني مناسب لخفض الانبعاثات والاستثمار في مشاريع التنمية المستدامة. ثالثاً، إن كثيراً من الدول النامية والفقيرة تتحمل اليوم أعباء وتكاليف تداعيات تغير المناخ بمقدار أكبر بكثير من مقدار مساهمتها فيه، الأمر الذي يفرض على الدول المتقدمة تقديم المساعدة المادية والتكنولوجية للدول النامية والفقيرة من أجل أن يتقاسم الجميع أعباء التصدي لظاهرة التغير المناخي، ومن أجل أن يكون التحول إلى مصادر الطاقة النظيفة عادلاً للجميع، ومن أجل أن ينعم الجميع بالأمن والأمان والاستقرار والسلام. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، أرحب بكم مرة ثانية في بلدكم الإمارات، وأتمنى لمؤتمرنا التوفيق والنجاح، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الشكر موصول لمعالي صقر غباش على إضاءاته البرلمانية البيئية. ونستكمل معكم هذه الرحلة المعرفية مع معالي مارتن شون كونغ الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، ليأخذ بدوره مهمة تسليط الضوء على مساحات التداخل بين العمل البرلماني والشأن البيئي والمعمول والمأمول، المعمول به على الأرض والمأمول به مستقبلا على صعيد التشريعات البيئية. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Your Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker of the Federal National Council of the UAE, thank you very much for being such a gracious host. I wish to recognize the presence of several speakers of Parliament here at this very important meeting, as well as other very prominent members of Parliament. And also, I recognize the presence of the Director General of COP28, as well as the representative of the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, the newly elected President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon would have been here today with us. Unfortunately, she has not been able to come because in the meantime, there is a natural disaster in her country, and she's had to stay back to address the challenges that have ensued. She sends her best wishes, but as we meet here, what is happening in Tanzania today, indeed in many other parts of the world, is a testimony to the crisis and emergency that we, as the global community, are facing today, climate change. It therefore brings us to face these challenges that are coming with the emergency, and it is compelling for us to act now. I was reassured by what His Excellency, the Speaker of the FNC, said in his opening remarks. And let me use this opportunity on behalf of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to thank our gracious hosts, the United Arab Emirates. We salute the inclusive, consultative process that they have adopted in organizing this COP28. And I also want to hail the achievements made by the UAE in implementation of the provisions of the Paris Agreement, being a front runner in the global action to stem the tide of climate change. Thank you also, Mr. Speaker, with your team for the strong support that we have received from you as we jointly prepared for this very important meeting, which for the first time is taking place in the very heart of the COP conference. Usually it has been a side event taking place somewhere in a remote location, but because of the strong insistence of our host, the FNC, this year we are meeting where the action is. And I believe that the impact of our meeting today will resonate very well in high-level circles. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, you and your colleagues, for putting us in a very auspicious and conducive environment for very fruitful discussions. And I believe the efforts you have made are commensurate with the urgency and the compelling nature of the issue that is at stake. And I think we all are agreed, I think you mentioned it, that the pressing climate challenges that the global community is facing at this particular moment places a special burden on the parliamentary community, on parliamentarians. Many of you sitting here, you have the immense responsibility to take action, to take decisions that resonate beyond your national boundaries. As has been said time and again, climate change knows no borders. Climate change does not have a national passport. It does not ask you for permission to happen upon you. And so we have to be alert at all times. And it is therefore for this reason that we do recognize the importance of parliaments as going just beyond the traditional functions of Parliament. The Honourable Speaker did talk about the need for legislative and policy measures to implement the provisions of international commitments. But I think that we can say comfortably that as leaders, parliamentarians must embody the principles that they espouse. They have to preach by example. They have to enact measures that promote sustainability, both as individuals as well as collective institutions. This is very important for the impact that we want to really achieve. Therefore, I use this opportunity to highlight the campaign that the Inter-Parliamentary Union launched this year. This is our climate change year. Parliaments for the planet. Parliaments need to be at the forefront of the global drive to fight climate. And it is an instrument that has been designed, and I want to recognize the support we receive from the Arizona State University Julian Wrigley Global Futures Lab. They have provided strong support for this campaign, which is intended to help parliaments contribute in a robust way to the implementation of the climate action that is effective. We want to use this campaign as a way of compelling parliaments to follow the implementation of commitments that their governments have undertaken when it comes to climate change. I also want to send out a message of hope and a wish here that our deliberations on adaptation, on loss and damage, and on parliamentary oversight of the Paris Agreement and COP28 outcomes are driven by shared commitment, by shared sense of urgency and compassion. You did say that, Mr. Speaker. Compassion for nations and people who are on the front lines of climate change. The differential impacts of climate change exacerbate existing inequalities and pose severe threats to the lives and livelihoods of vulnerable and marginalized societies. Earlier this year, in October, at its assembly in Luanda, Angola, the IPU did award the MP of the Year prize to an outstanding champion of climate action, the Speaker of the Parliament of Tuvalu. And it is in recognition of the compelling nature of the crisis and the severe impact of climate change on a small island, vulnerable country that the IPU wanted to extend its hand of solidarity to the vulnerable communities. So I would like to say that it is important, it is imperative for parliaments to uphold their duty, to monitor and drive the effective implementation of commitments undertaken on the global stage. At the end of the day, the discussions that we have at these global gatherings, this discussion makes no sense if these are not translated into concrete action at national level. That is where it matters. How can we use the innovative ideas that we generate during these encounters, the commitments undertaken, the pledges? How can we use this to make a difference in the lives of the constituents that parliamentarians and parliaments represent across the world? We are therefore happy that we have this opportunity to have a good discussion and contribute the parliamentary perspective to the global discussion on climate change. And I think that we are not venturing into barren or infertile ground. A lot has been done, a lot has been achieved, but we have to be lucid enough to recognize that progress falls far short of expectations, which means that we need to do more. We have to be more robust in our action to drive progress in the implementation of climate change. Implementation of climate action, sorry. I would like, and I think I speak for the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, I want to hope for us to come out of these deliberations rededicating ourselves to the commitment that has been made, that was made in Paris, to bring global warming to 1.25% of pre-industrial levels. There is no room for backsliding on this pledge. If we do backslide, it is the future generations that are going to bear the brunt of inaction. And I want to salute the presence of women parliamentarians here. I want to salute the presence of young MPs. I saw the president of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians somewhere, Dan Carden. Hello, Dan, how are you? We look forward to your innovative discussions and ideas on how, together as a parliamentary community, and singularly a parliamentary community, how we can move forward when it comes to addressing the, I would say, the scourge of climate change. So with those words, I just want to express the hope that we will find today's deliberations very fulfilling, very productive and fruitful, and that we can come away with concrete outcomes that can help us continue to fashion the parliamentary approach to the global campaign to fight climate change. I wish you very successful deliberations. I hope that we will be lucid enough, taking into account the conclusions of the global stock-taking that is taking place here at COP. We'll use this as a clarion call for us to do better as we face the compelling emergency of climate change. Thank you once again to our gracious hosts, and I wish you well in your deliberations. Thank you.
نشكر معالي الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على هذه الكلمة. السادة الحضور، ما زلنا في حيز تأطير العمل البرلماني البيئي، ولكن هذه المرة سنأخذها من وجهة نظر رئاسة مؤتمر كوب 28 ممثلة في سعادة السفير ماجد السويدي المدير العام والممثل الخاص لرئاسة مؤتمر كوب 28. فليتفضل مشكورا.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UAE, welcome to Dubai, and welcome to COP28. Allow me first to thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Federal National Council for their leadership and for ensuring that the parliamentary meetings now have a home at COP. These meetings used to be held on the sidelines, but for the first year in the history of COPs, we are holding them in the green zone. We are setting a precedent. It is the result of COP28's presidency's proactive approach, and it wouldn't have been possible without the work of the IPU, the FNC, and the UNFCCC. This is a big achievement. Formally including parliamentarians in the COP process is essential to ensuring the adequate representation of all people from all nations. It supports the promotion of active legislations and adds a layer of accountability that the climate agenda might not have shed light on clearly before COP28. It ensures that COPs collectively agreed on commitments translate into actionable realities at the national level and potentially subnational level. As this meeting falls on the multi-action level day, it's imperative that we bring together all systems around the world to work more collaboratively and sustainably. This forum will also facilitate knowledge sharing, international cooperation, and the exchange of best practices amongst the various national parliamentarian members present here today. I hope that the UNFCCC involves parliamentarians in a more systematic manner in future COPs, but not only creating a fourth category of badges in the blue zone, but also potentially defining a quota within official negotiation delegations to truly bring the voice of the people to the front. Our climate goals are ambitious and match the monumental challenges and tasks that lie before us. It is the first time we have a global stocktake report since the Paris Agreement, and unfortunately, we know we are way off track. The current climate policies are inadequate to reach our goal of keeping 1.5 degrees C within reach. Urgent action is needed. We need to cut global emissions by 43% in the next 7 years. With your collaboration and international cooperation, we have a chance to reach our objectives. The global response to the global stocktake must include clear commitments and recommendations. And you, as parliamentarians, need to carry on this work back home. Everyone has a role to play to achieve the objectives of our action agenda, to fast-track the energy transition, to fix climate finance, to focus on people, nature, lives, and livelihoods, and to foster inclusivity. You can align your country's legislation actions with global climate goals and to tackle environmental challenges. You can urge your governments, both nationally and subnationally, to implement the outcomes of the first global stocktake by updating your country's nationally determined contributions and the associated measures to fulfill them. You can support the effective implementation of mitigation and adaptation measures through the promotion of green initiatives. You can create the legislative frameworks to lay the foundations for a new climate finance infrastructure, for increased pledges to loss and damage, or to bridge the adaptation finance gap. You can address the interconnectedness between climate change, hunger, poverty, inequality, displacement, and security. You can protect the individuals and communities impacted by climate change, including women, youth, indigenous peoples who disproportionately bear the brunt of its consequences. You can ensure that the energy transition is a just transition. You have the power to explore innovative legislative and policy approaches to strengthen the alignment of national policies with international climate goals. You can hold governments accountable for the COP28 outcomes, and I trust you will. I thank you all for your participation today, and I thank everyone for listening to me and giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
نشكر سعادة السفير على هذه الكلمة، والآن ندعو سعادة الدكتور إياد أبو مغلي ممثل المدير التنفيذي لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة فليتفضل مشكورا.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, esteemed guests. It's an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Ms. Inger Anderson, who sends her utmost respect but sincere apologies that she could not be with you today for the stellar work that she is doing in engagement with the COP28 negotiations. Allow me to share with you some perspectives on the current state of global climate crisis, underlining the urgent need for collective action and emphasizing the pivotal role of parliamentarians in crafting effective and transformative solutions. The urgency of addressing the climate crisis is not a mere assertion, but a stark reality vividly portrayed in recent scientific reports. The Adaptation Gap Report of 2023, Emissions Gap Report of 2023, and the Production Gap Reports collectively paint a picture of a world in dire need for immediate and concerted efforts. In the realm of adaptation, progress is sluggish on all fronts, particularly in finance, planning, and implementation. The financing gap for adaptation stands between US dollars 194 to 366 billion per year, a stark contrast to the rising tide of climate-related losses and damages. Developing nations requiring approximately 215 to 387 billion US dollars annually to adapt face a widening gap as multilateral and bilateral finance flows decline. Simultaneously, the Emissions Gap Report reveals a disconcerting trend. Global greenhouse gas emissions rose by 1.2% from only 2021 to 2022, reaching a new record of 57.4 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The collective efforts embodied in unconditional, nationally determined contributions, NDCs, would merely steer the world towards limiting temperature rise to 2.9 degrees. To achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, we must cut by 2030 emissions by 28% for the 2 degrees goal and 42% for the 1.5 degrees goal. As we navigate these challenges, the recently reached agreement on loss and damage on day one of COP28 sets a momentous tone for adaptation efforts. However, it underscores the need for sustained and accelerated action on various fronts. The transition to low carbon development is a shared responsibility, with countries possessing greater capacity and historical responsibility for emissions playing a crucial role. High-income and high-emitting countries within the G20 must take more ambitious and rapid action. The Emissions Gap Report emphasizes this, highlighting the need for these nations to provide financial and technical support to developing nations. While low and middle income countries face economic and institutional challenges in transitioning to low carbon development, they also possess opportunities. Energy transition, circular economy practices, nature-based solutions, and green job creation are avenues through which these nations can navigate this transition. The global community must foster collaboration and support to ensure that no country is left behind in this crucial journey. Ladies and gentlemen, in the landscape of urgency and challenge, the role of parliamentarians emerges as pivotal. Legislations stand as a cornerstone for enhanced and ambitious climate action, a sentiment underscored by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Well-designed laws serve as catalysts, providing incentives, reducing climatic risks, protecting the most vulnerable, strengthening institutions, and fostering certainty. They create an enabling environment for effective governance in the fight against climate change. Parliaments are not merely legislative bodies, but key actors in translating international commitments into tangible national legislation and policies. The Nusa Dua Declaration of 2022, adopted at the 144th IPU Assembly, accentuates the critical role of parliaments in aligning legislation and policies with global commitments, oversight and budgetary functions as articulated in the outcome document for the first global parliamentary meeting on achieving the SDGs of 2021. Position parliamentarians or parliaments as arbiters for national climate change targets. Ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration between the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union stands as a testament to the recognition of the intertwined nature of environmental sustainability and legislative action. The active Memorandum of Understanding between UNEP and IPU, reviewed annually, is a cornerstone for joint efforts. This collaboration is anchored in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals related to the environment and the execution of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, your call to action represents a commitment to addressing the global climate crisis through parliamentary influence and cooperation. Your vision to call parliaments to use their legislative and oversight roles to support the effective implementation of mitigation and emission reduction strategies while promoting green economy initiatives and clean technology practices is pragmatic. The acknowledgement of parliamentary oversight and budgeting as key elements in aligning national climate policies with international commitments reflects a clear understanding of the critical role that financial planning and accountability play in achieving climate goals. This holistic approach not only recognizes the urgency of climate action, but also underscores the significance of parliamentarians. I would like to express again the sincere appreciation and gratitude of Her Excellency Ms. Inger Anderson for extending the invitation to us, and we hope you and your deliberations all the success. Thank you very much indeed.
نشكر ممثل المدير التنفيذي لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة على هذه الكلمة. أما الآن أعتقد أن السيدة كريستين آدم، مديرة في قسم الشؤون القانونية من الأمانة العامة لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، لديها إضافة تريد أن تتشاركها معنا، لذا أدعوها إلى اعتلاء المنصة مشكورة.
His Excellency, Speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Saka Gobash, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Chungung, His Excellency Ambassador Majid Al-Suwaidi, Director General and Special Representative of COP28, Honorable Speakers, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. On behalf of the UNFCCC Executive Secretary Simon Steele, I'm grateful for having this opportunity to share with you, distinguished parliamentarians, some remarks on the important climate change negotiations that are happening right here now in Dubai. But I would like to start by extending a sincere and warm thank you to the government and the people of the United Arab Emirates, and in particular the community of Dubai, for both organizing COP28 and their generous hospitality. Climate change is happening in front of our eyes, and it's the biggest threat humanity has ever faced. Current global emissions are not in line with the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement, and our time to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is running out. The IPCC report published in March adds more clarity and detail to a simple truth. We have to do more on climate change, and we have to do it now. But it's not too late. The IPCC clearly demonstrates that it is possible to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius with rapid and deep emission reductions across all sectors of the global economy. Many feasible, effective, and low-cost mitigation and adaptation options exist to scale up progress across sectors and countries. We have already achieved a lot over the past 3 decades to address climate change. Through the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, and countless other decisions and mandates, the international community has set out a clear infrastructure for the global response to climate change. And now is the time to put this global infrastructure to use and set out clear pathways for climate change action and support in the long term to move from negotiations to implementation. Parliamentarians, this COP28 here in Dubai, will feature the first global stocktake, a crucial opportunity for us to acknowledge the progress made thus far and the progress yet to be made. This stocktake is a chance for us to ramp up the ambition of our efforts and avoid the worst effects of climate change. The question is, will we use this chance or not? Parliamentarians, the use of your legislative and budgeting powers is crucial to the implementation of global objectives, and it is essential to put this responsibility at the center of every national agenda if the world is to meet the challenges of climate change. I encourage 3 actions that will help us achieve a positive outcome here at COP28 and a clear path for climate change action. First, do engage with the negotiations at this COP. Encourage your delegations to be as ambitious as possible in each of the core areas of work and in particular on the outcome of the global stocktake. The stocktake has to be more than yet another synthesis report. Countries must use this moment to agree on concrete milestones that will take us to our 2030 targets. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate, we are at a crossroad. We are presented with an opportunity of a generation, and with the words of our Executive Secretary, it is the opportunity to course correct. Second, once back in your home countries, do encourage your governments to increase the ambition of their new NDCs in light of the outcome of the stocktake. This stocktake will allow us to better understand how we can increase our ambitions and meet our global commitments under the Paris Agreement. However, it will take more ambitious NDCs and thorough implementation by domestic systems to do better in the future. And third, use your parliamentary oversight and budgeting powers to ensure the alignment of national climate policies and legislation with international commitments and to achieve the objectives of your country's NDCs. Moreover, and as we have heard before, climate change is linked with other global challenges such as poverty, inequality, biodiversity loss, displacement, and security. Any sustainable solution to climate change must consider and respond to those other challenges. Governments should ensure that legislative measures underlying policies are developed and implemented based on ongoing inclusive stakeholder engagement and public participation processes. Measures must also take into account the local context, population, and priorities that are unique to each nation. In this, parliaments have a crucial role as being the assemblies closest on the ground. The climate transition has to be just. This means sharing benefits across society, ensuring that everyone, including women, indigenous peoples, youth, in all their diversity, have equal opportunities to benefit from this transition. You, parliamentarians, understand better than any of us the needs of the people you represent and how these play into the meeting of international obligations. In conclusion, your engagement is needed to ensure that a clear path forward is drawn and that the commitments of the Paris Agreement go from lofty goals to sustainable realities. The UNFCCC Secretariat is the guardian of this key multilateral process in which every country has an equal voice and where civil society representatives can safely defend their views. Your participation and contribution to the UN climate change process is crucial and important. And we in the UNFCCC Secretariat will continue to work with the IPU to support your engagement in the process, to facilitate capacity building in national parliaments to address climate change, and to develop and disseminate knowledge relevant to the legislative process in the implementation of states' climate commitments. In the words of our Executive Secretary, we must work together to teach climate action to run. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, thank you very much for your support, and we look forward to working with you here at COP28 and beyond. I thank you.
نشكر كريستين آدم على هذه الكلمة. السادة الحضور، أهمية جلستنا القادمة تكمن في دورها برسم ملامح عامة لكن دقيقة عن المشهد المناخي العالمي وآخر التكنولوجيات المستحدثة لعلاج الآثار المناخية السلبية، فضلاً عن الخطوات التي تم إنجازها على الأرض على صعيد تطبيق بنود اتفاقية باريس. بمعنى آخر، نحن أمام جلسة سترسم أوضح صورة لخارطة المناخ العالمي من مختلف زواياه العلمية والتقنية والمعرفية. لن أطيل عليكم وأترككم مع جلسة تمهيد السبيل، المعارف العلمية والتقدم العالمي والدعوة إلى الطموح المعزز. وأدعو مدير الجلسة السيد سيدريك فروليك عضو الجمعية الوطنية من جنوب أفريقيا إلى اعتلاء المنصة والسادة أعضاء الجلسة.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, parliamentarians, and distinguished guests. It is indeed a pleasure to join you here at this very important parliamentary meeting at COP28 with delegates from parliaments around the world. Following the excellent and thought-provoking remarks we heard in the official opening segment, we will now move on to the first of 4 thematic sessions for this meeting. I'm pleased to be moderating this first session on setting the scene, scientific insights, global progress, and the call for enhanced ambition. Before we begin, I would like to announce that throughout the day, we will be showing some 2-minute videos of parliamentarians talking about climate action as we switch sessions and new panelists come up to take their seats. As you have seen before, before we started the session, we had an opening segment with a video. These video interviews are part of the IPU's climate campaign, Parliaments for the Planet, which we'll be hearing more about later. The interviews show how climate change is affecting every country, but that parliamentarians are stepping up with local solutions all over the world. The first session is going to set the scene for the discussions that we'll have for the rest of the day. We are going to hear insights from the latest climate science, which will demonstrate the true gravity of climate change. We know that the first ever global stocktake for assessing collective progress on implementing the Paris Agreement is concluding at this COP here in Dubai. It is clear that we are far off track for maintaining the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. In this session, we will hear how this failure to mitigate climate change is unfolding on the ground and the catastrophic consequences and impact it is already having on local communities. Your Excellencies, speakers, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor of introducing the first panelist in this session, who is one of the world's most renowned experts on climate change, Professor Jim Skee. Professor Skee is the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, with decades of climate science experience and expertise. Professor Skee, I now invite you to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Your Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians, delegates and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for this opportunity to address the parliamentary meeting of the Inter-Parliamentary Union at COP28 as the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. Now, together with governments, lawmakers are key IPCC stakeholders. An IPCC was created to provide policymakers with regular assessments of the scientific basis of climate change, its impacts, future risks and options for adaptation and mitigation. And I'm going to focus my remarks on the three themes in the title of this session: scientific insights, global progress, and the call for enhanced ambition. So first of all, what does the science actually tell us? Well, as we've heard already, the sixth assessment report of the IPCC confirms that current trends in emissions and climate action are incompatible with a sustainable and equitable world. This has already led to global warming of 1.1 degrees Celsius, resulting in more frequent, more intense extreme weather events. This has severely affected the lives and livelihoods of more than 3 billion people who are highly vulnerable, living across large parts of Africa, as well as South Asia, Central and South America, small islands, and the Arctic. And people who are most vulnerable have contributed least to global warming. Losses and damages are unfortunately part of our future, hitting the most vulnerable ecosystems and people especially hard. But actions taken now can make a difference. And the options available to adapt are becoming more constrained and less effective, however, with every increment of warming. Some future changes are unavoidable, and some could indeed be irreversible. But deep, rapid and sustained greenhouse gas emissions reductions across all sectors increase the likelihood of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And emissions will need to be cut by around half by 2030 and reach net zero carbon dioxide emissions in the early 2050s. So secondly, where do we stand in terms of global progress? Now, assessing existing mitigation policies in place up to December 2020, the IPCC highlighted that we are not on course to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. In fact, without strengthening current mitigation measures, we are on track for global warming of 3 degrees over the 21st century, as confirmed by the UNEP Emissions Gap Report that came out recently. Progress on climate adaptation has increased, but it's uneven. We're not adapting fast enough. And this aligns also with the recent findings of the UNEP 2023 Adaptation Gap Report, which notes that adaptation efforts are actually slowing when they should be accelerating to catch up with increasing climate change impacts. Now, that is gloomy, but it is not all bad news. Our sixth assessment report notes that there's evidence of increased climate action. Some countries and cities have already shown what is possible, and there have been sustained emission reductions that have taken place in around 20 countries. And this has begun to bend the emissions curve globally, even if we're yet to see an emissions peak. More than half of global emissions are covered by climate legislation, policies and institutions, and this speaks to the achievement of legislators globally. 20% of global emissions are covered by some form of carbon pricing, though at levels insufficient to bring about substantial changes. And there's more good news, obviously, about renewable energy and energy storage. In the past decade, there have been significant decreases in costs, with reductions of about 85% for solar energy, 55% for wind power, and 85% for batteries. The good news is also that many mitigation efforts have synergies with adaptation and other sustainable development goals. Trade-offs can be managed and synergies can be enhanced. But just a reminder, despite these positive developments, unless we undertake immediate and deep emission reductions across all sectors, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach. Now, this brings me to the third point, which is about increased ambition. Our report states that across all sectors, there are choices that exist today that could cut global greenhouse gas emissions by half compared to 2019 levels at a relatively low cost, or some could even be self-funding. And the largest potentials lie within energy and agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Renewable energy, particularly wind and solar, offers the most significant potential within the energy sector, given the remarkable cost declines that I've already highlighted. And in the short run, there are opportunities abound in demand sectors like building, transport, and industry. Scenarios that achieve net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2050 include the phase-out of unabated coal and very significant reductions in the use of oil and gas, with most of our electricity coming from zero or low-carbon sources, especially renewables. So we have a rapidly closing window of opportunity to reach our climate goals through ambitious reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. More ambitious and determined climate action now will reduce the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and avoid the need for very rapid reductions in subsequent years. Delaying action will make future emission reductions far more challenging, costly, and disruptive, posing challenges to a just transition. The choice and actions decided in this decade will have impacts now and for hundreds of years. As elected representatives of your communities, interested in their well-being, prosperity and development, I'm sure a question lingers: what is it that we can do? And here I'd just like to offer three thoughts to finish off. First, on urgency. The next few years will be absolutely critical if we want to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Our actions today will reverberate for hundreds of years. And there's my second point. We do have the agency. Viable solutions exist to address climate change today. And finally, I must mention equity. Those who are most vulnerable contribute and have contributed least to climate change. Considerations of equity are critically important both internationally and within countries. Social consensus on ambitious climate action will be achieved only if the solutions are and are perceived to be fair. So closing my remarks, I extend my best wishes for your endeavours in securing the well-being and prosperity of the communities you represent. And I strongly encourage you to make effective use of the power of science in supporting these efforts. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ski, for your remarks, which show the true urgency to act on the climate crisis. I would now like to welcome the next panelist, Mr. Samelu Penitala Tio, who is the Speaker of Parliament of Tuvalu, a country that is certainly on the front lines of climate change. Speaker Tio is also the winner of the 2023 IPU Creamer Pessie Prize for his remarkable work to confront climate change and protect his country. Speaker Teo, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, honorable parliamentarians, I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost urgency and global significance. The climate crisis that threatens the very fabric of our existence. Today's session is not merely about setting the scene. It is about acknowledging the stark reality we face, understanding the scientific insights that illuminate this reality, and recognizing the progress we have made while recognizing the gaps that still persist. Our focus today is on Tuvalu, a nation that epitomizes the vulnerability of small island developing states to the impacts of climate change. Tuvalu, with its pristine atolls and crystal clear waters, is not just a picturesque paradise. It is a frontline witness to the consequences of rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the existential threat posed by climate change. Scientific advancements have provided us with invaluable insights into the gravity of the situation. The latest findings underscore the urgency of our collective action. The climate crisis is not a distant threat, but a present reality, affecting communities, ecosystems, and economies across the globe. Tuvalu, like many other nations, grapples with the tangible impacts. Increased frequency of tropical cyclones, coastal erosion, and the encroachment of the sea upon its territory. As we convene to discuss the outcomes of the global stocktake exercise, we must confront the truth about our progress towards the goals set forth in the Paris Agreement. The global stocktake serves as a mirror reflecting the collective efforts of nations worldwide. It is a measure of our commitment to mitigating climate change, adapting to its impacts, and fostering resilience in the face of an evolving climate context. Tuvalu's plight is not an isolated case. It is a microcosm of the challenges faced by vulnerable nations globally. The rising sea levels threaten the very existence of Tuvalu's people and culture. The urgency for enhanced ambition cannot be overstated. The Paris Agreement set the framework for global cooperation, but it is the ambition of individual nations that will determine our success in averting the worst impacts of climate change. We must use this platform to motivate transformative action. The call for mid-course corrections is not a sign of failure, but an acknowledgement of the evolving nature of our climate challenge. It is an opportunity to align our efforts with the goals of the Paris Agreement and strengthen our resolve to leave no one behind. Parliamentarians play a crucial role in this journey. Your oversight is pivotal in holding governments accountable for their climate commitments. The decisions made within these walls reverberate far beyond, shaping the destiny of nations and the well-being of future generations. In conclusion, let us remember that the stage we set today goes beyond rhetoric. It is a call to action, a call for enhanced ambition, and a commitment to a sustainable future. Tuvalu and nations like it are not just on the front line of climate change. They are on the front lines of our collective conscience. Let our discussions today inspire meaningful change, for in the face of adversity, our unity is our greatest strength. Thank you, and Faftailas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for your honest account of the climate change reality as it plays out on the ground in Tuvalu. I would now like to pass the floor to the final panelist, Ms. Shea Bastida. Ms. Bastida is an indigenous climate activist and co-founder of the Re-Earth Initiative. Ms. Bastida is at the forefront of the climate movement as a leader both for youth and the indigenous peoples. Ms. Bastida, please take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to address you, parliamentaries, special guests. My name is Shea Bastida, and I am a youth climate activist from the highlands of central Mexico from the Otomi-Toltec indigenous community. My name, Shea, means soft rain, and in my language, the word for skin is the same as the word for the outer layer of the earth. It is embedded in our culture, in our knowledge, that when we hurt the earth, we hurt ourselves. And we know that decisions around the world have not been made with that level of consciousness. My culture has a different worldview than the one in which we're operating in today. It is one of reciprocity. It is one where we take, but also give back, where we acknowledge that Mother Earth can only thrive alongside all of the beings that exist on this earth. There is a deep sense of responsibility, a deep sense of respect, and a deep sense of intergenerational consciousness, where we have something called the 7 generation principles, making every decision based on the wisdom of the past 7 generations to ensure the stability of the future 7 generations. And I ask, have we behaved as if we are holding 7 generations alongside us? And each one of you, each one of us is in the middle of that 7 generation. If you take myself, my mom, my grandma, my great-grandmother, my daughter, my granddaughter, and my great-granddaughter. Each of you, each of us, are able to meet those 7 generations in our lifetimes. And we forget that when we make decisions, we hold that power to take care or to give away. My dad once told me that we are on earth to take care of life, not to take over. Now I would like to share a small poem because I know you've heard it all. You've heard the science, you've heard the call for ambition. I could say mitigation, I could say global stocktake, I could say adaptation over and over again, and we will hear it 1,000 times again in these walls. But what we need is to ground ourselves in our humanity once again. So I want you to think of yourself as a tree with strong roots that connect you with the womb of the earth. Roots that absorb groundwater, enrich you every day, and give you the strength to stand tall. Picture yourself with a strong core, an unshakable center that is the source of your vitality, your love, your fire. You have strong and long branches that can reach anything, anywhere. Receive the rain, receive the wind, receive the sun, receive and give. Give your fruits, give your shelter, your seeds. Be unshakable. Be adaptable, be strong, be loving. But most of all, be yourself, take your space, take your time. Respect time. Things take time. Change takes time, but change will come, and change must come. Indigenous communities have been sharing our wisdom for decades. And it is definitely hard to translate the wisdom of indigenous communities into science that the world can understand and rally behind. That is why things like the IPCC report are so instrumental. And now there is a new framework called the planetary boundaries that shows us that we have surpassed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. Those include climate, the biosphere, nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, ocean acidification, land systems, fresh water, and aerosols. But there is a story of success because humanity was able to agree on ozone emissions. And just like that story of success, we must build the path forward so that I don't come into this room thinking that in 30 years I will be in your seats and that new youth activists will come up here and ask me what I did 30 years ago to ensure their livelihoods. We are here standing as a united youth movement to ask you to please think not only of your children, but all of the generations that come after us and the wisdom of the past, so that we can give a world that we are proud of and that I can stop hearing from older generations that they could have done better. I'm begging you to be the people who do better, and I promise you that we will not stop rallying behind you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bastida, for your inspiring remarks, which I'm sure motivated a lot of parliamentarians in this room and outside to act. Excellencies, honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard from all the esteemed panelists in this session. Panelists, I would like to thank each one of you for your incredibly insightful remarks, which certainly have helped us to set the scene for the rest of the discussions that will follow today. We will now begin with the debates with a high-level segment for speakers of Parliament. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
My parliament, my planet. Sam Teo, and I am from Tuvalu, and I'm the Speaker of the Parliament of Tuvalu. Well, the Parliament right now is very vocal in the climate change stance. I mean, even right here now in this country, we're having a strong delegation. We have the Minister of Finance, who is the Minister of Climate Change also. And we also have our Prime Minister here in this city, also advocating for climate change. And what we are really looking for is funding, funds, to help us adapt to these changes in climate that we are being affected by. The main thing that's really affecting Tuvalu is this sea level rise phenomena. We are trying to build up our country, to build up by another 1 or 2 meters, add on more soil and on top of it. So we need money for dredging the lagoons and the ocean and piling it up on the islands, to raise the elevation of the island by 1 or 2 meters, and that'll be able to save the islands by another 50 to 100 years.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، بذلت مختلف دول العالم جهوداً جبارة في مجال التغير المناخي، حيث جرى وضع منظومات عمل مختلفة تتضمن أسس قانونية وتشريعية وعلمية لمحاكاة الشأن البيئي ومحاولة وقف التدهور الحاصل في المشهد البيئي العالمي. نلتقي اليوم في هذه التظاهرة البرلمانية العالمية الحاشدة ليسلط كل منا الضوء على التجارب المميزة في هذا المجال ومحاولة وضع نقاط عمل مشتركة تؤدي في نهاية المطاف إلى حشد الجهود العالمية للحد من آثار التغير المناخي. أما الآن أدعو معالي نيلي موتي رئيسة البرلمان الزامبي لإدارة الجلسة الخاصة بكلمات أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today and to chair this high-level segment of Speakers of Parliament. The high-level segment will be the first debate of our meeting today, and it will focus on lessons learned from the global stocktake and national efforts to advance climate action to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. I am glad that we are joined by numerous speakers of Parliament that have come to share their experiences and views with us. I am sure that this will be an inspiring session. So let us now begin. As this is time limited, as time is very limited, I ask speakers of this segment to limit their remarks to a maximum of 3 minutes. Please, a maximum of 3 minutes. I now invite the first speaker, my colleague from Tonga. The Right Honorable Speaker from Tonga. The next speaker will be the speaker from Mexico. Please get ready.
Your Excellency Saka Gobash, Speaker of the FNC, Honorable Speakers, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chungang, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, on behalf of the Kingdom of Tonga, I wish to convey our most sincere gratitude to our most generous host, the United Arab Emirates, for your warm and excellent hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival. The global stocktake is at the heart of discussions during COP28. According to the most recent synthesis report we've heard this morning, we are all significantly off track, and thereby requiring urgent action to combat the growing threats posed by climate change. This stark reality means that the delay in implementing the Paris Agreement further exacerbates the vulnerabilities of us at the front line, small island developing states such as Tonga. At the outset, for small and vulnerable states like Tonga, we are deeply concerned that developed countries who have committed to promise climate finance has come late to the table. The $100 billion a year promised has finally arrived this year, 2 years late. But nevertheless, as we've heard this morning, there is still room for greater ambition. While Tonga makes negligible contributions to global greenhouse gas emissions, it remains committed to obligations under the Paris Agreement, despite facing extremely high-risk adverse impacts of climate change, including the harsh reality of displacement and forced migration. Parliaments, therefore, have a crucial role. Firstly, it is critical to ensure a collective voice from vulnerable states. In August this year, Tonga and its parliament hosted a conference of the Pacific Island Parliamentary Group, or PIPG, which is a unique forum of speakers and presidents of parliaments from all across the Pacific and Oceania. This conference earlier this year deliberated on the theme Parliaments, Climate Change and Disasters, from Impact and Science to Action. The PIPG conference unanimously adopted the Whangatapu Declaration, where parliaments committed to advance climate action and progress on achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. In addition, the Legislative Assembly Tonga's Standing Committee on Environment and Climate Change is spearheading its efforts, doing its part to champion and holding our government to account for its commitments under NDCs and international. The committee has been robust and actively driving communication and outreach for climate action within the country. To that end, Tonga is pleased that it met its target under its second NDCs.
Honorable colleague, if you can wind up, your time is run out.
To plant 1 million trees in 2023 this year. In summing up, I hope that this platform will springboard to generate a clear course of parliamentary and climate action and make commitments and targets to increase our ambitions for climate action. It's urgently required, and I thank you for your opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite the Honorable Speaker of Mexico. The next will be the Right Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe.
Honorable Asamblea. México es una nación singularmente sensible a los temas de medio ambiente porque nuestra privilegiada posición geográfica nos nutre de una gran riqueza de ecosistemas y especies de gran importancia para nuestro país, pero también nos posiciona en un lugar de alto riesgo. México ratificó el Acuerdo de París en el año 2016 y tenemos una ley de cambio climático desde el 2012, en la cual ya incorporamos los propios acuerdos de la Acción de París, pero también emitimos ya una estrategia de acción climática enfocadas a la educación sobre el cambio climático para la transformación social. La ley de cambio climático ha experimentado diversas modificaciones y quiero destacar alguna que es, emitimos ya los esquemas de compensación por parte de la Organización de Aviación Civil, que son altamente contaminantes. De una forma también sobresalen las reformas para incluir el principio de paridad de género, muy importante, las mujeres en la acción climática y para los organismos públicos, así como la relativa a emitir los atlas de riesgo de vulnerabilidad en el cambio climático. México ha instrumentado diversos programas y estrategias fundamentales para afirmar su compromiso en favor del medio ambiente. Contamos con una infraestructura robusta, institucional, para la toma de decisiones en materia. Tenemos también el Sistema Nacional de Cambio Climático integrado por los 3 órdenes de gobierno y hay una concertación política y administrativa en torno a esto. Y esto tiene que ver con tener esa voluntad política para poder transformar en sí la realidad. En el año 2021 se presentó el Programa Especial de Cambio Climático con la ambición 2021-2024 y ahí se especifican acciones de gobierno federal e identifica a cada uno de los responsables, nombre y apellido, qué tiene que hacer cada quien. ¿Cuál es el papel del Parlamento? El control. ¿Qué otro papel hacemos? La rendición de cuentas, la fiscalización, el sistema de estar observando y dándole seguimiento a la política pública. Y es por eso que es muy importante el papel de los parlamentos. Les quiero comentar que en noviembre del año 2022 México actualizó su contribución determinada a nivel nacional al aumentar sus metas de reducción de gases de efecto invernadero de 22 a 35% ya en una meta para el 2030. con respecto, obviamente, a su línea de base. Para ello contemplamos emplear recursos nacionales, pero también en un porcentaje también de recursos internacionales que está previsto para lo que tiene que ver con las energías limpias. Conforme a las decisiones estratégicas que se implementan, es posible que México aumente la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero en un 40% para el 2030. ¿Qué les quiero decir con eso? Estamos cumpliendo, estamos comprometidos. No estamos jugando al discurso. Nosotros ya hemos pasado del discurso a la acción.
Honorable Speaker, if you can wind up.
Yo termino, señora presidenta, con mucho gusto. Nada más les quiero decir que de esta actualidad tiene un acontecimiento que México está de luto por los estragos del huracán Otis. Se perdieron muchas vidas y recursos materiales. Fue una devastación total y esto es un grito para nosotros que nos obliga a actuar en consecuencia. Seguimos en la lucha, compañeras y compañeros legisladores y legisladoras. Es cuanto. Gracias por
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe. The next will be the Honorable Speaker from Bahrain.
Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Zimbabwean delegation and my own behalf, please accept our profound gratitude for the invitation to attend this crucial assembly taking place at this opportune time, which coincides with the inaugural global stocktake of the 2015 Paris Agreements, imperative to collectively assess the limitation of rise of the global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius, building resilience and aligning financial flows with low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient ecosystem. This global stocktake is anchored on mitigation action, adaptation, and means of implementation at country levels, guided by the national determined contributions. Accordingly, the Zimbabwe Parliament has embraced the implementation of Zimbabwe National Determined Contribution in collaboration with the executive through the oversight role of its Environment Portfolio Committee and its Thematic Committee on Climate Change, housed in the Senate, which continually ensure that there is compliance with the reporting, monitoring, reviewing of the Paris Agreement obligations. Thus, in 2015, Zimbabwe committed itself to reducing its energy sector greenhouse gas emissions by 33% per capita by 2030. In 2021, Zimbabwe revised upwards its NDC's ambition to 40% per capita by 2030. Your Excellency, Zimbabwe ratified and domesticated climate change and ozone layer depleting international agreements such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Paris Agreement, the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer and its Montreal Protocol, as well as the Kigali Amendment on substances that deplete this ozone layer, in an effort to demonstrate Zimbabwe's commitment to containing climate change catastrophic impacts. Furthermore, Parliament, working collaboratively with the executive, is implementing critical environmental related policies such as the country's Vision 2030, National Climate Policy, National Climate Change Response Strategy, National Climate Change Learning Strategy, the Climate Change
Honorable Speaker, if you can wind up, your time is up.
Definitely. the climate change communication strategy, the renewable energy policy, and biofuels policy. Now, the implementation of these policies has canvassed a stout national budget for effective execution. Soon, Parliament will enact a robust Climate Change Act in order to legally synchronize all the climate change policies in Zimbabwe.
Honorable Speaker, please wind up.
I wind up by thanking our host, Excellency Speaker of the Federal National Council, for the excellent hospitality and logistics, and also wishing COP28 success. And I say climate change should not conquer humanity. It is humanity that must conquer climate change. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now invite the speaker from Bahrain. Next will be the speaker from Senegal.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الأخ صقر غباش رئيس المجلس الوطني الاتحادي بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة ورؤساء وأعضاء المجالس والبرلمانات والوفود المشاركة، معالي السيد مارتن شونغونغ الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، الأخوة والأخوات الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا المشاركة اليوم في هذا الاجتماع البرلماني الهام، والذي ينعقد لأول مرة في المنطقة الخضراء لمؤتمر الأطراف من أجل رسم مسار تنموي يهدف إلى تكثيف الجهود البرلمانية وتفعيل أدواتها بشأن تغير المناخ والتعاون مع الجهات المعنية من خلال منظومة تشريعية عصرية وجهود برلمانية متعاظمة وصولا إلى عالم أكثر استدامة ومستقبل أكثر أمانا وازدهارا للبشرية. الحضور الكرام، إن مملكة البحرين وبقيادة حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، ودعم ومتابعة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، تواصل تنفيذ مبادراتها الحضارية لتعزيز الأمن البيئي وتؤكد على التزامها باتفاقية باريس وبمتابعة ما أعلنت عنه في قمة غلاسكو بشأن خفض الانبعاثات بنسبة 30% بحلول عام 2035 والوصول للحياد الكربوني في عام 2060. وقد أعلن جلالة الملك المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه خلال كلمته السامية في هذا المؤتمر عن خطة العمل الوطنية لتحقيق الحياد الكربوني من خلال 3 مسارات حيوية، بجانب تدشين استراتيجية وطنية للطاقة وإطلاق صندوق لتكنولوجيا المناخ بقيمة 750 مليون دولار، بالإضافة إلى تأسيس منطقة صفاء لتعويض الانبعاثات الكربونية وتوجيه إيراداتها لتمويل مشاريع إقليمية ودولية تختص في ذلك، ودعوة المهتمين للقدوم إلى مملكة البحرين التي تتميز بالبنية التحتية المتكاملة والأنظمة عالية الاستجابة والموارد البشرية الماهرة لتجربة حلول الطاقة وآفاقها، بجانب منظومة تشريعية بيئية متطورة ومتقدمة. الحضور الكرام، ومع كامل تأييدنا لإعلان كوب 28 بشأن المناخ والإغاثة والتعافي والسلام والوثيقة الختامية للاجتماع البرلماني الدولي، فإننا نؤكد أن المساعي الحثيثة لتحقيق الأمن البيئي بحاجة ضرورية إلى مواجهة تحديات الأمن الإنساني في ظل ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة من اعتداءات مستمرة تطال الأبرياء من النساء والشيوخ والأطفال، مؤكدين في هذا السياق موقف مملكة البحرين الثابت في دعم القضية الفلسطينية وحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني في إقامة دولته المستقلة وفق وحل الدولتين والتزامه بالقرارات الشرعية الدولية. ختاما نتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير لجهود دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة ودورها الرائد والمتميز بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة حفظه الله ورعاه في تحقيق الأهداف المناخية والتعامل مع التحديات البيئية العالمية، ومعربين عن عميق شكرنا وامتناننا لمعالي الأخ صقر غباش رئيس المجلس الوطني الاتحادي الإماراتي على حسن التنظيم لهذا الاجتماع البرلماني العالمي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from the speaker from Senegal. He will be followed by the speaker from Tajikistan.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'UP, chers collègues présidents et chefs de délégation, cette rencontre d'aujourd'hui nous donne l'opportunité de partager nos expériences nationales respectives dans le cadre du bilan mondial sur les efforts menés pour la réalisation des objectifs de l'accord de Paris sur les changements climatiques. En ce qui le concerne, l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal a initié en 2019 une réforme destinée à renforcer l'action parlementaire pour l'éclatement de la Commission Développement et Aménagement du territoire pour dissocier et renforcer certaines activités liées aux enjeux climatiques en les érigeant en commission. Cette réforme a ainsi permis la création de la Commission de l'environnement, du développement durable et de la transition écologique, mais aussi la Commission de l'énergie et des ressources minérales. À ces mesures décisives s'ajoute l'adoption du Code forestier, du Code de l'environnement pétrolier aussi et gazier, mais aussi du Code minier. L'objectif de ce renforcement du dispositif législatif est de s'adapter aux défis des changements climatiques en prenant en charge, autant que faire se peut, la réduction des gaz à effet de serre et en assurant une meilleure protection de l'environnement. Dans cette même dynamique, l'État du Sénégal a totalement confectionné cette année un budget vert avec des initiatives visant justement à lutter contre l'émission de ces gaz à effet de serre dans tous les secteurs concernés par des actions de reboisement et d'élimination du carbone. Chers collègues, pour le continent africain, l'enjeu et d'autres pays, certainement, l'enjeu climatique consiste à concilier le dynamisme économique et le développement durable dans un souci de réduction de la pauvreté et de protection de la sécurité humaine. Il est ainsi essentiel de préserver l'environnement par une exploitation rationnelle et modérée de la nature, mais aussi de ses nombreuses ressources. S'agissant spécifiquement du financement des opérations d'exploration sur l'énergie fossile en Afrique et dans d'autres pays, nous devrons être tous guidés par un esprit de justice et d'équité. Et éviter aussi, comme fortement souligné par son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Macky Sall, de réaliser un objectif par une injustice. Je le cite, dans le cadre d'une transition d'une durée de 20 à 30 ans, nous devrons développer le gaz et permettre que les banques de développement financent des projets gaziers. Les pays africains devraient investir dans des énergies propres tout en continuant à avoir des énergies de base qui permettent le développement et l'accès à l'électricité aux 600 millions de personnes qui en sont encore privées. Nous interdire l'exploitation du gaz serait une injustice. Fin de citation. C'est dans l'esprit de cette conviction forte du président Macky Sall que je vous invite à porter, chers collègues parlementaires, cette noble vision qui s'inscrit parfaitement dans le triple objectif décliné par la présidence émirati de cette COP28, à savoir mettre l'accent sur le bilan mondial, la transition énergétique et la solidarité entre les pays du Nord et ceux du Sud. Qu'elle trouve ici, cette présidence, sous la conduite éclairée et avisée de son Altesse, l'expression de notre infinie reconnaissance et de nos hommages mérités. L'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal, par ma voix, réaffirme ici et maintenant son engagement résolu à œuvrer dans ce sens avec cette grande famille interparlementaire. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now invite my colleague, the Speaker of Tajikistan. The next speaker will be from Uruguay.
محترم رئیس ها، خانمان و جنابان، پیش از همه میخواهم به کشور دوست و برادر امارات متحده عرب و سازمان ملل متحد برای تشکیل کنفرانس امروزه منتداری خود را بیان نمایم. امروزها مشکلات تغییریابی اقلیم و حفظ محیط زیست از موضوعهای داغ جامعه جهانی منصوب یافته بدون همکاری و همگرایی بین المللی حل آن غیر امکان گردیده است. قابل ذکر است که با مقصد پس کردن تاثیر منفی تغییریابی اقلیم بر ساحه‌های اجتماعی و اقتصادی کشور، حکومت تاجیکستان استراتژی ملی مطابق شوی با تغییریابی اقلیم را برای دوره تا سال 2030 تطبیق می نماید. یکی از نشانه‌های واضح همبستگی آب و اقلیم این آبشوی با سرعت پیریخ‌ها می باشد. طی چند ده ساله اخیر از 13,000 پیریخ تاجیکستان که منبع تشکل یافتنی تا 60% آبهای آسیای مرکزی می باشد، 1,000 پر آب شده است. طوری می‌دانید 15 دکمبر سال 2022 مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد با پشتیبانی از تشبس‌های پنجم پرزیدنت جمهوری تاجیکستان محترم امام علی رحمان در سایه آب قطعنامه را درباره اعلان کردن سال 2025 سال بین المللی حفظ پیریخ‌ها قبول کرد. طبق این سند همچون 21 مارس روز جهانی پیریخ‌ها اعلان شده، در نزد سازمان ملل متحد فوندی مقصدناک حفظ پیریخ‌ها تأسیس داده می شود. با تشبس دیگر تاجیکستان در سایه آب مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد 9 قطعنامه قبول کرده است. حالا تطبیق 10 ساله آب برای رشد استوار سالهای 2018-2028 ثمره بخش ادامه دارد. ما قرارهای سازمان ملل متحد را در روند حل مشکلات تغییریابی اقلیم و نارسایی آب بسیار مهم و ثمره بخش می‌دانیم. حاضرین گرامی، باید گفت که پارلمانت جمهوری تاجیکستان در برابر تشبس‌های قانونگذاری مرکزی چاره‌بینی‌های گوناگون عاید به حفظ محیط زیست و تغییریابی اقلیم میباشد. در طول فعالیت خود پارلمانت کشور ما وابسته به حفظ محیط زیست و تغییریابی اقلیم قانون‌های مکمل را قبول نموده است. مجموعاً پارلمانت امروزه فعالیت خود را برای اجرای عهدهداری‌های بین المللی جمهوری تاجیکستان در سمت تغییریابی اقلیم و حفظ محیط زیست توسط تکمیل قانونگذاری راه اندازی نموده است. در این راستا تاجیکستان با رعایت معیارها و هدفهای رشد استوار پیوسته برای تکمیل قانون‌های سایه اکولوژی تدبیرها می‌اندیشد. حالا لایحه قانون جمهوری تاجیکستان درباره حفظ پیریخ‌ها در پارلمان آماده گردیده وابسته به تهیه لایحه کدکس اکولوژی جمهوری تاجیکستان کارها آغاز گردیدند. خانم‌ها و جنابان، اطمینان دارم سند نهایی که در نتیجه چهارمی امروزه قبول می‌گردد با تشکل مکانیزم همکاری‌ها در سطح ملی، منطقوی و گلوبالی مساعدت خواهد کرد. از توجهتان سپاسگزارم.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now hear from the Speaker of Uruguay, to be followed by the Speaker from Morocco.
Good morning, Excellency, Mrs. and Mr. Speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My speech, my presentation, I'll do it in Spanish. Can you use the headphone, please? Thank you. Los parlamentos desempeñan un papel fundamental en la respuesta al cambio climático a través de la formulación y aprobación de leyes. Eso es todo conocido por nosotros. Y también el seguimiento de la implementación de políticas públicas que deben realizarse a corto, mediano y largo plazo. Es mi intención en estos breves minutos mencionarles aspectos y desafíos fundamentales que nuestro Parlamento, el Parlamento del Uruguay, ha trabajado y estará trabajando en el futuro sobre el cambio climático. Nuestro Parlamento es responsable de aprobar todas las leyes ambientales que regulan emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, promueven energías renovables y establecen estándares de eficiencia energética. Estas leyes son fundamentales para abordar las causas y mitigar los efectos del cambio climático en nuestro país. Trabajamos en la ratificación de acuerdos y tratados internacionales como el Acuerdo de París. Hemos establecido metas y compromisos nacionales para reducir las emisiones y adaptarnos al cambio climático. Nuestro Parlamento también aprueba todos los años el presupuesto nacional. Y cada uno de esos años, tanto en el pasado como en el presente y así pensado para el futuro, hemos aumentado de forma sostenida los recursos y las asignaciones para iniciativas relacionadas con el cambio climático, como inversiones en infraestructura verde, investigación en tecnologías limpias y programas de adaptación. También establecemos regulaciones que obligan a las empresas y a las industrias a informar sobre sus emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, implementar prácticas sostenibles y cumplir con todas las normativas vigentes en carácter de cuidado ambiental. Esto influye de forma positiva en el comportamiento de las empresas a reducir su huella de carbono. A través de la aprobación de leyes de incentivo y subsidios, estamos fomentando el desarrollo y la adopción de fuentes de energía renovables, contribuyendo así a la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero. Trabajamos también en coordinación con la educación pública y privada de nuestro país. Respaldamos iniciativas educativas para aumentar la conciencia pública sobre el cambio climático y fomentar la participación ciudadana en la toma de decisiones relacionadas con el medio ambiente. Pensamos, compartimos y generamos acciones a través de leyes que influyen en la planificación urbana, al aprobar leyes que promueven el transporte público, el diseño de las ciudades sostenibles y la protección de áreas verdes, todo cual puede tener impacto significativo en la mitigación del cambio climático para nuestro país. Ha sido muy importante y crucial para nuestro país que el Gobierno con el Parlamento trabaje en estrecha colaboración con otros actores, incluidos los gobiernos locales, organizaciones no gubernamentales y el sector privado, para abordar de manera efectiva el cambio climático. La coordinación y la cooperación internacional también son esenciales para enfrentar todos estos desafíos. Tenemos participación activa en los foros internacionales donde se discuten y negocian cuestiones globales como cambios climáticos, desarrollo sostenibles y seguridad global. Ya finalizo y muchas gracias, señora Presidenta. La cooperación entre naciones es esencial para abordar eficazmente problemas que afectan al nivel mundial y en muchos casos las decisiones parlamentarias se pueden reflejar en los compromisos internacionales. Me hubiese gustado también hablar del sistema de aranceles para el futuro, que creo que van a incidir mucho en la estimulación del comercio mundial y de las buenas prácticas para los productores. Trabajemos juntos, tenemos un futuro mejor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll now invite the speaker from Morocco, to be followed by the speaker from Uzbekistan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. معالي صقر غباش رئيس المجلس الوطني الاتحادي، الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معالي الرؤساء، حضرات البرلمانيين والبرلمانيات، إنه من دواعي السرور أن نتواجد اليوم في دولة شقيقة، شاكرا لكم معالي الرئيس حسن الضيافة، وليس بالغريب على دولة الإمارات قيادة وشعبا هذه الضيافة. كما أنني أود بداية أن أهنئكم معالي الرئيس صقر غباش على تجديد الثقة فيكم كرئيسا للمجلس الاتحادي الوطني الإماراتي، وهو اعتزاز لنا كرؤساء برلمانات بالعمل الذي تقومون به. ولا بد بداية أن نعرج على أنه شكل دائما موضوع محاربة التغيرات المناخية بعدا محوريا في الرؤية التنموية لبلاد المملكة المغربية، حيث نعمل بأسلوب فعال ومبتكر على الانتقال الطاقي التدريجي إلى نموذج تنموي وطني طموح أقل اعتمادا على الطاقات الملوثة، وذلك من خلال تبني سياسات استباقية تهدف إلى تقليص انبعاث الغازات الدفيئة والتصدي لظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري، وتبني مزيج طاقي متقدم عماده الطاقات البديلة بأشكالها الشمسية والريحية والبحرية. وقد وصلنا إلى نسبة طاقات متجددة تصل إلى 37% من المزيج الطاقي الوطني، وهو مؤشر يؤكد قدرة بلادي على تحقيق الأهداف الانتقالي إلى 52% من الطاقة بحلول سنة 2030 والوصول إلى الهدف الأكبر المتمثل في صفر كربون سنة 2050. وكل هذه التوجهات التي تمت بفضل القيادة الرشيدة لمولاي صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس حفظه الله مكنت بلادي من التواجد بين أحسن 10 تجارب دولية ناجحة في تصنيف مؤشر أداء التغير المناخ لسنة 2023، ومما يعتبر أيضا حافزا لبلدي للتقدم أكثر في هذا المجال. نحن الآن كبرلمانيين مدعوون أكثر من أي وقت مضى ليس فقط على سن تشريعات لحماية ومحاربة التغيرات المناخية، ولكن يجب علينا أن نطور من أدائنا نحو أساليب جديدة قادرة على حث حكوماتنا من أجل التفاعل مع كل ما يتم التوقيع عليه. وأعتقد بأن هناك آليتين أساسيتين. الآلية الأولى هو تقييم دوري للسياسات العمومية المرتبطة بالتغيرات المناخية، وأعتقد بأن هذا التغيير الدوري هذا التقييم الدوري كفيل لبرلماناتنا بجعل حكوماتنا قادرة على مواصلة العمل من أجل تطبيق كل هذه الاتفاقيات. ثانياً هو دراسة مدى تأثير كل القوانين والتشريعات التي نسنها داخل برلماناتنا، مدى تأثيرها على المعيش اليومي للمواطن، خاصة فيما يخص قضية التغيرات المناخية. وإذا لم تكن هذه القوانين قادرة على أنها تغير من المعطيات المناخية يجب تغييرها بقوانين أخرى. نحن قادرون كبرلمانيين على تغيير السياسات العمومية، ولكن يجب أن تتوفر إرادات حقيقية لدينا ولدى الحكومات ولدى حكوماتنا. شكرا لكم. السلام عليكم.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the speaker from Uzbekistan, to be followed by the speaker from Djibouti.
Assalomu alaykum, muhtarama rais, hurmatli delegatsiyalar rahbarlari, parlament a'zolari, xonimlar va janoblar. Barcha ishtirokchilarni samimiy qutlashga va parlament mezoni bo'yicha juda dolzarb tadbirni tashkil qilgani uchun Birlashgan Arab Amirliklari Federal Milliy Kengashi raisi janob Saqir G'obashga hamda parlamentlar aro ittifoq bosh kotibi janob Martin Chunkonga o'z minnatdorligimizni izhor etishga ijozat bergaysiz. Hurmatli parlament a'zolari, BMT ma'lumotlariga ko'ra iqlim o'zgarishi bizning mamlakatimiz va Markaziy Osiyoning barcha mamlakatlari uchun sezilarli salbiy oqibatlarni keltirib chiqarmoqda. Orol dengizining qurib qolishi va uning qurigan tubida 5,5 million gektardan ortiq maydonda Orolbo'yi mintaqasida qator ekologik va ijtimoiy iqtisodiy muammolarni keltirib chiqarayotgan sho'rlangan Orol qum cho'li paydo bo'lishi bunga ishonchli misol bo'la oladi. Aynan shu bois BMT Bosh Assambleyasi Orol fojiasini hozirgi zamonning global ekologik muammosi sifatida tan oldi. Ta'kidlash joizki, so'nggi yillarda mamlakatimizda ekologiyaga munosabat sezilarli darajada o'zgardi. Prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyev boshchiligida iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatlarini yumshatish choralari ko'rilmoqda. Yangicha ekologik tafakkur shakllanmoqda. Aholining ekologik madaniyati yuksalmoqda. O'zbekiston parlamentining faol ishtirokida normativ-huquqiy hujjatlar qabul qilindi. Atrof muhitni muhofaza qilish bo'yicha ko'plab xalqaro hujjatlar, shu jumladan iqlim o'zgarishi bo'yicha Parij bitimi ratifikatsiya qilindi. Senatimiz atrof muhitni himoya borasida parlament nazoratini amalga oshirmoqda. Bu sohadagi faoliyatga yoshlar parlamenti va fuqarolik jamiyati vakillari keng jalb qilinmoqda. Yashil makon umummilliy loyihasi amalga oshirilmoqda va uning doirasida yiliga 2 million tub ko'chat ekilmoqda. Biz BMT bosh kotibi Antonio Guterresning kelajak avlod nomidan fikr yuritishimiz va harakat qilishimiz hamda ularning huquq va manfaatlarini hisobga olgan holda qarorlar qabul qilishimiz kerak degan fikrlariga to'liq qo'shilamiz. Qadrli do'stlar, do'stlar, biz O'zbekistonda parlamentlararo ittifoqning iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi kurashga qaratilgan sa'y-harakatlarini va tashabbuslarini yuksak darajada qadrlaymiz. Ekologik muammolarning dolzarbligini yanada ko'proq hamjihatlikni, parlamentlararo hamkorlikni talab qilishini inobatga olib, biz quyidagilarni zarur deb hisoblaymiz. Birinchi, parlamentlararo ittifoq doirasida iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatlariga qarshi kurashish va kam uglerodlik iqtisodiyotga o'tish bo'yicha parlamentlararo hamkorlikni mustahkamlash uchun qabul qilingan rezolyutsiyalar, bayonotlar, boshqa hujjatlar ijrosini monitoring qilish hamda tahlil qilishning doimiy mexanizmini yaratish masalasini o'rganish. Ikkinchi, parlamentlararo ittifoq tomonidan muvofiqlashtirish doirasida bolalar va xotin-qizlarni iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatlaridan himoya qilish, bu bo'yicha xalqaro hujjatni qabul qilish masalasini ko'rib chiqish. Uchinchi, O'zbekiston prezidenti tomonidan taklif qilingan BMT Bosh Assambleyasining Markaziy Osiyo global iqlim tahdidlari qarshisida umumiy farovonlik yo'lida hamjihatlik rezolyutsiyasini qabul qilishni qo'llab-quvvatlash. Hurmatli hamkasblar, fursatdan foydalanib, Birlashgan Arab Amirliklari xalqini milliy bayram, davlat tashkil topgan kun bilan chin qalbimdan tabriklayman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the speaker from Djibouti, to be followed by the speaker from Paraguay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la Fédération du Conseil de la Fédération des Émirats Arabes Unis, Excellence, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général de l'UIP, avant de passer rapidement au sujet du jour, je voudrais tout d'abord dire l'immense joie qui m'anime pour remercier le Conseil national de la Fédération des Émirats Arabes Unis pour son hospitalité et ses marques d'estime fraternelle dont nous faisons l'objet depuis notre arrivée. Je suis convaincu qu'il nous convient à cette réunion parlementaire en marge de la COP28, le Conseil de la Fédération, l'institution haute comme l'UIP, souhaite nous inscrire dans l'élan planétaire de lutte contre le réchauffement climatique. La République de Djibouti est un parfait exemple d'État subissant des plans fuites et les conséquences des équilibres naturels survenus. Les changements climatiques d'une ampleur inégalée mettent à mal la résilience et l'adaptation de nos concitoyens. Ces sécheresses qui s'éternisent, l'érosion côtière due au phénomène mondial de la montée et de l'acidification des eaux de mer, canicules, fortes préoccupations, des tempêtes de pluie faibles et régulières. Telles sont les menaces des risques avec lesquels la République de Djibouti est amenée à y faire face, et ce cycle qui perdure nous oblige à faire évoluer les mentalités et les échanges des pragmatiques lors des mises en place de l'exécution. Mesdames et messieurs, la situation prévalente dans mon pays trouve son origine en grande partie aux émissions des pays industrialisés à gaz à effet de serre, n'étant nullement responsable des causes du réchauffement climatique alors même que nous subissions des plans faits et les effets négatifs. Nous avons dû nous adapter et faire plus et mieux malgré nos ressources limitées. La soif et le manque endémique, mais ces 20 années de la République nous sont retournés vers les énergies renouvelables et durables, l'hydroélectrique, l'énergie géothermique, photovoltaïque, éolienne, ont banni les ressources d'approvisionnement en électricité de consommation. Grâce à cette transition énergétique durable, Djibouti ambitionne de devenir le premier pays africain entièrement alimenté par l'énergie renouvelable. Par ailleurs, Djibouti a mis en place un mécanisme depuis 2013. Je voudrais conclure dans mon intervention sur l'inventaire des stratégies nationales que vous aurez compris. Nous essayons de prendre des initiatives appropriées pour renforcer la résilience et l'adoption face aux challenges et au réchauffement climatique. La route devant nous est encore longue et difficile. Les volontés de partenariats de tout genre pour nous accompagner seront toujours les bienvenus. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the Honorable Speaker from Paraguay, to be followed by the Acting President of Pan-African Parliament.
His Excellency Sakar Gobash, Speaker of the Federal Council of the United Arab Emirates, Your Excellencies. Represento a Paraguay, un país cuyo 44% de su superficie está cubierta por bosques, 15% en base a un régimen de área silvestre protegida. Somos 6 millones de habitantes y alimentamos a más de 100 millones de personas alrededor del mundo. En el acuífero guaraní tenemos una de las principales reservas de agua dulce del planeta. Toda nuestra energía eléctrica es generada en base a un sistema de energía renovable y limpia en nuestras hidroeléctricas. Y no solo el 100% de la energía que consumimos es limpia y renovable, sino que exportamos el excedente energético. Sostenemos, defendemos y vivimos en base a un modelo de desarrollo sostenible. Y en ese entendimiento es imperativo que comprendamos la necesidad de cooperar todos juntos con todas las naciones del mundo en base a o en la lucha por la preservación de nuestro medio ambiente. Pero tenemos que hacerlo con responsabilidades bien separadas. Las naciones en desarrollo debemos ser reconocidas y debe existir el entendimiento de una situación diferenciada que permita nuestro desarrollo y que no se generen imposiciones unilaterales que no reconozcan nuestro aporte a la conservación del medio ambiente. Tenemos la oportunidad de ser la primera generación que hereda a sus hijos un mundo, un planeta en mejores condiciones del que las encontró. No perdamos esa oportunidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for being efficient with time. We will now hear from the last colleague in this segment. This will be the acting president of the Pan-African Parliament. You have the floor.
Excellency, the Speaker of Parliament of Zambia, who is our moderator, His Excellency Honorable Sakar Gobash, Speaker of National Council of United Emirates of Arab, Excellencies, Speakers of National Parliament, Excellencies, Honorable Parliamentarians, I stand before you on behalf of 1.4 billion of Africans. And this message of Africa, I think, deserves more than 3 minutes, Your Excellency. Honorable members, Excellencies, yes, climate change is a major challenge for the world. Yes, we should address it adequately. But again, today, you go and meet any citizens of the world, any citizen of any country. They are more worried about war. They are worried, they are scared of Ukraine-Russian war. They are scared of Palestine-Israel war. World is under threat of nuclear. Why should you allow any citizen of Russia, any citizen of Palestine, any citizen of Israel, any citizen of Ukraine to die? We should not allow. Of course, we were not cause of that war, but we preferred silence. It seems to me we are not living at the expectation of people of the world. Excellencies, can we ask loudly our worldly superpowers to respect each other and safeguard the world? Can we ask them to stop nuclear competitions and work in the best interest of the world, for peace and stability of the world, through negotiation, give and take, through creating win-win situations. I know our superpowers don't like to be told. Sorry for that. As the people of the world, as the representative of the world, we need to speak. We need to say. That's our responsibility. We cannot keep quiet. We might pay price for that, but still we need to speak on behalf of the people of the world. Today, you can ask any of us about the challenge of the world. They won't say it's climate. They will say it's war. It's about the war. Let's mitigate this challenge. Let's stand by the people of the world. Otherwise, we will let down the world, Excellencies. Your Excellency, Madam...
Dear colleague, your time is out. If you can wind up, please.
Yes, Honorable. Excellencies, Africa comprises 17% of the world population. We account maybe 4% of world greenhouse gas. But Africa will be the warmest part of the world. We don't deserve that. Why is that? Because of injustice. We were under colony. Our source was looting. Africa was mistreated. Excellencies, it's high time not to leave Africa behind. Let's help Africa. Let's stand by Africa. I thank Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Distinguished colleagues, this concludes the high-level panel for Speakers of Parliament. I thank you all for this rich session of experience sharing and look forward to pursuing the exchanges throughout the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
My parliament, my planet.
أدعو أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء البرلمانات للتفضل لالتقاط الصورة الجماعية. أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، نستكمل البرنامج سوياً. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أرجو التفضل بمقاعدكم لاستكمال البرنامج.
Well, Australia in the Pacific region deals with climate changes every single day. We know in the Pacific region that action on climate is the #1 priority. We're seeing governments making sure they're being prepared, and we're seeing the impacts of the changing climate. Australia has a diverse and beautiful continent, but the challenges are real as a result of climate. Well, we're leading by example. Every single person needs to take action, whether it be members of the public, members of the parliament, or even speakers of parliament. I know from taking practical action in my own life, in my own home, making sure that I'm doing everything I can to reduce waste, to ensure that we are doing everything that we can. In our Parliament in Australia, we have done innovation around lighting, around renewable energy, and of course, decreasing the ongoing waste coming from our Parliament, ensuring that we're using water efficiently, and for the first time, the Australian Parliament later this year will be delivering and seeing electrical vehicle charging stations built. The Pacific Islands in particular are small countries that Australia works closely with. Here at the IPU, Australia stands shoulder to shoulder with our small island nation brothers and sisters. No matter how small or how big your country is, your voice needs to be heard here at the IPU, right across the world. And that's what Australia is committed to.
أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، ففي ظل الحقائق المتواترة التي نسمعها ونشاهدها حول التغير المناخي وتفاوت مجهودات الدول في محاربة الآثار الضارة لذلك التغير، واختلاف أدوات كل منها في مواجهة هذا الخطر الذي يتهدد به البشرية، أصبح لزاما على جميع الدول أن توحد استجابتها العالمية لتغير المناخ. نحن أمام تحد يتطلب تبادلا مكثفا للخبرات وتداولا مركزا للأفكار وحشد الصفوف لعمليات تمويل تستهدف الدول الأقل حظا لتشكيل جبهة عمل مشتركة لمواجهة التحديات البيئية. أترككم الآن مع جلسة أعتبرها شخصيا من الأهم في محاكاة النقاط السابقة. الآن جلسة سد الفجوة، النهوض بالعمل المناخي والتكيف مع تغير المناخ لصالح المجتمعات المحلية. أدعو مدير الجلسة السيد إيمانويل مارفو، عضو برلمان غانا ورئيس المجموعة البرلمانية التابعة لمنتدى البلدان المعرضة لخطر تغير المناخ، بالإضافة إلى أعضاء فريق النقاش للبدء بالجلسة.
Thank you very much. Honorable speakers and distinguished parliamentarians, it's a pleasure for me to join this parliamentary meeting to moderate this session on bridging the gap, advancing climate action and adaptation for vulnerable communities. As we know, it is those least responsible for climate change that pay the biggest price. The importance of adaptation for the most vulnerable who are already grappling with the effects of climate change is undeniable. In this session, we're going to look at opportunities and challenges for giving equal priority to mitigation and adaptation, and discuss options for scaling up adaptation financing so it reaches those most in need, especially in countries on the front lines of climate change. We're going to hear from members of parliament from 3 different continents to understand the realities of climate change on the ground around the world. They will share with us how climate change is affecting the most vulnerable in their countries and the associated adaptation strategies they experience. In the last session, we plan to have time for delegates to also take the floor. For want of time, we will limit that to 5 members, and I'll kindly ask that those of you who would like to have a bite should show by hand and fill a form that will be available from the Secretariat. And then I will kindly ask that you limit your intervention to maximum 2 minutes. So I'd like to now welcome the first panelist, Mr. Sabah Chowdhury, who is a Member of Parliament of Bangladesh. He is also the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to Climate. to climate change, as well as Honorary IPU President. Mr. Chowdhury, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Mafo, and very good afternoon to Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, members of the panel that's assembled here today. I'm not going to follow a script and read out. Let me just share a few thoughts for you on the importance of COP28. We, of course, meet at a time when the window on getting things right is closing rapidly. We talk about a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. We are actually heading for 3 degrees Celsius. We are talking about emissions peaking by 2025, by our emissions being reduced by 43% by 2030, 60% by 2035 to achieve net zero in 2050. We are nowhere near the target. And the continuum of mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage is something which is very clear to all of us. The lesser the temperature rise, the more effective our adaptation. And the more effective the adaptation, the lesser the burden on loss and damage. And we are all aware of how the UNFCCC discourse started off. Initially, we looked at mitigation for the first 10 years. Then we realized we were not doing enough, and people were hurting. Then we looked at adaptation for the next 10. And now coming to the 10 years thereafter, we see that we have not done enough of mitigation and adaptation, so we are talking about loss and damage. We can talk about gaps in many contexts. There is a funding gap, there is an ambition gap, there is an emissions gap. So gaps are all over the place. But to us as parliamentarians, I feel the most important gap that we have to bridge is the global solidarity gap. There is a complete lack of trust between the parties of the UNFCCC in the COP. So we as parliamentarians need to restore that trust. We need to build bridges, because otherwise whatever we try and do is not going to work. If we are not able to control temperatures, then how much adaptation can we do? There are natural limits to adaptation. There are natural limits to resilience. So mitigation is important. Of course, funding for adaptation is important. But what we as parliamentarians should be doing are really essentially two things, other than, of course, the global solidarity. First is to hold our governments to account for commitments that they are making. Each country has a NDC, a nationally determined contribution. What are we as parliamentarians doing to ensure that our governments are acting to meet those NDC commitments? What are we doing to allocate more resources? What are we doing to ensure that whatever resources are available are in fact spent in an optimal way? So the role for parliamentarians is huge. We of course have the issue of renewable energy. So on the one hand, we have to phase out fossil fuels. On the other hand, we have to triple renewable energy. By 2030, we have to double our energy efficiency. And this whole agenda of climate change is too big. It is too big an agenda for governments to handle alone. Quite often we talk about all of government, all of society approaches. Parliamentarians are the bridge between the society that they represent and the government whose allocations they control, whose laws they formulate, whose policies they articulate. So this is, in fact, a great opportunity for us to, as parliamentarians, to act. In Bangladesh, we see climate change not just as another crisis. It is an existential crisis. How we live, whether we will live, all depends on this. And as we go beyond planetary boundaries, the danger is increasing. I was just listening to the statement from the, I believe it was a Pan-African Parliament, and he was talking about wars. You know where the greatest war is? The greatest war is the war that we are waging against nature. And that war has to stop. We have to live in harmony with nature, not in constant conflict. So if we as parliamentarians can scale up, as I often say, there is no planet B, there is only one planet. So we need to get it right, and there is no opportunity to try again. I hope that we will all take this matter with the utmost seriousness that it deserves. What is our role, after all, as parliamentarians? It is to ensure the safety, the security, and the welfare of the people that we represent. It is about sustainable livelihoods. It is about protecting them and keeping them out of harm's way. I thank IPU for this arrangement. Every year when we have a COP, IPU is there, and it's an absolute delight to be here at an event which is being hosted by the Federal National Council. When I was president of the IPU, I'm very familiar with the very vibrant relationship that we have had. FNC is a great partner, and I hope this partnership, not just with the FNC, but all of the other national parliaments around the world, is going to continue. I wish you all a very successful COP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chowdhury, for those insightful remarks. I want to say that the list is closed. We are oversubscribed beyond the 5 that we said. And so just take note of that, please. Now, I have the pleasure to pass the floor to Ms. Catherine Henning-Berger, who is a member of the German Bundestag. Ms. Henning-Berger, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here and to speak with you all. First of all, I also want to say that we are now on a critical point that we have to take a decision to phase out fossil fuel together worldwide. Because if we reach our tipping points in the climate system, if we miss the 1.5 degrees, all will be lost. So everything is on stake, and I'm very happy to work with you together to phase out fossil fuel in our country, in your country. Together we can achieve a just transition. But also, the climate crisis is already a cruel reality, especially in the countries of the Global South, especially by those who have not caused the climate crisis. And as a member of the German Parliament, an industrialized country, it is my duty also to say that of course we as industrialized nation, we have a historic responsibility. And this is also why Germany has given 100 million in the beginning at this COP to the Loss and Damage Fund. And this is very, very important for us because we have to achieve this fund. And the access, especially for communities from the Global South, especially also for communities, for indigenous people, they need to have direct access to this money. Also, the climate crisis is a cruel reality also in my home region, in Germany. There was, 2021, there was a huge flood in the small village called Altal, and more than 100 people lost their lives. Also, our warning system failed us. Our politicians failed us. We had not achieved a climate adaptation strategy in this area. And the weather is also rapidly changing in our region. So also we have to adapt to the climate crisis, to weather extremes. But also, and there is the huge privilege, we had the money to give to the people, to the communities, to build their homes again. But still it was not enough. Still the people in the small village Ahrtal, so most of them are struggling, most of them are traumatized. And so I think it's also very important if we talk about climate adaptation, if we talk about loss and damage, we also have to talk about the health of the people, of the trauma of the people, if they live through weather extremes. And also there's one point that's very important for me, that's the role of the woman. Because right now, women are the most, they are the hardest hit by the climate crisis. They're the most vulnerable to the climate crisis, not because they are weaker than men, just because they are not fairly included in decision-making structures. So for a just adaptation, it's very important to include women equally on every political level, also in society. And so I'm looking forward to discuss with you how we can manage together a just transformation and also a just adaptation to the climate crisis already happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Catherine. So now we will take the last panelist, who is in the person of Mr. Issa Mardo Jabir, a member of Parliament, a member of the Transitional National Council of Chad. Mr. Jabir.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Moi, je voudrais axer mon intervention sur 4 points et qui va traiter de cette question en lien avec les pays du lac Tchad et du Sahel. Comme vous le savez, le lac Tchad est le 4e grand lac d'Afrique en termes de superficie, après les lacs Victoria, Tanganyika et Nyassa. Et il est situé dans la région du Sahel oriental et qui constitue une vaste étendue de ressources partagées par le Cameroun, la République centrafricaine, le Tchad, le Niger, le Nigeria et la Libye. Alors, le bassin du lac Tchad abrite une population croissante qui a un besoin urgent de faire face aux effets du changement climatique sur les ressources en eau et les écosystèmes du bassin. Il fournit à environ 47 millions de personnes une gamme variée de services environnementaux, principalement des services d'approvisionnement, c'est-à-dire en nourriture et eau, de soutien des cycles des terres et des nutriments, de régulation, reconstitution des eaux souterraines, séquestration du carbone, purification de l'air et de services culturels, de loisirs, spiritualité, éducation. Et donc la relation entre les ressources environnementales, les moyens de subsistance et les conflits a été établie depuis très longtemps dans la région du lac Tchad. Maintenant, c'est le problème qu'il faut maintenant évoquer. C'est la dégradation croissante des ressources en eau et des écosystèmes. Donc, c'est encore exacerbé par les problèmes de sécurité actuels et de la migration subséquente du bétail et des personnes à la recherche de vie, de moyens de subsistance plus sûrs. Les chocs climatiques et les événements extrêmes dans la région, tels que les épisodes de sécheresse et les fortes précipitations, pourraient devenir plus fréquents et plus graves. Associés à ces changements, d'autres défis comme l'extrême pauvreté, les conflits, la croissance démographique accélérée, l'exploitation irrationnelle des ressources naturelles, les conflits, l'extrémisme violent rendent plus vulnérables les populations de la région. Les effets du changement climatique et la variabilité climatique ont entraîné une augmentation des conflits intercommunautaires, des migrations des populations et des pénuries alimentaires, rendant la vie difficile à des populations déjà vulnérables. Les catastrophes liées au climat sont devenues plus fréquentes et plus catastrophiques ces dernières années et devraient s'aggraver dans la région. Donc il faut parler aussi des déplacements et ce qui détruit les moyens de subsistance et compromettent le développement économique. Alors je vais illustrer un peu mon intervention par quelques exemples. En 2021, il était estimé que près de 29 millions de Sahéliens auront besoin d'une aide humanitaire. Au Tchad, il y a quelques années, après une grave sécheresse dans la province du lac, plusieurs familles ont été obligées de déménager. Depuis 2008, près de 800 000 personnes ont été déplacées au Tchad en raison des catastrophes liées au climat. Et donc, en moyenne, les femmes des zones rurales de la région du lac Tchad marchent 6 km par jour pour aller chercher de l'eau, bien que certaines, la distance sont beaucoup plus longues. Les inondations aussi sont également devenues plus fréquentes depuis les années 90. Les fortes précipitations de 2012 et récemment de 2022 ont provoqué de vastes inondations dans beaucoup de villes et entraîné des déplacements de millions de personnes dans la région. La perturbation d'exploitation des parcours pastoraux et agricoles entraîne des conflits entre agriculteurs et éleveurs, et les exemples sont là quand on prend l'exemple du Tchad. En outre, les populations du bassin du lac Tchad sont prises au piège de l'insécurité et de l'extrémisme violent créé par les groupes armés non étatiques de Boko Haram qui ont obligé 2,5 millions de personnes à quitter leur foyer. Maintenant, puisque c'est une rencontre entre parlementaires, je voudrais parler du rôle des parlementaires dans tout ça. Et en lien avec le bassin du lac Tchad, vous avez la commission du bassin du lac Tchad a été créée le 22 mai 1964 par les États membres pour assurer la gestion du lac et des ressources en eau partagées, la préservation des écosystèmes et la promotion de l'intégration régionale, de la paix, de la sécurité et du développement dans la région du lac Tchad. Les parlementaires doivent user de leur pouvoir pour soutenir les populations et notamment les plus vulnérables qui sont confrontés à ces risques cumulés en s'appuyant sur l'expérience du lac, mais aussi du Sahel. Alors, qu'est-ce que les parlementaires doivent faire? D'abord, d'une manière générale, c'est vraiment coopérer avec les associations des droits humains, mais aussi les autres acteurs pour recueillir davantage de données et contributions sur les réalités du terrain et proposer des dispositions pour résoudre des points programmatiques dans la législation et les politiques publiques. Également, encourager le gouvernement à prendre en compte la situation de vulnérabilité des populations. Il faut agir sur le budget de l'État pour la prise en compte de cette vulnérabilité. Organiser des contrôles périodiques par les interpellations aussi des questions et organiser des activités de sensibilisation et autres. Et par rapport aux parlementaires du lac Tchad, il faut maintenant adopter la charte de l'eau et voir comment elle sera mise en œuvre dans les États membres. Alors, pour conclure, je dirais que le changement climatique est une menace existentielle pour les populations du bassin du lac Tchad et chaque jour, nous sommes témoins de son impact sur les personnes les plus vulnérables, les communautés d'agriculteurs et d'éleveurs. Et je pense qu'il est temps de rectifier le tir, que les mêmes priorités soient enfin accordées aux efforts d'adaptation que ceux d'atténuation. Ceci est très important. Les solutions fondées sur la nature, portées sur les communautés locales, doivent être mises à l'échelle. Ceci est très important. Et les groupes vulnérables, en particulier les femmes, les enfants et les personnes déplacées, doivent être au centre de ces efforts. Par conséquent, le nouveau fonds pour les pertes et dommages doit aussi nous être accessible pour penser les blessures causées par les années de catastrophes climatiques. Il est important d'associer aux activités de résilience climatique celles de consolidation de la paix et de la cohésion sociale pour un développement durable de la région. Le temps presse, des vies sont en jeu. Nous devons unir nos forces pour que l'adaptation au changement climatique dans les pays vulnérables soit le fer de lance de l'action climatique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jabir, for sharing your thoughts on the Chad situation with us. So I think now we can take some interventions from the floor. The Secretariat has microphones. The first speaker, or the first intervention will be taken from the Speaker of South Africa, Honorable Marisa, you may hand over the mic to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The South African Parliament, let me start by acknowledging all speakers, chairpersons, and heads of delegations. The South African Parliament welcomes the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. The theme of this segment is timely and relevant to the current circumstances where most countries find themselves vulnerable due to socio-economic hardships of climate change. It is therefore our conviction that parliaments gathered at the COP28 will do everything possible to complement the efforts of governments in combating the negative effects of climate change. In doing so, our parliament wishes to reiterate the sentiments echoed by our President, His Excellency, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, when addressing the opening segment of COP28. To applaud, which was, he called for people to applaud the landmark decision to operationalize the new fund on loss and damage. We therefore welcome the pledge of $100 billion on climate financing. Chairperson, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa endorses fund mobilization priority for underdeveloped countries and economies for them to recover their infrastructural loss and damage as a result of climate change. We also add our voice in calling for multilateralism to prevail in global climate change operations. The introduction of the carbon adjustment measures by the EU undermines equity and the development of trade initiative. It can be detrimental and discriminatory in outlook towards the struggling economies, particularly on developing and underdeveloped countries. Our role as representatives of our people cannot be overemphasized in rendering the oversight responsibility of this fund. This, amongst others, will encompass the monitoring of the use of funds during the implementation processes by government and ensuring regular reporting as part of accountability. Recently, our Parliament passed the Disaster Management Act, which provides the framework for an integrated and coordinating disaster management policy focused on prevention, mitigation, emergency, preparedness, rapid and effective response, and post-disaster recovery. The National Assembly recently passed the Climate Change Bill, which is now with the National Council of Provinces. As I conclude, I wish to assure this forum that climate change action remains key to South Africa's sustainable development agenda and our commitment to take every action that seeks to alleviate the negative impact of climate change. I heard Program Director, the professor earlier on talking on the power of science. And I also heard a young lady from Mexico expressing a word on the importance of collective conscience. And in that context, I would like to say, Honorable Chair and honorable members, it is my view that global emissions and their impact thereof on climate change is one of the critical areas which we need to look into. And I'm raising this in the context of the Russia-Ukraine war. I'm raising it in the context of the developments in the Gaza area. The regular shelling and bombing must definitely, the emissions must have a negative impact and contribute to the challenges of what we are dealing with today. And therefore, that issue of collective concern should be one of the issues that we discuss and encompass in the decisions that we take. The silencing of the guns, which is what the African Union took a decision on, which we continue to strive for, should be another matter which forms part of the discussions on climate change. Because once we silence the guns, there are no wars, there will be no weapons, there will be no bombing, no shelling, and therefore there can be less emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next intervention will be taken from Cyprus. If you can kindly show where you are so we can locate you. Okay. The next, so after Cyprus, we will take Honorable Zon from Indonesia. So just stand prepared. Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Humanity has been in war with nature for the last 100 years, and now we are paying the cost of this war. I come from an island in the Mediterranean, and now, I mean, in the last decade, we are seeing the results of climate change, mega fires, rise of temperature. We are in danger of desertification. Governments should take responsibility, and as parliamentarians, I think that it's about time that we force our governments, when they come home from summits like this, to implement the promises they give. And we should take care as Europeans, as people from around the world, take responsibility for the mess we created. Because I think developed countries and petrol-producing countries created this crisis, and we should take into account future generations. We should think about intergenerational justice, and we should take responsibility and really help vulnerable communities. And when I say vulnerable communities, I mean people coming from poor countries, and particularly minorities and women. Women are suffering enough inequalities in this world. I think they should be helped and not be left behind. We cannot save humanity unless we save everybody. We managed to exterminate millions of species. Now we are at threat. And I urge all my colleagues to go back, find out what they are prime ministers and their presidents pledged, and make them fulfill these pledges. We need budgetary lines for prevention, but also not to leave anybody behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Son. So I'll take the next intervention from the Honorable Dinica from Romania. Romania, if you could show by hand. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'll take Indonesia first before Romania.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. Many people of vulnerable groups in Indonesia, women, indigenous people, the poor, and those living in rural areas, as well as in other developing nations, work in the informal sector, which is very dependent on agriculture and plantation products. So climate change, which triggers natural disasters such as floods, heat waves, and extended droughts, poses great risks, not only for livelihood, but also the lives of these people. So adaptation and mitigation in Indonesia inextricably linked, as continuous fast deforestation not only exacerbates the effects of climate change, but also limits the adaptation alternatives accessible to vulnerable population. To that purpose, the Indonesian House of Representatives is also deliberating a draft bill on climate change, which is included in national legislation program of current parliamentary terms. And Indonesia has also made strategic efforts to reduce emissions and mitigate the impacts of climate change through, among other things, committed to generating new and renewable energy to achieve national energy security, with renewable energy accounting for 23% of national energy mix in 2025 and 31% of national energy mix in 2050. Land clearing permission moratorium to protect 66 million hectares of forests and peatlands, mangrove rehabilitation of up to 600,000 hectares is expected by the end of 2024. Deforestation levels fell to their lowest point in 2020, and also 115,000 hectares. So reducing forest fires to 290,000 hectares by 2020, and down from 2.6 million hectares in 2015 and 1.6 million hectares in 2019. So this is, I think, so far our efforts and achievement in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. The next intervention will be taken from Romania, and then Kenya. Romania, now you can have your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Romania remains fully engaged in implementing the international legal framework, and we have passed several climate laws, and we are in the process of adopting 2 strategies to adapt to the climate change and GSC reduction. We also are fully aware of the fact that climate change mitigation and adaptation generate challenges, but also opportunities for a green transition. At the level of the Parliament, the main role is to ensure that climate transition processes are fair, benefit all citizens, and do not exacerbate social and economic inequalities, as many of my previous speakers today said. For the vulnerable citizens, Romania, in this context, is doing new support and financial instruments with a strong focus on human capital. This means education, skill building, and reskilling are critical in preparing the next generation for green jobs. We also hosted at Bucharest the largest event in the Central and Eastern Europe in October with 1,500 participants from NGOs and industry and various stakeholders that gathered together to talk about solutions to mitigate the climate change. And the most important thing, I think, is the fact that we also extended this space of decision and stakeholders to the level of the universities, because we all need science-based solutions. So many of these gatherings took place in the universities. And also the children and youth are very concerned in my country about the impact of the climate change. And this is a good thing, because they are very eager to engage in the climate action. We need to empower them and give them opportunities to meaningfully participate in our efforts to mitigate the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind us that we can keep our interventions to 2 minutes to enable us to have more interventions. So Kenya is next, and then from Kenya we'll go to Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in September 2023, Kenya hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. On the sidelines, the Kenyan Parliament, in partnership with the Climate Vulnerable Forum, hosted members from 20 African parliaments to deliberate on their role in oversight of the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Mr. Chair, we registered concern on the missed opportunity of carbon credits in developing countries, noting that the price and rules for carbon trading are still unregulated, and the players and referees wear the same kit. Mr. Chair, it is emerging that the big boys in the Polluters League are reluctant to take ambitious domestic action to reduce their emissions, and instead prefer to net off using carbon offsets from African forests and rangelands. This is done under the guise of ITMOs under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, but is in reality a new form of carbon colonialism. Mr. Chair, you cannot oversight what you don't understand. In Nairobi, we stressed on the need for parliaments to invest in capacity building on matters climate. Whereas funds for capacity building for MPs exist under the GCF, very high barriers have been erected, and these funds have not met their stated objectives. We hope that the Loss and Damage Fund will not have a similar architecture. We noted, Mr. Chair, that the Paris Agreement and other climate treaties form part of the laws of most countries, yet they continue to be treated as suggestions rather than law. We therefore supported calls to make violations of these laws justiciable, and we note that this jurisprudence is under consideration at the ICJ. Finally, Mr. Chair, as MPs, we must ensure that indigenous and vulnerable communities are not exploited by the same laws that we pass, and I hope that at this COP28, we shall continue to fight for our space as a proverbial camel We have put our head in the green tent, and we hope that at the next COP, we shall be in the blue zone at COP29. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I take Croatia, and after Croatia, the federal state of Micronesia. Okay. So, Croatia, you may take the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Croatia, a small country in the Mediterranean from which I come, is the third among the EU countries most exposed to the impact of climate change. It emits just 0.05% of the total global CO2 emissions annually, but the warming trend in Croatia is significantly faster than the global average. Despite its shares of responsibility, it feels the consequences of climate change profoundly, and like all countries in the world, it does not have a bright future ahead yet. The main culprit for the current situation is the global economic system, a system that, while creating prosperity for some, leaves many others in insecurity, hunger, and poverty. The only way out is to transform the economic system. We need an economy that reduces the ecological impact of the global economy to a sustainable level, which is distributed evenly among the nations. No one will escape the consequences of climate change. Rich countries may absorb the consequences more easily, but climate change does not recognize borders, ceasefires, and there is no political agreement with them. Therefore, we need to put all our strength and knowledge into the policies which will prevent further warming and mitigate the consequences. Above all, this is, and we should say loud and clear here in Dubai, reducing of use of fossil fuels. We must be brave and determined in green transformation. We must bear the burden of change in solidarity with the rich supporting the poor. We are facing the greatest challenge in world history. Only unity, solidarity, and wealth redistribution are the right and effective response. They are the imperative for the survival of the world. One of the greatest poets, Croatian poets, Tin Ujević, prophetically said in this poem, "The hour of belated knowledge." I'm warning you, the hour of truth and reckoning will come. All there is will be bare. All there is will be clear, yet it will be all too late. We, the parliamentarians of the world, must not allow it to be too late. In this fight, we must find the unity, or there will be none of us. Dear colleagues, we can do it, and we must do it. And I firmly hope, on behalf of the future generations, that we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honorable Member Lawrence from Micronesia. After him, we will go to Yemen.
Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, I am Quincy Lawrence. I'm the floor leader of the Federated States of Micronesia National Congress, an ocean state where water represents 97% of our territory. I am from the state of Pohnpei, one of our federation's 4 states, which are Yap, Kosrae, Chuk, and Pohnpei. I express my gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed assembly of parliamentarians and extend my thanks to the organizers as well. It is heartening to see small island developing states like mine, Tuvalu, and Tonga, at the forefront of climate change, being granted a meaningful voice in this forum. The genesis of this advocacy traces back to the conversations between my colleagues from Micronesia and the Pacific Islands, and Secretary General John Gang during last year's IPU meeting in the margins of COP27 in Egypt. It was there that he acknowledged the crucial need for MPs from small island developing states to have their voices heard. To ensure that our voice is fully heard in this forum, it would be great to see the language sits reflected in our outcome statement that we adopt at the end of today. To stress that SIDS are among the most affected by climate change. Today I want to talk about the real impact of climate change in our everyday lives. It's not something far away. We experience it daily. We deal with it. We deal with higher sea levels, causing problems like floods on important roads, including the one to our airport in my home island. Houses near the coast are in danger because the rising seas are quickly washing away our shores. It's a serious and urgent situation we face. Finally, I'd like to stress the importance of access to funds for us. To address both economic and non-economic loss and damage we face. Therefore, we welcome the announcement of funds made available to that purpose at the opening of this COP. I thank you for your kind attention and look forward to engaging in further discussion with you, fellow parliamentarians. Kailangan.
Thank you. We'll now take Yemen to be followed by Italy. Yemen.
شكرا جزيلا للرئاسة وللمتحدثين. أنا اسمي علي حسين، رئيس الوفد البرلماني اليمني. وفي البداية سعيد جدا بما تحقق اليوم أن يكون للبرلمانيين ضمن المنطقة الخضراء، وهذه جهود طيبة ومشكورة للمجلس الوطني في دولة الإمارات واللجنة المنظمة. وتوصيتي في بداية كلمتي لأمين عام الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي وللاتحاد البرلمان الدولي أن لا نتنازل في المؤتمرات القادمة عما تحقق في هذا المؤتمر. لا يجب أن يكون البرلمانيين على الهامش وأن يكون اجتماعهم اجتماع هامشي فقط. نحن صناع قرار. الاتفاقيات والبروتوكولات وملحقاتها وكل ما يمكن أن يكون في المناخ لا يمكن أن يمر إلا عبر البرلمانات. فما تحقق في كوب 28 يجب ألا يتنازل عنه الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في المؤتمرات القادمة. هذه توصية. الأمر الآخر، نحن في الجمهورية اليمنية في قلب أحداث التغيرات المناخية. ضربت الجمهورية اليمنية في محافظة المهرة في شهر أكتوبر الإعصار المداري تيج الذي نجم عنه أحداث كبيرة جدا دمرت البنية التحتية بأكملها في محافظة مهمة جدا على البحر العربي. وفعلا نحن نفتقد إلى صندوق التعويضات، نفتقد إلى التدخل السريع، نفتقد إلى الاستشاريين، نفتقد إلى أن يكون الحديث ما أدري الأخ الأمين العام، أنا أكدت على أنه ما حصل اليوم من أن يكون كوب 28 للبرلمانيين في المنطقة الخضراء ألا يتنازل الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي في المؤتمرات القادمة عما تحقق في تصنيف وتوصيف دور البرلمانيين في كل مؤتمرات المناخ. فأرجو من الاتحاد البرلماني لأنه وضع السماعة، أنا أؤكد على أنه ما تحقق بواسطة المجلس الوطني الإماراتي ألا نتنازل عنه. الأمر الآخر، نحن في اليمن في قلب الأحداث، نحن كل سنة نتعرض إلى إعصار مداري يدمر بنيتنا التحتية، لا نلقى أي تعويضات، لا نستفيد من صندوق التعويض. أعتقد بأنه لازلنا وجميع الحاضرين يلاحظ بأننا نعيد نفس الإسطوانة. الدول التي تصنع التغيرات والدول المتأثرة بالمتغيرات، فجوات التمويل وتصويف أو توصيف وتصنيف الدول المتأثرة من الأشد تضررا من الأشد احتياجا صندوق التعويضات لا يلتزم الدول الغنية الذي تؤدي إلى التلوث، فمصيبتها من جهتين: هي صانعة التلوث وهي التي لا تفي بالتزاماتها لصندوق التعويضات. وكل سنة نكرر نفس الكلام، وما أدري إن كان من سؤال نوجهه إلى الرئاسة وإلى المتحدثين: ما الذي أودى بكوب 27 إلى كاد أن يفشل في لحظاته الأخيرة؟ 12 يوم يستمر الحديث، لكن في آخر اللحظات كل دولة غنية ومسببة للانبعاث الحراري وعليها الالتزامات لا تفي بالتزاماتها. أختم كلامي بأن أزكي ما طرحته السيدة البرلمانية عن جنوب أفريقيا فيما يخص غزة وأطفال غزة ونساء غزة. يجب أن يتوقف الحرب، ويجب أن يكون للعالم صحو الضمير بأن تتوقف الحرب في غزة انتصارا للأطفال وللنساء ولهذا الشعب الذي يتعرض للإبادة. وأحييك سيدتي الفاضلة من جنوب أفريقيا، وأحييكم جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you very much, Yemen. We'll now go to Italy, and after that we will take Vietnam.
Grazie. Il governo italiano promuove l'accordo di Parigi, puntando a valorizzare quelle che sono le buone pratiche di tanti stakeholder impegnati nella mitigazione e nell'adattamento al cambiamento climatico. Qui ci siamo impegnati a contribuire con 100 miliardi di dollari l'anno per il funzionamento delle perdite e dei danni e finanziarle. Abbiamo coinvolto le giovani generazioni per i negoziati sul clima. E qui siamo anche a proporre di aggiungere al documento finale, al punto 5, dove chiediamo delle strategie climatiche inclusive ed eque che riconoscano le esigenze di popolazioni diverse, anche reclamando dei ruoli di leadership per le donne giovani nell'azione del clima. Noi vorremmo aggiungere, prevedendo delle strategie per la tutela delle donne e dei bambini, perché sono le prime vittime dei danni del cambiamento climatico. Questa purtroppo non è una ideologia green. Devo ripeterlo perché a volte si sente dire, purtroppo è la realtà. E tutti qui stiamo a dire quelli che sono i problemi nei nostri paesi. La transizione ecologica che dobbiamo attuare è semplicemente poter prevenire e insieme, uniti, essere attori di un cambiamento necessario. Non stiamo combattendo un modello economico, stiamo solo cercando di non fare sempre gli stessi errori. Altrimenti non avremo un futuro. La nostra comunità globale deve preservare il capitale naturale, abbattere le emissioni climalteranti, per poter portare avanti anche un modello economico, perché deve essere sostenibile, circolare, ma soprattutto deve essere inclusivo. La sostenibilità sociale e quella economica e ambientale vanno insieme, non viaggiano su binari differenti. Se possiamo riuscire a risolvere una, risolveremo anche l'altra. Quindi io sono qui a pregarvi, utilizzo questo termine, a pregarvi perché cerchiamo di far capire a tutti i nostri governi, anche al nostro il primo, che l'unica direzione è quella di lavorare insieme. L'unica direzione è quella che ci dice Papa Francesco. Nessuno si salva da solo. Siamo tutti sulla stessa barca. Grazie.
Muchas gracias. So we now go to Vietnam, and after Vietnam, Thailand. And Greece will be the last. Vietnam.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against climate change cannot be done by any single country. The Vietnam delegation would like to share some views on parliamentary cooperation. First, promoting parliamentary action responding to climate change through a global and all-people-based approach and uphold multilateralism with the motto of common but developed responsibility, justice, and resilience with socio-economic development demand and of developing countries take into account. Second, promoting governments to establish an inclusive cooperation mechanism and capitalizing on strength of both developed country capital, technology, and developing one's markets, resources. Third, preparedness climate finance should be promoted in a way that makes it more accessible, does not increase the debt burden, and not at the expense of resources for realizing other development goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we take Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, we are from Thailand, and we would like to point out that Thailand as the world's leading food producer and exporter, and we have been affected by the global climate change and El Niño, especially in the area of food security, tourism, and water resources management. And that is why climate change is now at the top of Parliament of Thailand's priority. We also work very hard to let everyone to be a part of this process. We fully support the UN Secretary General's acceleration agenda, aiming to urgently bring forward net zero timelines closer to 2050 and support the life balance of mitigation and adaptation. We do hope that this parliamentary meeting in COP28 will be an important milestone for climate empowerment for IPU members and strengthening immediately in this global response to the climate emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Greece.
Distinguished guests, COP28, among the other commitments, underscores the commitment of global parliaments to environmental concerns, aligning legislative actions with global climate goals, and enhancing the role of legislators in tackling environmental challenges. The Adaptation Gap Report 2023 shows a growing divide between need and action when it comes to protecting from climate extremes. Action to protect people and nature is more pressing than ever, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said in his message on the report. It is true that we are in an adaptation emergency and steps must be taken to close the adaptation gap, particularly to cut greenhouse gas emissions and increase adaptation efforts to protect vulnerable populations. The new Loss and Damage Fund will also be an important instrument to mobilize resources by more innovative financing mechanisms to reach the necessary scale of investments. Greece's main goal is to strengthen efforts at a global level for climate-resistant and sustainable development, which will hold the temperature increase to 1.5 Celsius degree. These efforts take into account the scientific findings that drastic and immediate reductions in emissions, combined with implementation of actions to adapt to unavoidable climate change, is the decade will reduce the devastating effects of climate change on human and ecosystems. As Greek minister stressed in his opening remark, Greece's records are of the best among the European countries, and we in Greece are committed to work even harder to that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are about closing. Before I give the panelists 1 minute each to wrap up, there's one last request from the African parliamentarians, Climate Action Network Chair from Uganda. Jacqueline, can you have 1 minute to make your intervention, and then we go back to the panelists.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair, my name is Jacqueline Amongin from Uganda, and I chair the Africa Parliamentarians Network on Climate Action. I'm very excited to have heard all the presentations that were taking place here. But as take-homes for members of parliament, I think it's important that we appreciate the Paris Agreement and the commitments that were made in the NDCs that all our member states committed to, and ensuring that we commit member states to actually implement the commitments within Paris agreements. And also within our different climate regional networks, we had the Africa Climate Summit where the parliamentarians came up with aggressive communique in terms of implementing their legislative framework. I think what is lacking is how do we as members of parliament take up the legislative gaps within our member states so that we are able to close the gaps in terms of the commitments that are made at the global level, especially commitment to climate financing, commitment now. Last year we agreed on loss and damage. This year we are putting in place mechanisms for loss and damage fund. How are these funds able to trickle down to our climate vulnerable countries like Uganda? In a nutshell, Chair, I would also like to emphasize the fact that despite the global commitments, very little money goes to the climate vulnerable countries, especially Africa, which constitutes almost which receives all the shocks in terms of climate and contributes just less than 4%. I think it's time for parliaments to take aggressive action wherever you are, to stand up, to be counted, because this is an accountability summit and we have to be accountable in terms of our legislative modus operandi. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that intervention. And so I'll call Ms. Catherine from Bundestag to give us
Thank you for all your worth and your wisdom. I listened carefully, and thank you for your inputs. We, as members of the parliament, have the huge privilege that we can speak to our governments directly and that we can take together decisions in our parliaments. And so, as industrialized nations, of course, it's our duty to provide with the money for adaptation and also for loss and damage. Germany gives more than 6 billion in climate finance, and from that, there are 3 billion for climate adaptation. But I know, of course, this is not enough. At the same time, other industrialized nations pay far less than us. So I think it's also very important that all of the industrial nations need to scale up their climate finance. So I call on my colleagues from other industrialized nations to take up their responsibility to give more money for adaptation, but also to pay into the loss and damage fund. Also, secondly, it's very important that we hold the private sector accountable, especially the fossil fuel companies in oil, gas, and coal. Also there must pay into adaptation measures and also into the loss and damage fund. And this is like an invitation, especially for the fossil fuel industry, to take responsibility here. And I want to thank you also, my colleague from Uganda, who pointed out that there is a huge difference in who has access to the finance. So it's very important that in loss and damage, and also in adaptation measures, that especially the communities who are most affected by the climate crisis, that they have more access, direct access to the funds. I think this is the key also for a climate just finance system, and also, of course, it's very important to have a gender-just strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, those were excellent words to conclude. So I'll give the last floor to Chadwick.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. En suivant les différents intervenants dans la salle, c'est qu'il y a une prise de conscience de beaucoup d'acteurs qui interviennent et les parlementaires en première position. Je crois qu'en tant que parlementaires, nous devrions prendre conscience de la situation et de la vulnérabilité de nos pays, surtout pour nous, pays sahéliens, et de surcroît les pays du bassin du lac Tchad. Je crois qu'on a un rôle important à jouer, d'où la solidarité au niveau national, régional, mais aussi international, ce qui suppose une coopération internationale efficace pour relever ces défis-là. D'être regardant en tant que parlementaire, d'être regardant sur cette question de vulnérabilité. Les femmes, les enfants, les déplacés. Quand je prends l'exemple du Tchad aujourd'hui, nous accueillons un nombre très important de réfugiés, de déplacements internes. Donc, ces problèmes-là, sans coopération au niveau national, au niveau régional et au niveau international, on ne peut pas vraiment le relever. Et autre chose, il faut accorder la même priorité à l'adaptation, mais aussi à l'atténuation. Les deux doivent aller ensemble pour justement répondre aux différents défis que nous rencontrons. Je crois que ceci est très important et moi je pense qu'avec une solidarité agissante, on peut relever ces défis-là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we end the session. Time is not on our side. Thank you very much for participating. I understand that in the afternoon session, there may be opportunities for those who didn't get a chance to also make some interventions. So thank you very much. Maybe we can do a better applause for the panelists as they leave the stage. Thank you very much.
Mi Parlamento, mi planeta. Soy Sofía Carvajal, soy presidenta del Grupo Latinoamericano de la Unión Interparlamentaria y diputada federal de México. Bueno, el cambio climático definitivamente está afectando, además de a todo el mundo, específicamente a México. Hace 2 días golpeó un huracán calificado 5 en Acapulco, Guerrero. Increíblemente pasó de ser una tormenta tropical, tan solo en 12 horas pasó a ser huracán categoría 5 y ha devastado la ciudad de Acapulco, causando muchísimo daño a la población, generando muchísimo daño económico a toda la infraestructura turística de Acapulco. Ese es un ejemplo de que el cambio climático sí existe y es un ejemplo de que tenemos que tomar medidas serias y ya, en este momento son necesarias, son medidas indispensablemente rápidas para abordar este problema. Las medidas que ha tomado mi Parlamento para ser un Parlamento verde son las siguientes. Uno, hemos digitalizado todos los documentos. Todo se envía por vías electrónicas para ser compartido a todos los parlamentarios mexicanos. Esa es una parte. La otra, a partir del COVID-19, se aprobaron las sesiones semipresenciales que permiten que los parlamentarios no tengan que trasladarse hasta la Cámara de Diputados o la Cámara de Senadores, hablando específicamente de la Cámara de Diputados, no deben trasladarse. Eso hace que haya menos emisiones de carbono y además básicamente permite que el trabajo parlamentario fluya normalmente a través de las sesiones semipresenciales. Y por otro lado, intentando reducir el consumo de agua embotellada, pues la Cámara de Diputados ha implementado bebederos en donde todas las personas tienen acceso al agua y básicamente es eso. Creo que el área de oportunidad donde todavía tenemos que trabajar es en procurar aprobar un presupuesto, un aumento en el presupuesto que ahorita es del 2% solamente para los temas de medio ambiente.
السادة الحضور، على مدار الساعات الماضية كنا أمام سيل غزير من المعارف العميقة التي تتقاطع فيها المساحات بين العمل البرلماني والشأن البيئي، ولكن سلسلة المعرفة لا تنتهي. لذلك أدعو السيد توماس فيتا سيمونز مدير الاتصالات في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ليضيء زاوية أخرى في مجال دور برلمانات العالم لاتخاذ إجراءات وسن تشريعات تصب في صالح بيئة الكوكب. أترككم مع كلمة برلماني كوكبي مستقبلنا، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, honourable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to give you what I promise will be a very brief update on the IPU's climate campaign, Parliaments for the Planet, which we launched just a few months ago at the 146th IPU Assembly in Bahrain. Parliaments for the Planet is designed to mobilise parliaments and parliamentarians to act on the climate emergency, indeed to go further and faster to act. The call to action of the campaign is very simple. Tell us what you're doing in your parliament for the planet so that we can share that good practice on our global platforms. And I'm happy to report that in the space of only a few months, hundreds of trailblazing MPs, members of parliament, have come forward to share this good climate practice, and the momentum is growing. And you will have seen some of those examples in the videos that we've already shown this morning. So what is the campaign? The main concept of the campaign is that climate action begins at home. And by home, we mean parliaments. Parliaments and those who work in them can show the world, lead by example, not only as individuals, but as institutions. The campaign has two main objectives. Number one, greening parliaments, from brown parliaments to green parliaments. Show us the steps that you're taking to decarbonize, to switch to renewables, to invest in electric vehicles, digitalize your operations. The list goes on. Objective two, the bigger picture, greening the planet. This is beyond the institution of Parliament itself. What examples of great legislation have you passed? How are you holding governments to account on the promises to implement the Paris Agreement, including opposition MPs as well? What role do you have in the global stocktake at this COP28? To quote the head of UNFCCC, Simon Steele, this is the COP of solutions. And thanks to the campaign, we have many of them, both big and small, showing how parliaments are stepping up for people and planet. To finish, 3 things you can do to join the campaign. Number one, download our guide, 10 actions for greener parliaments and those who work in them, available on ipu.org, full of simple steps that you can take. Number two, use our extensive toolkit, full of assets that you can use on social media. You can record yourself using the branded frame within the context of the overall campaign, Parliaments for the Planet. Number three, send us a video testimonial, which we're calling My Parliament, My Planet. We already have many MPs who've come forward, as you've seen, telling us how their country is affected by climate change, a snapshot of what's happening, but also a growing compendium of good practice and solutions that parliaments are putting in place. So let me show you just a short compilation of some of those testimonials, which I think can give us reasons to be optimistic. Thank you very much.
I'm from the Parliament of India.
Je représente le Parlement français.
I am from Ireland.
From Zimbabwe.
Diputada de México. Du Canada.
Du Parlement gabonais. I am a member of the New Zealand Parliament.
Iran.
In the Schweiz.
In Egypt.
Je suis député du Parlement mauricien. Of the Republic of Fiji Islands.
De l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal.
From the Kingdom of Tonga.
Parlementaire du Tchad.
Representing Finnish Parliament.
The Kingdom of Eswatini.
I'm a member of Parliament of Ukraine.
Botswana. Bangladesh.
The Parliament of Uganda.
Suriname. Je représente Madagascar.
Zambia.
Al Parlamento di Uruguay. South Sudan. Centrafrique.
Sono la vicepresidente della Commissione Esteri della Camera dei Deputati italiana.
We are amongst the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change.
L'impact, il est plutôt à travers le dérèglement climatique.
Serious cyclone issues. Acidification of the ocean, sea level rising.
ما این سالهای اخیر با یک موضوعی مواجه بودیم به نام گرد و غبار و ریزگرد.
La mer monte chaque année de 2 à 5 cm.
We also have huge issues around car dependency.
Ukraine's industry still produced many greenhouse gas emissions.
Con tormentas, lluvias, inundaciones o sequías.
Frost oder auch zu viel Regen, Überschwemmungen.
Le réchauffement est 2 fois plus important que les autres pays de la planète. We are expecting heat waves, sandstorms.
Le flash flood, comme on dit dans le jargon. Our farming season has changed.
The winters have become warmer.
La stagione sciistica in alcuni luoghi non esiste più.
5 months without rain in a poor country like South Sudan that is still emerging out of war.
La détruit les champs, les plantes. The internal migration is happening rapidly.
Over thousands and thousands of people from Turkana in Kenya and also the Pokot from the Kenyan side are now in Uganda looking for livelihoods and also pasture and water for the animals. The climate change is for real.
Les parlementaires ont pu légiférer sur la question à travers des lois sur l'environnement.
It's up to have 51% carbon reduction by 2030.
Éduquer les gens, premièrement, à protéger l'environnement. Instead of using personal vehicles, we all now just get in single buses and go to where we're going. By using the e-office suite, we have turned everything into virtual. And by doing that, we have turned paperless. And that's one aspect.
México se comprometió en el Acuerdo de París a tener el 36% de las energías limpias para 2026.
At the global level, Fiji was a past president of COP28. Nous avons une politique pour combattre l'érosion de nos plages.
Devenir complètement carboneutre d'ici 2050.
We also work with NGOs.
Et puis un ensemble d'éléments qui visent à la fois la partie de la gestion durable de l'eau, l'alimentation saine et durable.
We're looking at planting 1 million trees by 2023, which is this year.
Les plastiques sont interdits maintenant au Sénégal.
We have been able to put half the amount of oil-heated houses.
You have protected areas and national parks. When you do a major project, it has to be environmental friendly.
Parliaments play a key role, as parliaments is where the discussion starts.
Solo con una grande pianificazione, una grande volontà si possono evitare gli effetti peggiori del cambiamento climatico e adattarci strada facendo.
We hope that other parliamentarians around the world will take the same approach.
My parliament,
My planet,
Our future.
Mon Parlement,
ma planète,
notre engagement.
notre combat. Mi parlamento, mi planeta.
Nuestros hijos.
My parliament, my planet, our planet.
Our family. My parliament, my planet, our beautiful blue ocean Pacific. My parliament,
Mijn planeet.
Notre musée.
My parliament,
ma planète,
Our dream. Notre engagement.
our life.
Il mio Parlamento
Minun planeettani.
Notre devoir. Our environment.
Our people.
Our diversity.
Mon Parlement.
My planet.
My parliament, my planet.
Notre devenir.
Bunge langu, sayari yangu.
كل الشكر للسيد توماس فيتز سيمونز مدير الاتصالات في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. أما الآن فأدعوكم إلى أخذ فاصل لتناول مأدبة الغداء وأخذ قسط من الراحة على أن يستأنف البرنامج 2:00 ظهراً.
my parliament, my planet.
اوكي صوت صح. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة الحضور، مساء الخير، مرحبا بعودتكم من الغداء. سنبدأ الآن فترة ما بعد الظهر بجلسة بعنوان تسليط الضوء على العمل المناخي، قيادة النساء البرلمانيات والبرلمانيين الشباب.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch. May I kindly ask all delegates to come back to the room gradually so that we can begin our afternoon session. Thank you very much.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة الحضور، مساء الخير، مرحبا بعودتكم من الغداء. سنبدأ الآن فترة ما بعد الظهر بجلسة بعنوان تسليط الضوء على العمل المناخي، قيادة النساء البرلمانيات والبرلمانيين الشباب. سنستمع في هذا الجزء إلى لمحة عامة عن أحدث الأنشطة والمبادرات التي قادها البرلمانيون والبرلمانيات الشباب من خلال الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. أولاً، أود أن أدعو السيدة سينتيا لوبيز كاسترو رئيس مكتب النساء البرلمانيات للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لإلقاء الكلمة.
Thank you so much. Dear host, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to contribute to this important session next to the President of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, my dear friend Dan Carden. Thank you. Once again, the IPU is setting an example by placing the perspectives of women and young MPs at the center of the global debates. Dear colleagues, 2023 is set to be the hottest year on record, and it is only the beginning. It is time for new forms of governance. It is time to hear new voices. Those voices are most adversely affected by climate disasters should be at the center of our decision, and this starts with women. So, colleagues, climate-related disasters only make existing inequalities even deeper. This is why climate justice starts with gender justice. And gender justice is about achieving gender equality across the board and in leadership positions. We know very well that women bring to the table. We know that women's leadership is directly associated with increased transparency on climate impact and leads to better resource governance and conservation outcomes. Yet, according to the IPU data, the global share of women in parliament is 26.7%, presenting an increase of 0.4 percentage points in a year. At this rate, parity will not be achieved for nearly 60 years. I am very proud for being a parliamentarian from Mexico, one of the 6 countries in the world with parity, and also to be here in a country with parity that is the great host of the COP28. So let me briefly mention 3 key elements essential from parliaments to put gender equality at the center of climate solutions. I am proud to say that these key elements stem from deliberations on gender-responsive climate action held among MPs, especially in the framework of IPU's Parliamentary Meeting at the Commission of the Status of Women held last year. First, parliaments need to transform themselves into true gender-sensitive institutions so they can ensure the development of gender-sensitive climate policies. What does this mean? This means that women in all diversity are equally represented, and their internal policies, such as quotas, are in place for gender parity in leadership across all the committees. Second, climate-related policies must enhance women's autonomy and ensure their access to information and to financial and technical resources so they can contribute more equally to solutions. Research shows that 1.5% of overseas climate-related development assistance identify gender equality as a primary objective. So against this backdrop, we must ensure that funds not only become available, but also accessible to all. The operationalization of the loss and damage found in the first days of this COP28 must be in this spirit, with parliaments at the center of the debate, and gender equality targets duly embedded. Third, we need to ensure that women and youth leaders are at the forefront of international, national, and local discussions on climate solutions. We need to promote to ensure the meaningful inclusion of women-led and youth-led civil society organizations in policy making and enable a true intergenerational dialogue among members of parliament and between social groups. So I look forward to the deliberation of today's debate and to continue working with all of you to keep this process alive and meaningful beyond the COP. It's a pleasure to be here in this country. Thanks for your host. Thanks for your warmness. And thank you, all of you parliamentarians all around the world, to have time to come here and work together against climate change and have some solutions. I feel very happy to be here with Dan, sharing this forum with you at COP28. Thank you so much.
شكرا للسيدة سينتيا لوبيز كاسترو على ملاحظاتك وعلى تسليط الضوء على بعض الأعمال الملهمة التي تقوم بها البرلمانيات من خلال الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. أدعو الآن السيد دان كاردن رئيس مكتب منتدى البرلمانيين الشباب للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لإلقاء كلمته.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Carden. I'm the Member of Parliament for Liverpool Walton and President of Young Parliamentarians here at the IPU. Fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can I start by thanking our hosts, the UAE National Federal Council, for their excellent, warm embrace and welcome to this year's COP for all parliamentarians. It is my great pleasure to join you today to represent my fellow young parliamentarians from around the world. For decades, scientists and activists have been warning us about the existential threat posed by the increased concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. And today, we are living with its impact. In Pakistan, floods have affected 33 million people and caused more than $30 billion in damage. And for the last 3 years, a devastating drought has ravaged the Horn of Africa, where the agony of starvation claims one life every 28 seconds. These catastrophes were not inevitable. Decisions and political calculations have exacerbated their severity. And there is a perverse irony to it all, that climate change is unevenly felt and it is also unevenly caused. As people in climate vulnerable societies see their worlds collapse around them, oil companies post record profits, industrialized countries continue to reap the economic benefits of burning fossil fuels, and the wealthiest continue to unsustainably consume. It is not enough to speak only about ways to minimize the future effects of climate change. We must now deliver on the loss and damage which rising temperatures are causing worldwide. And it requires redressing historical injustices. Developed economies have the ability and the moral responsibility to shoulder the cost incurred by the most climate-affected nations. At the Paris Accords in 2015, countries in the global north reasserted their commitment to mobilise 100 billion in climate finance by 2020. We are now 3 years past that deadline, and only $83 billion has been raised in climate financing. And what's worse is that of the funds that have been mobilised, they've disproportionately come in the form of loans with high interest rates and unreasonable conditions. And they have hoovered up money from existing development schemes. So I urge my fellow parliamentarians to support the new Loss and Damage Fund under the UNFCCC, a proposed initiative that will establish the financial architecture necessary to fund vital mitigation strategies. A fund that is led by the principles of those climate-affected nations themselves, and not a repeat of the colonial era diktats that inflicted so much damage, particularly on indigenous communities. One of the key lessons of past global climate gatherings is that promises are simply not enough if countries later fail to deliver on them. As the global stocktake report shows, we are not on track to keep the global increase in temperature to below 1.5 degrees Celsius, the central target agreed at the Paris Accords. As a new generation of leadership begins to take centre stage, our discussions become endowed with a sense of urgency to avoid catastrophe, and our actions become more radical and transformative. Parliamentarians have a distinct role to play in this broader effort. Last year, hundreds of us gathered in Sharm el-Sheikh for the 8th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians under the banner Young MPs for Climate Action. We met in the lead up to COP27, and our contributions were firmly included in its deliberations. Here we called for using our powers to ensure that the developed countries commit to climate financing for the developing world. Parliaments to hold governments to account to meet the Paris Agreement goal of limiting temperatures to 1.5 degrees. And we called for young MPs to be leaders in our own parliaments, to cut emissions and be role models for our communities. And finally, we called for young MPs to amplify the voices of youth and women within our countries so that their needs and interests and solutions are integrated into laws and actions at all stages of the political process. Later today, at a special event in the Blue Zone, we will be joined by women, youth, and be talking about climate action. This marks for the first time the IPU hosting an event at the Blue Zone in collaboration with the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, to whom I would like to express my sincere gratitude for their dedication to both the IPU and youth empowerment. It will allow us to engage with representatives from governments, international organisations, civil society, and women and youth activists later this afternoon. Our aim is to make these parliamentary exchanges a permanent fixture for COP meetings. And I want to finish by saying that I wish to focus my term of office here on tackling the scourge of unemployment worldwide. And as parliamentarians, we can push our governments to deliver on green education, training, and green employment opportunities for the jobs of the future, to tackle the corrosive effect of youth unemployment across the globe while meeting the important climate commitments that will be made here over the next few days. Thank you very much for listening to me, and enjoy the rest of COP. Thank you.
my parliament, my planet. My name is the Honorable Pia Glover Roll. I am Member of Parliament in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Climate change is affecting our country in a major way. It's a very serious existential threat to our nation because we're a very low-lying country. We were faced in 2019 by the worst storm in our history, which was Hurricane Dorian. Many of our islands are still in recovery mode. It has affected our country in terms of billions of dollars in debt. We are seeking to lead an advocacy in our region in terms of climate change, in terms of finding funds for loss and damage, and in terms of being ready to recover if a storm of this nature comes again, which we know is possible in the future. Our Parliament is seeking to enact legislation that speaks to climate change and biodiversity using best practices from countries around the world who would have already enacted legislation. Climate change being an existential threat to the Bahamas and something that we have to prepare for is something that is critical in our Parliament and something that our Prime Minister is advocating for and leading the way in the region in his position as the chair of CARICOM, where we're seeking to engage other nations for best practices and other nations for support as we seek funding, as we seek recovery efforts, and as we seek support with best practices in legislation from countries that have already experienced existential threats like hurricanes and climate change.
سيذكر التاريخ البرلماني هذه المناسبة طويلاً، فنحن في ماراثون عمل لا يصدق. الجميع يشارك، الجميع يتفاعل، الجميع في حالة نقاش مثمر يتطلع إلى الخروج بنتائج حقيقية تسهم في تحقيق قفزة نوعية في العمل البرلماني البيئي. الجلسة التالية هي استكمال للنقاشات الجارية حول الفرص والتحديات في مساءلة الحكومات بشأن الخسائر والأضرار الناجمة عن التدهور البيئي، ومحاولة وضع لبنة جديدة في مساعي إيجاد مصادر للتمويل وكيفية ترتيب أولويات الإنفاق لعلاج المشاكل البيئية. أترككم الآن مع جلسة ما بعد التخفيف من الآثار والتكيف، تفعيل الآلية للخسائر والضرر. وأدعو الآن مديرة الجلسة السيدة ديونيسا تيودورا عضو البرلمان اليوناني إلى اعتلاء المنصة، وكذلك أعضاء الجلسة.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to moderate this next session called Beyond Mitigation and Adaptation, Operationalizing Loss and Damage. This is an extremely timely session on loss and damage because, as you may know, there was a breakthrough agreement that was just reached at the start of this COP here in Dubai to establish the Loss and Damage Fund. This follows the initial agreement to set up this fund last year in COP27 in Egypt. Since a long time now, there has been calls to create such a fund from developing countries in particular who are on the frontiers of the climate change and experiencing irreversible damage. In this session, we are going to discuss the growing importance of the loss and damage mechanism in the face of the rising cost with climate change. We will also look at how funding can be appropriately and effectively channeled to support loss and damage, and how we parliamentarians in both developed and developing countries can use our budgetary powers to support this new established fund. We will have the opportunity to hear from leading experts and parliamentarians from all over the world in order to understand how climate losses are being felt on the ground in their countries and what is needed to make sure that the loss and damage fund is operationalized in a way that benefits the most vulnerable people in a fair and equitable way. In the last part of this session, we plan to have time for you delegates to take the floor. As mentioned previously, we ask you to please fill out the request to take the floor form and submit it to the dedicated staff prior to the discussion. We will do our best to accommodate as many requests as possible, and I would like to remind you that you will have only 2 minutes maximum to taking the floor. I will also announce the list when the list is closed based on the time which is available for us. I would now like to welcome our first panelist, Mrs. Elena Manenkova. Mrs. Manenkova is the Deputy Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization and a leading expert in the field of climate and weather science. Mrs. Manenkova, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting World Meteorological Organization once again to share with the parliamentaries our insights and to help you in your very important legislation work. It's not first time for me to speak to the Parliamentary Union delegates. I started in Lima first time, and on several occasions I had a chance to contribute. This is my 17th COP right now, and in a row, and World Meteorological Organization was actually in the inception of the UNFCCC process from its very beginning, and it is a parent body to IPCC, whose chair, Jim Ski, was talking to you earlier today. In my very short intervention, I will do my best to try to contribute most substantively into your thoughts and considerations regarding loss and damage. I guess I would be expected to speak about irreversible changes which already happened in the climate system, but I would really like to always make emphasis on the so much new damage which can be prevented if we are taking right action as soon as possible. You probably heard that WMO have released recently these days during COP its State of Climate report on the current year, 2023. It's still provisional, but everyone is already talking that it's going to be the warmest year. We're expecting 1.4 mean average surface temperature for this year. But what's more important for us is to look at a little bit in the longer term perspective, because the climate varies year after year. And now we have an El Nino regime, which is warming climate very much. And we had just over several years of La Nina, which is cooling effect. So in order for us to avoid these ups and downs, WMO consistently produces decadal reports. And we also just released yesterday the results of the last decade. And no surprise, it was the warmest decade from the beginning of record. And I would like to highlight a few key climate indicators which are very worrisome for us and should as well be worrisome for all countries and parliamentaries all over the world. Besides the warming temperature of the land, we are also warming the ocean. And ocean consumes 90% of the energy excess, and also ocean consumes 25% of excessive CO2, which means that ocean getting warmer, and it's also getting more acid, which implicates a lot ecosystems, and especially so vulnerable surrounding the small island states and the coastal regions. We also have seen an increased rate of the sea level, which is rising now 4.5 millimeters per year. Multiply by 10, it is 4.5 centimeters per year. and so on and so forth. And each increase of sea level creates additional risks into coastal areas, into small islands and lowlanders. And this risk is clearly recognized in IPCC's assessment report, so it's much more intense than it was before. But also we are extremely concerned with accelerated rate of the melting of our glaciers. On the last decade, in average, we are losing 1 meter of ice on the glaciers worldwide every year. Just last 2 years, Alps, Switzerland lost 10% of the remaining glaciers they have, which already melted considerably. We are losing even our reference glaciers, which we use to monitor the state of the glaciers. We have already lost some. We know that by the end of 2030, we would lose equatorial glaciers in Papua and in Indonesia. A few years later, in the next decade, we will definitely lose glaciers in the Mount of Kenya and later Kilimanjaro. So by now, we have already lost 200,000 glaciers all over, not just for this decade from the post-industrial, in Europe, Africa, Oceania, Asia, and America. Why I'm concentrating on that? Because glaciers are water towers of the world. They give fresh water to billions of people, and the risks associated with the extensive loss of glaciers' water is already seen now, not just downstream in the mountains communities, but much further down to the oceanic states and to the coastal areas, because this contributes to the sea level, to the level of the sea. So interconnections of these indicators and phenomena is so apparent to us, and we would like this to be apparent to you also. From our perspective, just one Sustainable Development Goal 13 to tackle climate risks and climate problems is not enough. We have to look at the things in the perspective. So therefore, WMO traditionally sharing with you the physical state of climate on physical parameters started being more and more about and what happens because of that. What happens to health, what happens to disasters, what happens to food and to water. I would like to bring your attention to the recent report of WMO on water resources, global water resources, and there is not very good news there either. The freshwater storage globally is actually changing also quite fast, and most of the northern hemisphere would really suffer from the water deficit. I do not have time to go into details right now, but I just want to flag this information for your further attention. We are talking at this COP especially intensely about renewable energy and energy transformation. And just yesterday in the presidential event, we were talking about be careful because energy infrastructure requires lots of fresh water. And there is always be the trade-offs between water you use in the energy systems or water you use for irrigation, for food security. It's absolutely necessary to take water into consideration when the countries are planning their actions. And I should finish my part of the input and introduction by talking about early warnings, about disasters, about saving people's lives. We were very pleased to see that the last decade we lost much less people than in the previous decades because we believe our early warning systems work. We haven't registered any disaster over the last decade which would kill 10,000 or more people. But even below 10,000, even 1,000 it's inexcusable loss. For us, it's too much. So therefore, we are very happy that even in the COP process, the early warning for role and the need for protecting lives everywhere is so prominent. Can we do this technically? Yes, we can. For WMO, early warning systems is not a new business. We are in this business from the beginning of times, 150 years essentially. But what is problematic for WMO, that we realize that in 50% of countries, those systems do not cover all vulnerable and all those who have a risk to die. They don't. 50% of countries. This is unacceptable. Why is that so? We are not even capable to cope with the disasters which are already there. These droughts and floods and storms, tropical, we know that. But now with the climate change, these disasters are becoming more frequent, more intense, more severe, and they come to the places which are not seen than before. Last decade, we realized that most people die really from the heat stress, something which was not in the radar screens before. So we need to have multi-hazard early warning system. In your countries, the weather services and hydrological services are very capable to do so. And WMO global system assists everybody to have the best possible forecast available anywhere. We do this. But it's not sufficient just to have access to this. It's necessary that these institutions are, by legislation, are placed on the right place in your country. So people have to know who is authoritative voice, who to listen, that is to say. We have just released, and I'm coming to the end, the report on global mortalities and economic loss, just something which lays on the surface. Most lives are lost in developing countries and in least developed countries, and most economic losses are in developed countries. When we look at who reported, we were actually shocked to see that from the LDCs, least developed states, only 13% of disasters we know about have reported economic loss or some loss. And in small islands, only 38% reported. So is it that they don't lose anything? Yes, they do. But in some cases, in the small islands, one disaster can take more than 100% of GDP away in just one go. So that is the magnitude of the risk which they bear. So, dear participants, I probably have too many thoughts to share with you, but I just wanted you to think on the loss and damage, not only from the perspective what we have already irreversibly lost, but also from the perspective how much we can save in the future so that we would lose less. And for us in WMO, losing lives is absolutely unacceptable. There couldn't be a tag attached to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. At this moment, I would like to thank all the national delegations that have submitted the request to take the floor. There has been an enormous amount of requests. The topic is so interesting, and unfortunately now we have to close the floor in order we cannot really take more announcements. But hopefully we'll have the chance to come back to the parliamentary delegations later on. I would now like to pass the floor to Mr. Karim Darwish, who is a member of the Egyptian House of Representatives. Mr. Darwish was also the rapporteur for the outcome document at the last parliamentary meeting at COP28, organized in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Mr. Darwin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. سعادة النائبة الموقرة ديونيسينا ثيودورا مديرة الجلسة، السيدات والسادة أعضاء فريق المناقشة، الزملاء الأعزاء، يسعدني في مستهل كلمتي أن أعرب عن اعتزازي بوجودي بين هذه النخبة من البرلمانيين والمتخصصين في قضيتنا الوجودية الأولى، قضية تغير المناخ. كما أود أن أتقدم بوافر التقدير والامتنان إلى سكرتارية الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي والأشقاء في المجلس الوطني الاتحادي الإماراتي على ما بذلوه ويبذلونه من جهود دؤوبة لتيسير انعقاد أعمال اجتماعاتنا الحيوية والمهمة في توقيتها الهام. كما أشكر أشقائنا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على التنظيم النموذجي لمؤتمر كوب 28 وعلى كرم الضيافة وحفاوة الاستقبال. الحضور الكريم، من المؤكد أن اجتماعاتنا البرلمانية المنتظمة على هامش قمم المناخ باتت تشكل آلية حوارية شديدة الأهمية نحمل من خلالها قلق وشواغل شعوبنا من التداعيات الخطيرة والمتنامية لظاهرة تغير المناخ، والتي باتت تدق ناقوس الخطر لسلامة كوكبنا ومجتمعاتنا. ولعلكم تتفقون معي أن تحقيق العدالة المناخية يجب أن يتبوأ أولوية قصوى في مناقشاتنا لمواجهة تلك الظاهرة، كونه يتعلق بمصير مؤلم وكارثي تواجهه الدول النامية والمجتمعات أشد فقراً على وجه الخصوص. وبحسب المنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية، فقد تسببت الأحوال الجوية القاسية على مدار 50 عاماً الماضية في خسائر اقتصادية تزيد عن 4.3 تريليون دولار، ووفاة أكثر من 2 مليون شخص كان يعيش 90% منهم في الدول النامية. وعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، يواجه أشقائنا في شرق أفريقيا ومنطقة الساحل الأفريقي موجات جفاف شديدة أفضت إلى مستويات كارثية من انعدام الأمن الغذائي، كما رأينا أيضا الفيضانات المدمرة التي ضربت باكستان وليبيا الشقيقة. الزميلات العزيزات والزملاء الأعزاء، لطالما رأت الدولة المصرية في ظاهرة تغير المناخ خطرا وجوديا يجابه الإنسانية جمعاء بكل قسوة، وفي هذا الإطار فقد انخرطت مصر في جميع الجهود والأنشطة الدولية لمجابهة تلك الظاهرة الأكثر خطورة عالميا، وارتكزت الرؤية المصرية على ضرورة تعزيز المبادئ البيئية الحاكمة للعمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف لمواجهة تغير المناخ، وعلى رأسها مبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة متباينة الأعباء بين الدول النامية والدول المتقدمة. أكرر مرة أخرى، على رأسها مبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة متباينة الأعباء بين الدول النامية والدول المتقدمة، بالنظر إلى المسؤولية التاريخية للدول المتقدمة عن الوصول للوضع البيئي المتدهور حاليا. وفي هذا الإطار ترى مصر ضرورة تحقيق التوازن بين الجهد المبذول من قبل كافة الدول من ناحية، والدعم المطلوب توجيهه للدول النامية من جهة أخرى، وإيلاء أهمية خاصة للتكيف مع الآثار الكارثية المترتبة على تغير المناخ. وقد توج الجهد المصري في هذا الشق شديد الأهمية بإحداث الرئاسة المصرية لقمة المناخ COP27 بشرم الشيخ اختراقا نوعيا بإنشاء صندوق الخسائر والأضرار، وهو الاتفاق الذي بني عليه وبنى عليه الأشقاء في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة إبان رئاستهم الحالية لقمة المناخ COP28 عبر تبني قرار تفعيل الصندوق، مما يمثل خطوة شديدة الأهمية باتجاه توفير التمويل للدول النامية لتنفيذ حلول مناخية والتعامل مع خسائر وأضرار التغير المناخي وإرساء العدالة المناخية. كما أيضا وبالتوازي مع التحركات المصرية على المستوى الدولي، فقد تبنت مصر رؤية وطنية أرصت من خلالها مقاربة شاملة في مواجهة ظاهرة التغير المناخ، يأتي في مقدمتها إحداث تغير بنيوي في مزيج الطاقة عبر تعزيز الاستفادة من مصادر الطاقة المتجددة وإطلاق الاستراتيجية الوطنية للهيدروجين الأخضر، والتي تهدف مصر من خلالها إلى أن تصبح واحدة من رواد العالم في إنتاجه. وفي هذا الإطار يتبنى مجلس النواب المصري نهجا برلمانيا رائدا في مكافحة ظاهرة تغير المناخ والتحول نحو الطاقة المتجددة، يتمثل في امتلاكه منظومة تشريعية متكاملة تخلق بيئة جاذبة ومهيئة للاستثمارات في مجال الطاقة المتجددة، واستراتيجية متكاملة للتحول إلى برلمان أخضر ومستدام، فضلا عن دوره الرقابي على سياسات الحكومة المصرية في مكافحة ظاهرة تغير المناخ وتداعياتها على المستويين الإقليمي والعالمي. ختاما، ونحن في هذه الجلسة المهمة دعونا نتفق على ضرورة أن تكون هناك خطوات متسارعة ومتلاحقة تبني على ما تم إنجازه بشأن صندوق الخسائر والأضرار. وهنا يكون دورنا كبرلمانيين جوهريا بوصفنا المعبرين عن صوت وشواغل شعوبنا ومجتمعاتنا التي تترقب بكل قلق وخوف الآثار المدمرة والكارثية لتغير المناخ، عبر ممارسة المزيد من الضغوط على الحكومات من أجل الإسراع في تفعيل صندوق الخسائر والأضرار، بحيث تترجم الالتزامات الدولية إلى تحركات ملموسة تدعم بشكل عاجل الدول النامية والمجتمعات الأكثر فقراً من خلال الوفاء بالالتزامات التمويلية وتعزيز الاستثمارات المناخية في قطاعات الطاقة المتجددة. إن كل جهد نبذله وكل حل ندفع به باتجاه هذا الحل إنما يشكل خطوة جادة إذا أمان واستقرار شعوبنا ومجتمعاتنا في عالم غير مستقر. أشكر حضراتكم على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darwish, for these very insightful remarks. Please now allow me to move to the next panelist in this session, Mr. Daniela Fusimalohi, who is a member of the Legislative Assembly of Tonga.
My fellow parliamentarians, greetings from Tonga and greetings from the Tonga Legislative Assembly. Today I wish to speak on 2 points. One on Tonga's position as one of the countries at the very front line of climate change, and secondly, on the fund, on the loss and damage fund, and why it should be operationalized as soon as possible. On Tonga's situation, Tonga is one of the most vulnerable small island countries in the world and is highly susceptible to the adverse impact of climate change and natural disasters. Among the top 10 countries in the World Risk Index report of 2021, 8 of them are in the Pacific, and third on the index is Tonga. And this is due to the high exposure to extreme events due to climate change. Let me give you some figures on Tonga's situation. 84% of Tonga's population live within 1 kilometer of the coast, and therefore vulnerable to rising sea levels, which is expected to be up to 35 centimeters by the year 2050. We are also affected by more frequent and intensive tropical cyclones. And over the past 9 years, Tonga has been hit by 7 major tropical cyclones and decimating communities and their livelihoods. Tonga is also ranks as first in climate-related losses as a percentage of GDP, and in 2018, according to the Global Climate Risk of 2020. It is estimated that an average economic loss as a result of disaster in Tonga is almost 20% of GDP. A cyclone is likely to inflict damage equivalent to 60% of GDP. And in the next 50 years, Tonga has a 50% chance of experiencing event loss in excess of 30% of GDP. And the latest figures was 2018. Tonga is also estimated to be 1.5 billion in deficit on our infrastructure, and we have to be built back to resilient standards. One of the issues in talking about the funds is the issue of justice, and to do justice for those who are most vulnerable. In the COP27, Loss and Damage Fund was a celebrated win for Pacific Island countries, as our region is among the most vulnerable in the region. And this is in the hope that the fund will do justice to the small island countries of the Pacific. From the small island countries of the Pacific and most vulnerable, the perspective is that the fund should comply with the key principles of good government, good governance, and good administration, and the principles of democracy, fairness and equity, responsibility, accountability, transparency, professionalism, and justice. As such, Tonga and our Pacific Island countries only make negligible contribution to greenhouse gases and their emission, yet we suffer the most adverse impact of climate change. And it is only fair to address this climate injustice by allowing participation by the small island countries of the Pacific on the negotiation table and also in the management of the Loss and Damage Fund. So there is a call on parliaments to support nominations from small and vulnerable states to become members of the body that would govern the Loss and Damage Fund. Secondly, it is critical to ensure that the Loss and Damage Funds must have funds in it. Parliaments must ensure that their respective governments fulfill the pledges made by their respective governments to finance the Loss and Damage Fund, because it is their responsibility, and those who pollute have a responsibility to compensate sufficiently. We are informed that at this stage, there is 600 million pledged for the fund, but this is not enough. Tonga alone would need 1.5 billion of funding to combat the impact of climate change and to build back its infrastructure. It is critical that the Loss and Damage funds are available and accessible. Already Tonga and other small developing countries of the Pacific and other parts of the world are experiencing challenges in the long delays in accessing climate financing. We must ensure that there is adequate support from the Loss and Damage funds to enable small and vulnerable states to quickly access the fund. A delay in the availability and access to finance will delay action and will worsen the situation, and hence justice is also delayed. So the fund should be governed by a transparent process based on best practices and the highest professional standards. And the allocation of Loss and Damage funds must be based on merit and on an equitable basis. It is crucial that we contextualize our situation when we attempt to quantify the impacts of climate change. This is to ensure that displacement and forced migration due to climate change is adequately addressed by the Loss and Damage Fund. This is so that we can have absolute clarity on what we hope for the Loss and Damage Fund will achieve. The most dire and worst possible scenario of the impacts of climate change is now happening in our region. Our islands are sinking due to rising sea level, and already our Pacific communities are at the risk of climate displacement and forced migration due to the impacts of climate change. We are at risk of losing our homes, migrating to foreign countries, and losing part of our identity, our heritage, and also our culture. While we cannot even put a dollar value on this immense non-economic loss, it is crucial that we ensure the Loss and Damage Fund is a safety net. To do this, we support the call for an amended definition of refugees. To do this, we support the call for an amended definition so that it will ensure that the loss and damage fund will be a safety net and a provided haven with hope for those displaced or forced to migrate as a result of impacts of climate change. So the loss and damage fund, if managed effectively and efficiently, will bring real justice to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your perspectives for your country. It's very important. And we will now move on to the last panelist in this session, Mr. Mohammed Ali. Mr. Ali is a member of the Shura Council of Bahrain. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيها السيدات والسادة, dear جلسة الدورة, يسعدني في البداية أن أهنئ دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على التنظيم الرائع لمؤتمر الأطراف 28 في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، والشكر كذلك إلى المجلس الوطني الاتحادي برئاسة معالي صقر بن قباش الذي يشرفنا اليوم بحضوره هذه الجلسة، وكذلك أقدم الشكر إلى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي الIPU على إتاحة الفرصة لي للمشاركة معكم اليوم في هذه الجلسة للحديث في قضية مهمة. أنا أعتقد أن هي ربما تكون أهم القضايا العالمية الآن، وهو موضوع تغير المناخ الذي أصبح واقعاً ولم يعد من الماضي كما كان يظن. وكما يعلم الجميع أنه قد مر أكثر من 30 عاماً منذ أن وقعت دول العالم على اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ UNFCCC في ريو دي جانيرو في البرازيل عام 1992، والتي تضع وغيرها من المعاهدات التي تبعتها بعد ذلك كبروتوكول كيوتو واتفاق باريس وما تلاهم التزامات على الدول وفقا لوضعها التنموي والمالي والجغرافي. ولقد مر أكثر من 28 عام منذ أن عقد المؤتمر الأول للأطراف COP1 في برلين عام 1995، والذي شهد المفاوضات الأولى الصعبة والمعقدة بين مختلف الدول والمجموعات الإقليمية والاقتصادية والكتل المختلفة. ومنذ ذلك الحين تم عقد العديد من مؤتمرات الأطراف حتى وصلنا إلى هذا المؤتمر COP28 في الإمارات العربية المتحدة الرائعة والمزدهرة والمضيافة. وأنا شخصياً شهدت بعضاً من هذه المؤتمرات الأطراف منذ ريو دي جانيرو حتى الآن. فالاتفاقيات والالتزامات وآليات الدعم والمسؤولين والدول المسؤولة عن الانبعاثات وغازات الدفيئة والدول التي تعاني من تأثير تغير المناخ ونتائجه معروفة للجميع، وتم وضع آليات الدعم التقني والمالي بحيث تتحمل كل دولة مسؤوليتها وفق مبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة لكن المتباينة common but differentiated responsibilities. وقامت الدول مجتمعة أو منفردة بالإضافة إلى جمعية الأمم المتحدة بجهود كبيرة وهائلة في مجال تغير المناخ، وكذلك الجامعات ومراكز البحوث تقدم تقارير وافرة عن تغير المناخ، أسبابه وتأثيراته وآليات التخفيف والتكيف والمنهجيات التي يجب اتباعها. ما الذي حدث؟ ما الذي نتج حتى الآن؟ للأسف ليس كافياً ولا واعداً لمواجهة ظروف المناخ القاسية، خاصة على تلك الدول التي تواجه تأثيرات لا رجعة فيها irreversible and irreparable. وفقاً لأحدث تقرير وهو تقرير حالة العمل المناخي Climate Action الذي صدر عام 2023، هناك القليل من الإجراءات الإيجابية فيما يتعلق بالتخفيف والتكيف، وتزداد تأثيرات تغير المناخ سوءاً مع مرور الوقت. ذلك يحدث في ظل الاتفاقيات وآليات الدعم والأبحاث العلمية الوفيرة التي تكشف عن التأثير الاجتماعي والاقتصادي والبيئي لتغير المناخ، وكذلك مع وجود الدعم السياسي القوي والهائل. ما يحدث في تنزانيا كما ذكر اليوم مستر مارتن تشونغ الأمين العام للIPU هو دليل مبين على ما يواجهنا من كوارث ضخمة في هذا الموضوع. يجب أن ينظر إلى تغير المناخ بعيداً عن الأبعاد الإقليمية أو المحلية المحدودة، وبنظرة واعية وعلمية لكي نتمكن من العمل وفقاً لذلك، حيث تختلف تجارب الدول مع تغير المناخ وتأثيراته، وكذلك خيارات التكيف والتخفيف وفقاً لحجم كل دولة وتضاريسها وموقعها واستخدام الأراضي فيها وأشكال الأراضي فيها كذلك. هناك دول جزرية صغيرة الحجم ومناطق منخفضة، ودول جبلية ومناطق ساحلية، ودول تحتوي على أنهار وجبال جليدية، لذلك تختلف قابلية التأثر من دولة إلى أخرى. وعلى ذكر الدول الجزرية الصغيرة أو ما يسمى Small Island Developing State SIDS، هي دول لا يزيد عددها عن أكثر من 52 دولة، وعدد سكانها لا يزيد عن 65 مليون، تعاني أكثر من الدول الأخرى في هذا المجال، تعاني من آثار تغير المناخ. وبناء على ذلك تم تحديد الضعف vulnerability وقابلية التأثر وفقا للتعرض لتغير المناخ والحساسية والقدرة على التكيف، ويتم قياس القدرة على التكيف من خلال عوامل عدة، من بينها المرونة ما يسمى resilience، وتوفر البنية التحتية والتكنولوجيا والاستعداد. الخسائر والأضرار تحدث بأشكال مختلفة. هناك موجات الحرارة التي تؤدي إلى ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحار في الكرة الأرضية، واضطراب النظم البيئية، وفقدان الحيوانات والنباتات، وكذلك الفيضانات في بعض الدول كما ذكر الأخ في باكستان، وفقدان التنوع البيولوجي، وفقدان الغابات بسبب الحدائق وندرة المياه، وغير ذلك من الآثار التي تؤدي إلى عواقب اقتصادية واجتماعية وبيئية خطيرة. يقضي تغير المناخ في بعض البلدان على النسيج الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والثقافي وبقاء المجتمعات، مما دفع حيث يدفع بعض الناس بعيداً عن أراضيهم الأصلية بسبب تغير المناخ وأصبحوا مهاجرين، أي أن فقدان أراضيهم الأصلية وثقافتهم وبالتالي فقدان التماسك الاجتماعي، ومن المتوقع أن يتم تهديد ملايين بالنزوح بحلول منتصف هذا القرن. لذلك الخسائر والأضرار في العديد من المناطق لا يمكن إصلاحها وغير قابلة للعكس irreversible، بل أنه أكثر من ذلك، بحيث يؤثر تغير المناخ على البلدان الفقيرة التي لا تساهم كثيرا في انبعاثات، ولكن ليس بنفس القوة التي تتأثر بها البلدان الغنية، لأن الدول الفقيرة مواردها غير كافية وإمكانياتها غير مناسبة في كثير من الأحيان لمواجهة تغير المناخ. الآلية المعتمدة التي تم الاتفاق عليها بين الأطراف والمكرسة لمواجهة تأثير تغير المناخ تواجه وضعا حرجا منذ السنوات الأولى للمفاوضات، ووضعت أشكال ومنصات مختلفة وترتيبات مؤسسية مختلفة في هذا المضمار. لم يكن هناك تقدم كافي فيما يتعلق في هذا الشأن. هل نعلم كم تم دفعه من 100 مليار دولار التي تم الاتفاق عليها في مؤتمر باريس للدول المخصصة لدعم الدول الأكثر ضعفاً والتي تأثرت؟ وهل تم استخدامها في مشاريع لتعويض الخسائر والأضرار بشكل فعال؟ وهل كانت هناك إنجازات إيجابية ملحوظة في هذه الدول؟ وهل تم الاستناد عند دفع هذه المبالغ إذا كانت قد دفعت على مبدأ القانون الدولي ومبدأ الملوث يدفع، وعلى المبدأ الرئيسي وهو القدرات المشتركة ولكن المتباينة؟ يبدو أن الترتيبات المؤسسية التي أنشئت يتم تعديلها في طبيعتها وأشكالها ووظائفها ووسائلها. ومن أجل تخفيض الأثر والضرر ما يسمى less on damage، تم الاتفاق في باريس على تخفيض درجة الحرارة أو الإبقاء عليها في حدود 1.5 ديجري وفقا لاتفاقية باريس، بحيث يتم تخفيض نصف الانبعاثات بعام 2030، وفي بعض الدول رأت أن يكون ذلك في عام 2035، وهذا كله في الطريق إلى ما يسمى بالحياد الصفري في عام 2050، بعض الدول عملته في عام 2060. فمن الضروري إعادة هيكلة آليات الخسائر والأضرار على وجه السرعة للتكيف لمكافحة الأضرار غير القابلة للإصلاح أو غير القابلة للانعكاس، بحيث نستطيع جميعا العمل على جعل درجة الحرارة في حدود المتفق عليه، وهو 1.5 درجة مئوية حسب الاتفاق باريس الأخير، وأن نتمكن من التخفيض إلى النصف في عام 2030 والحياد الصفري أو الحياد الكربوني في عام 2060. هل ممكن تحقيق ذلك؟ هذا سؤال مطروح أمام الحضور. كذلك الدول التي تتعرض للتهديد الفعلي والمحتمل عليها مسؤولية إعادة صياغة سياستها واستراتيجيتها فيما يتعلق بخيارات التكيف منعا للأضرار وزيادة تلك الأضرار. نحن في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي تجربتنا في مجال التقييم لهذا الأثر، تقييم تغير المناخ في تقدم مستمر. معظم الدول أنشأت قواعد المعلومات الأساسية وحددت المناطق المهددة والضعيفة، وكذلك وضعت استراتيجيات للطاقة وبدائل الطاقة بحيث الانتقال يكون تدريجيا وغير مزعجا لكثير من الدول من الاعتماد على الوقود الأحفوري النفط والغاز إلى مزيج من الطاقة المتجددة النظيفة. توقعت الكثير من دول المجلس التعاون الخسائر والأضرار التي قد تحدث بسبب موجات الحرارة في هذه المنطقة، لكن ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر الذي قد يؤثر على المدن والجزر الساحلية والبنية التحتية والتطور الحضري وندرة المياه وزيادة الملوحة وفقدان الحيوانات والنباتات وفقدان بعض المناطق الرطبة أو ما يسمى بالويتلاند. فمن الضروري وضع المزيد من آليات التكيف لحماية الأصول الحيوية من خلال تقييم المخاطر والمناطق الضعيفة، خاصة تلك التي تتأثر تأثرا بالغا بتأثير تغير المناخ على المستوى الاجتماعي، ويجب تطوير المزيد من برامج التوعية ليكون الجمهور جاهزا، كما ينبغي وضع المزيد من البرامج التعليمية الموجهة في هذا الإطار. أعتقد أنه يجب على البرلمانات أن تطور مناهجها في التشريع بعيدا عن المنهج التقليدي، بحيث يكون التشريع مركزا وموجها نحو مواجهة تغير المناخ ومواجهة الخسائر والأضرار، وبشكل رصين وصلب يصل مداه عالميا، وأن يكون شريكا فاعلا مع الحكومات في وضع هذه السياسات والتشريعات. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali, for your very interesting remarks. Now, dear colleagues that we have heard from all of our panelists, we will use the remaining time in the session to give the delegates the opportunity to take the floor. As mentioned in the previous process, I would like to remind you to please keep your interventions short and concise. You will have a maximum of 2 minutes in order to allow to as many delegates as possible the opportunity to speak. Please also remember to introduce yourself when taking the floor. We will first start with the delegations that they didn't have the chance to speak in the first session. To begin, I would like to invite Gabon to take the floor. And then is the turn of Côte d'Ivoire and Belgium.
Merci. Vous l'avez dit, je suis du Gabon, de la délégation des députés du Gabon. Pour les collègues et les participants qui ne savent pas où est le Gabon, qui n'ont pas une idée précise du Gabon, je voudrais simplement dire que c'est sous l'équateur, au milieu de l'Afrique, sous l'équateur, le long de l'océan Atlantique sur 900 km. 267 000 km² au sol et 235 000 km² en mer, soit 502 000 km² de superficie globale. Sur les 267 000 km² au sol, 88% sont constitués de forêts primaires, forêts secondaires. Nous sommes donc un pays important dans le cadre du bassin du Congo-Ogooué. C'est désormais le nom de ce bassin, Congo-Ogooué, qui prend en compte les deux fleuves, le fleuve du Congo et le fleuve du Gabon. Nous avons, sur le climat, plusieurs politiques publiques très fortes, très poussées, à un niveau très élevé au niveau des chefs de l'État. Nous sommes le deuxième pays de ce bassin qui est l'un des 3 poumons de l'humanité. Je ne reviendrai pas sur les avancées qui ont été faites depuis le début de cette COP, notamment en ce qui concerne les fonds bleus et les dotations qui ont été faites, que nous apprécions, et nous souhaitons simplement que rapidement, que ces fonds soient effectifs, que les mécanismes de mise à disposition des fonds soient les plus simples possibles, les modalités, parce qu'une chose est de mettre de l'argent dans les fonds, une chose est de le décaisser. Nous souhaitons qu'il y ait des guichets pour que rapidement, les problèmes qui se posent, notamment en ce qui concerne le réchauffement climatique et surtout les pertes et dommages, puissent trouver des solutions. Pour cette brève intervention, je voudrais uniquement mettre l'accent sur quelques points, très rapidement, puisqu'on n'a que 2 minutes. Je voudrais que nous mettions l'accent sur l'aménagement durable des forêts de production et la prise en compte des groupes vulnérables qui vivent de ces forêts-là. Parce que nous sommes un pays de forêt et les populations vivent de forêt, de cueillette, des fruits, etc. Et le bois de chauffage, l'énergie, etc. Le deuxième point, c'est l'accompagner financièrement, justement dans le cadre de ces fonds qui ont été mis
If you
en
could
place.
please wrap up, we would appreciate it.
Les 2 minutes sont passées. Accompagner financièrement les gestionnaires des forêts. Le troisième point, c'est l'urbanisation qui doit de plus en plus prendre une place, la foresterie urbaine. Le quatrième point, c'est les forêts de production aménagées durablement et certifiées doivent être considérées comme des aires protégées. Nous avons une grande préoccupation en ce qui concerne le traitement des déchets, notamment des déchets plastiques dans l'océan, d'une manière générale, mais également la prise en compte des mers, les océans et les espaces aquatiques maritimes qui doivent être de plus en plus protégés. Et enfin, nous souhaitons que les députés, les parlementaires que nous sommes bénéficions des mesures de renforcement des capacités, notamment en ce qui concerne la finance climatique. Parce que les projets de loi que prennent les exécutifs viennent à l'Assemblée et il est bon que les parlementaires que nous sommes soyons parfaitement outillés pour pouvoir les apprécier. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, and I would like to remind to the delegates to speak maximum up to 2 minutes in order more delegations to have the chance to speak. Thank you very much. Now let me give the floor to the Côte d'Ivoire. Let us pass to give the floor to Belgium and then to Slovenia. Belgium with us? Yes.
Thank you very much, and a nice greet to all my colleagues. Climate change is the biggest mondial challenge, and as member of our parliaments, we must use our voice and energy every day again in Parliament to push government in the right direction. And what can we do? I'll give one example in my 2 minutes. We must give the message to our governments to end with fossil subsidies. The number is there, colleagues. The International Monetary Fund calculated that all of our countries together spends more than $7 billion every year on fossil fuels. This is more than 7% of the GDP worldwide. On the moment that we know that we get rid of fossil fuels, we are all searching for money to invest in a better society. And sometimes we forget that we are already spending a lot of money in these fuels which make our planet sick. In my country, we give money to cars for enterprises. We give discount to truck companies when they buy fuel, and we do not tax plane tickets. We can do better. We don't have to take away the subsidies just to keep them. We can use the money to help truck companies for the transition to clean trucks. We can make trains cheaper and help people to isolate houses. As a member of our parliament, I ask my government to act. I ask it again day after day. It's my duty to do that. It's our duty to do that. We have to phase out fossil subsidies. We know the figures and we have to make a concrete time schedule for that. I know we have to do a lot, but this topic is very important, so I'll hope you share my fight. I will do this in Belgium. I will hope you will fight in your parliament. And if you want today share your ideas about this fight, I'm eager to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to Slovenia.
Thank you very much. I'm Miriam Bon-Kleinschek, a member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving climate neutrality is for Slovenia one of the key issues in the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Slovenia aims to attain climate neutrality by 2050. We are actively working to increase the use of renewable energy sources and improve energy efficiency, and we are in the process of drafting our first national climate law to reinforce our climate endeavors. However, to reach the annual target of $1 billion United States and double adaptation actions by 2025, it is imperative to mobilize climate finance from diverse sources. Equally essential is active participation in discussions regarding a new collective quantified target. Slovenia agrees that a successful global green transition requires intensified efforts to align all financial flows, both public and private, with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, Slovenia also supports the establishment of a fund directed at the most vulnerable countries and the individuals and communities at risk. Dear colleagues, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals is a shared responsibility, as only a unified and collaborative approach will ensure their successful achievement. I'm optimistic and confident that this conference will deliver the expected results for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to invite the Democratic Republic of Congo to take the floor. And then it is Russian Federation and China.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ladi Angotikala, je suis sénateur de la République démocratique du Congo. Tous savons que la République démocratique du Congo est pratiquement dans le grand bassin du Congo et représente le deuxième poumon du monde. À travers le monde, tous sommes en train de ressentir l'impact du changement climatique, alors même que la température n'a augmenté que de 0,8 degrés Celsius par rapport à l'ère pré-industrielle. Beaucoup d'entre nous connaîtront peut-être les conséquences plus tragiques d'un réchauffement climatique de 2 degrés Celsius d'ici 20 à 30 ans. C'est en sachant que si nous ne faisons rien, c'est de 4 degrés Celsius que la température augmentera d'ici la fin du siècle. Les scientifiques sont formels quant à ces. Ils affirment qu'avec 2 degrés de plus, un scénario qui risque de se concrétiser d'ici 20 à 30 ans, le monde connaîtra de pénuries alimentaires généralisées, de vagues de chaleur sans précédent et des cyclones plus intenses. En Afrique subsaharienne, le chercheur atteste qu'avec un réchauffement de 1,5 à 2 degrés Celsius, la modification de régime de précipitation entraînera de vagues de sécheresse, d'aridité et d'inondations qui rendront entre 40 et 80 degrés et 80% des terres agricoles impropres à l'agriculture à l'horizon 2030 et 2020. La COP28 est donc appelée à mener quelques batailles climatiques essentielles, à savoir la réduction des émissions de dioxyde de carbone, l'abandon progressif des combustibles fossiles, le financement de la transition énergétique. Et compte tenu de l'évidence selon laquelle la politique climat actuelle risque d'augmenter des émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 9% d'ici 2030 par rapport au niveau de 2010. Alors qu'il faudrait qu'elle baisse de 45% pour se donner une chance de rester sur 1,5 degré Celsius de réchauffement climatique. L'impératif de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre s'impose, notamment par la sortie de toute énergie fossile au plus tard en 2050. Parce que plus de 80% des émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre proviennent de la combustion des énergies fossiles, du gaz, du pétrole et du charbon. Alors que l'impact de cette COP28 qui nous accueille à Dubaï, sur cette question étant donné que cette dernière COP est la première COP du bilan de l'accord de Paris. Ainsi, pour la première fois, le pays va se faire le point sur des avancées ou depuis 2015 sur comment taxer les superpollueurs, le pays développé et riche qui sont largement responsables des émissions historiques des gaz à effet de serre mondiales et donc de la crise climatique actuelle. Il va être important pour nous de pouvoir mentionner une guerre imposée à la République démocratique du Congo qui contribue à la destruction de l'écosystème, à la destruction de la forêt, ainsi qu'à la violence faite à la femme et à l'enrôlement des jeunes à l'armée. D'où j'en appelle aux parlementaires du monde de pouvoir s'associer à la RDC, de mettre la pression sur les multinationaux qui financent ces mouvements des terroristes qui pillent la République démocratique du Congo en détruisant l'écosystème. Nous vous remercions.
Thank you, and I would like to invite the Russian Federation to take the floor.
Thank you. I'm Sergei Kislyak. I'm a Russian senator. I represent the first lung of the world, a country that has 2/3 of the forest in the world. We are blessed to have this natural resource that in many ways absorbs the greenhouse gases that are being produced on our huge territory. But it's not certainly the only contribution that we make in order to reduce the gases. But I would like to underline one thing. I've been listening to many speakers here, and almost everybody appealed for more ambition, for doing things faster, trying to introduce new dates, new timelines, as a substitute for Paris Agreement obligations. I'm somewhat worried that we are forgetting that the tasks of combating the climate change are much more complex than just moving numbers and moving dates. It needs to be dealt in a complex and balanced way, in a way that would be compatible with sustainable development goals for each and every country representing here, in a way that would be preserving ability to produce energy, not just to phase out fossil fuels. And that means that in the meantime, one has to use low-emitting sources of energy. And it has to be part of the collective strategy of the world. What I'm trying to insist is a balanced and complex approach to the problem, nationally wise. We are trying to do this exactly this way. In each and every big program of economic development in Russia, we introduce green-friendly component, and we are making progress in full compliance with our Paris Agreement commitments. We also introduced a national program that is called Ecology, which is rather helpful because it is helping us to implement the commitments that we have taken in Paris in a way that would be fully compatible with the timelines defined in the Paris commitments. We also introduced, it was signed by the president only several weeks ago, a new climate strategy. That is a complex document that gives direction to the government on how the further developments in the industrial and economic development should be conducted in a way that would be fully compatible with our commitment. By the way, among other things, it sets 2060 as our national goal to become fully carbon neutral. So what I'm trying to say that this complex approach is something that needs to be expanded further because we are dealing with a very complex, multifaceted issue. In some parts of the world, it's getting hotter. In some parts of the world, it's getting colder. Today, in a number of cities in Russian Siberia, is minus 50 centigrade. It's unprecedented. And we also understand that the man-made problems to nature are not the only ones that change the climate. The natural sources are much more significant, and we have to learn how to cope with that, how to adopt our policies in order to survive collectively in the world that is changing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to call China to take the floor, and then it is Poland and Thailand.
尊敬的各位来宾，下午好。我是来自中国全国人大环境与资源保护委员会副主任委员，很高兴参加今天的会议。感谢议联和阿联酋议会为我们大会所做的周到安排。我愿借此机会向各位代表介绍中国在积极推动应对气候变化方面取得的经验。中国始终高度重视应对气候变化，一直是全球应对气候变化事业的积极参与者和贡献者。近年来，中国在完善与气候变化相关的法律制度方面取得了很大的进展。目前，中国已经陆续出台并实施循环经济促进法、可再生能源法、节约能源法、清洁生产促进法等多部与应对气候变化相关的法律。新一届全国人大立法规划当中，已经将研究制定应对气候变化的专门法律列入我们的立法计划。近10年来，中国二氧化碳排放强度下降了35%左右，相当于用约14吨标准煤，相当于少用了14亿吨标准煤，少排放了37亿吨二氧化碳。中国水电、风电、太阳能发电等可再生能源发电装机居世界第一，非化石能源发电装机容量占比已经达到50.9%。中国作为为全球提供了50%的风电设备和80%的光伏发电设备，带动全球可再生能源成本大幅度的下降。本世纪以来，全球新增绿化面积的1/4来自中国。中方愿意同各方携手，遵循公约及其巴黎协定， 公平、共同但有区别的责任和各自能力原则，做有利于团结合作的事情，为创造我们更好的、美好的未来不懈努力。谢谢。
Thank you very much, and let me invite Poland to take the floor.
Thank you. Gabriela Morawska-Stanecka, a member of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. I support all voices highlighting the importance and urgency in creating effective mechanisms for loss and damages. The first mechanism was created 10 years ago during conference in Parties 19 in Warsaw as a Warsaw mechanism for loss and damage. We are happy to see that the idea that was born under Polish presidency of the COP becomes more and more operational. I hope that with the agreed Santiago network for loss and damage, we'll finally have a chance to see the fruits of the idea planted in Warsaw. I believe it's crucial for the international community, especially developing states, to realize how important it is to have a mechanism that helps the most vulnerable and marginalized people affected by the adverse effect of climate change to adjust. I think that engagement of international financial institutions such as World Bank is crucial here. At the same time, I hope that we would be able to draw from our previous experiences in financing global aid, both positive and negative, to be able to create a mechanism for fair, targeted support. Additionally, as a member of the IPU Executive Committee, I'd like to come back to previous point and highlight the importance of our campaign, Parliaments for the Planet. Climate challenges involve restrictions and huge costs, of which, especially in Poland, we were well aware. However, there is no doubt that as elected representatives of citizens, we are obliged to set an example. We should therefore act according to the principle, think globally, act locally. I declare that with a new term of parliament in Poland, we will be gradually implementing new toolbox, 10 actions for greener parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor again to delegations that have already spoken this morning. So I would definitely appreciate if you could keep your interventions at a maximum of 2 minutes. Thank you very much. So I would like to give the floor to Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable panelists and colleagues. I'm Saniwan Boban, the member of Thai Parliament. Thailand is the 18th rank in the world for the greenhouse gas emission, but we are the 9th in the world on the global warming risk index. We just confront with a big flooding over the past 2 or 3 months. We and other Asian countries will be under the drought situation with, from the El Niño phenomena next year and probably prolonged for the 2 or 3 years. Thailand has the disaster risk management plan, and we are preparing the Climate Change Act at the moment. As Ms. Elena said, the multi-hazard early warning system is crucial for the high-risk country. Thailand also plans to establish the initiative to set up the effective early warning system nationwide. We look forward for a well-constructed financial support mechanism, which is transparent, uncomplicated, timely, and fairness. In this regard, we need a strong collaboration, the true involvement of local communities, civil society, indigenous people, and other stakeholders to get the climate justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Morocco and then to the Pan-African Parliament.
شكرا سيدة رئيسة. أنا المتحدثة ليلى داهي نائب بالبرلمان المغربي
ونائب بالبرلمان الإفريقي ورئيسة تجمع الشباب بالبرلمان الإفريقي. بدوري لن أفوت الفرصة لأشكر دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على حسن التنظيم المحكم لهذه القمة، كما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر للمجلس الوطني الاتحادي تحت رئاسة معالي صقر قباش. أريد في البداية أن أشدد على ضرورة إشراك والاستماع للشباب الإفريقي لسببين رئيسيين. الأول لأنهما أبناء القارة السمراء، وهي الأقل تلوثا للمناخ، وللأسف الشديد هم أيضا الأكثر تعرضا لأضرار المناخ. معالي الحضور، معالي السعادة، إن القارة السمراء تحمل وزر الثورة الصناعية على مدى عقود طويلة، مما يتسبب في ارتفاع الحرارة والتصحر وندرة المياه في قارة لا تساهم سوى ب3% من التلوث العالمي، وهي اليوم ومن هذا المنبر تطالب بعدالة مناخية تكون فيها المسؤوليات مستحقة للتعويضات، لأن العالم الذي نطمح له يجب أن يكون منصفا للشعوب في الحق في التصرف في خيراتها، وهو ما لم يكن دوما ممكنا في إفريقيا. كما يمكن اعتبار التصحر وندرة المياه المسؤول الأول عن الهجرة السرية والفقر والهشاشة والأمن الغذائي، بل المفارقة أن نصف سكان جنوب الصحراء لا يتوفرون على الكهرباء، ودولهم تصدر 30% من الطاقة العالمية، وهذا العبث بعينه. إن كوب 22 في مراكش كانت صوت إفريقيا ودول الجنوب من أجل عدالة مناخية ومجالية، واليوم نجدد هذه المطالب في قمة كوب 28 بالإمارات العربية المتحدة لإسماع صوت 1.3 مليار نسمة ليست مسؤولة عن ارتفاع درجة الحرارة، لكنها متضررة مما أفسده من يدعون أنهم أقوياء العالم، وما فعلته الصناعة بالطبيعة على مدى 150 سنة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. And let me invite to take the floor the representative of the Pan-Africa Parliament. Let me invite Italy to take the floor, and then Indonesia.
Sorry, I am Khaddoush Lassi from Morocco. Could I take the floor?
For a second intervention, you mean?
From Morocco.
Yes, please, yes.
تماما كما قال السيد الأمين العام هذا الصباح، التغيرات المناخية كالأوبئة تماما عابرة الحدود. أنا الآتية اليوم إليكم من المغرب تركت الفلاحين وقد وضعوا بذورهم في الأرض وينتظرون أن تمطر السماء، والسماء لا تمطر في ظل التغيرات المناخية إلا نادرا. اليوم نحن هنا مجتمعين في كوب 28 نطرح سؤالا: ماذا يمكن أن نفعل كبرلمانيين وبرلمانيات، وتحديدا كشباب ونساء؟ لا أعتقد أنه يمكن أن نستعير أدوارا إضافية، علينا فقط أن نقوم بأدوارنا الدستورية المسندة إلينا. ألسنا مسؤولين عن تجويد وتجديد التشريع في مجال احترام الطبيعة والغابة والماء؟ ألسنا مسؤولين أيضا عن مراقبة السياسات العمومية، وتحديدا في مجال تتويج وتشجيع البحث العلمي للبحث عن الإجراءات الناجعة والأقل كلفة في مواجهة مخاطر تغير المناخ؟ ألسنا مسؤولين أيضا في مجال مراقبة البحث العلمي وتشجيعه في هذا الاتجاه؟ ثم هنالك الأدوار التحسيسية للبرلمانيين والبرلمانيات. اليوم نحن في حاجة إلى تغيير ثقافة التعامل مع الماء ومع الطبيعة، ولهذا أعتقد شخصيا أن للنساء أدوارا كبيرة في هذا المجال. النساء مانحات للحياة وأكثر احتراما للماء وأكثر احتراما للطبيعة، وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. If a delegation has two different delegates that would like to take the floor, please split your time. So let me pass the floor to Italy. Only 2 minutes. Yes, 1 minute each. So, okay. Italy and then Indonesia.
Thank you. Sono Elena Sironi, membro del Senato della Repubblica Italiana. Siamo tutti d'accordo che c'è un cambiamento climatico in atto che procura danni e che una delle cause sono le emissioni nocive di CO2 nell'aria, che queste emissioni derivano dalla combustione delle fonti energetiche fossili, quali il petrolio e il gas, e che tra l'altro ogni anno causano un altissimo numero di morti e di malati per l'inquinamento dell'aria. Occorre programmare e pianificare verso un rapido annullamento dell'utilizzo delle fonti fossili, confidando che il mondo dell'impresa saprà e già sa cogliere le opportunità del nuovo contesto e del nuovo mercato, riconvertendosi verso il risparmio energetico e le fonti di energia pulita e rinnovabile. Parallelamente, per quanto riguarda le ripercussioni del cambiamento climatico, occorre analizzare e valutare la rischiosità e la pericolosità del territorio, compresi gli insediamenti e gli interventi antropici, e intervenire modificando tutto ciò che è incompatibile con la sicurezza. In Italia abbiamo ormai frequenti e gravissimi fenomeni alluvionali che hanno portato morti e distruzione. È importante avere una normativa che regoli efficacemente e fermi il consumo di suolo e la cementificazione, soprattutto nelle aree alluvionali, anche in relazione al cambiamento climatico, prevedendo in via privilegiata interventi nature-based per ripristinare le funzioni ecosistemiche del suolo a tutela del territorio e pianificare per evitare futuri insediamenti siano rispettosi delle regole sulla sicurezza del territorio. Gli investimenti per il loss and damage devono comprendere gli investimenti in prevenzione e di smantellamento di tutto ciò che è a rischio per evitare morti ingiuste a causa dei cambiamenti climatici da un lato e a causa dell'inquinamento dall'altro. Non possiamo scordare l'alto numero di morti. La sicurezza e la salute si devono affrontare in prevenzione, perché affrontarli solo dopo che the damage is done significa aver condannato a morte le persone per negligenza. Grazie.
Thank you very much. And let us now give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you for this time. Honorable chairs, distinguished delegates and panelists. In terms of operationalizing loss and damage funding, the Indonesian House believes it should be new, additional, predictable, and adequate. It should also be accessible to all, including developing nations, free of complicated bureaucracy, and include aspects of climate justice and social inclusion. Financial intermediary funds and non-debt instruments can be used in the funding model. It must also consider what is relevant and responsive to needs of affected population, such as recovery, reconstruction, and non-economic losses, as well as transparent fund management without compromising accessibility. It should also subject to other requirements resulted by the UNFCCC COP27, which, among others, underline agreement on a new financial system for poor or developing countries that are vulnerable and incur losses as a result of climate change. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to conclude with the two last remarks on behalf of our delegations. First, I would like to give the floor to Chad, and we're going to conclude with Pakistan.
Merci. Je vais aller très vite parce que le Tchad est aussi un pays sahélien et appartient à l'Afrique centrale. Nous travaillons en réseau en Afrique centrale et nous constatons un déséquilibre dans la répartition des fonds climat. Et nous estimons que le fonds pertes et dommages qui vient d'être adopté ne pourra pas être pareil. Donc nous proposons donc que les préjudices et les inégalités subies par les pays de la sous-région Afrique centrale et du Sahel du fait des effets néfastes des changements climatiques soient prioritairement reconnus, considérés, atténués à travers l'attribution de financements directs en faveur des mesures d'adaptation incluant la transition énergétique. Des mesures d'urgence soient prises pour la sauvegarde du lac Tchad et la prise en compte des réfugiés climatiques et réfugiés de guerre. À l'est du Tchad, vous connaissez le problème qui se passe au Soudan. Des appuis soient suffisamment augmentés pour améliorer l'intégration des enjeux climatiques dans les politiques publiques au Tchad et dans la sous-région Afrique centrale par l'accompagnement de tous les acteurs avec une bonne place, la communauté des parlementaires. Et pour finir, je dirais que des mesures d'accompagnement soient prises pour le renforcement des capacités des pays de la sous-région en vue de faciliter l'accès direct aux différents fonds. Voilà, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Pakistan.
Thank you very much. My name is Marvi Mehman. I'm the former Social Protection Minister from Pakistan, and I led a fund for $1.25 billion per year for 6 million beneficiaries. I would like to remind honorable delegates, fellow colleagues, that Pakistan has suffered not once, but twice the super floods, once in 2010 and once in 2022. So we have seen a lot of suffering. We are looking forward. We expect the world to be equitable in its loss and damage fund, of the operationalization of the loss and damage fund. That's my first point. My second point is that as the founding president of the Legislative Alliance for Women Empowerment Protection, US-based corporation, this is the first time in the world that generative AI will be used to do legislative models, which means that model legislation will be created, is being created through extractive generative AI. I expect all parliamentarians in the room and the IPU to support this initiative because this will not just help climate change, but also social and gender reforms. I thank you for your time, and I hope that Pakistan will be taken into consideration considerably, not just because of the floods in 2022, like I said, but lots of other natural disasters that have happened in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last intervention on behalf of our delegations. And at this instance, I would like to ask the panelists whether they would like to take a floor for a second intervention, just for 30 seconds, though.
I was not prepared for this, and I don't think I can answer all the interventions. But I think that what I heard from parliamentaries is extremely valuable, and many things which I heard and I took notes. I believe we will pursue. We will help to answer through the future WMO reports. Like too many things to answer. I'll try not to. I was not prepared to.
Thank you very much.
But Pakistan, you are very, very special. I'm talking Pakistan. We know how many disasters facing, but last one was extremely exceptional because it was compound disaster made of three things, which normally would come one by one. And your weather service did a great job, but the impact was so much, it was just not possible to cope. We know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manekova. Anybody else from
Thank
the
you.
panelists?
Thank you very much. And very quickly and very briefly, thank you for all the interventions. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. It has been very insightful to listen to hear to all of you. I have taken notes from all of the speakers. I agree what my colleague just said about Pakistan. I also share my colleagues in Africa the same concerns. We all are partners. We are brothers in this continent, and we share all the worries together. Of course, in the Sahel region, it's also a big problem that we are facing all together, and all respect to all the interventions that have taken place. The fact that we are here, all of us sitting together and discussing this is a great achievement already. United Arab Emirates, thank you very much for bringing us into the green zone, making us more visible, more heard. Thank you very much for doing that. This means that we are more aggressive in our way and more heard by our governments, and this is the pressure we should carry on, and this is the job we will do until we meet in next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darwish and Mr. Fusi Maholi.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind fellow parliamentarians that on behalf of the very, very small countries of the world, we almost have nothing to do with climate change and their impact on us. We are at the very forefront of having to bear the brunt of what's happening in terms of very intense cyclones up to Category 5 almost every year. We have other incidences of low-lying areas being underwater right now. But we just wanted to make sure that there's justice in this whole framework and business of trying to combat the effect of climate change. And on behalf of the small island states, I'd like to remind you fellow parliamentarians, we need to be visible, we need to be represented, and our plight and our fate is in your hands, and we ask you that the only way to do justice for us is to make sure that this loss and damage fund is working and there is sufficient fund. If there is nothing in this fund sufficiently, we are going to be suffering in the next decades to come, and we are going to be late in trying to combat the effect of climate change, and there will be serious consequences for the small island states in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ali?
Thank you so much. It was great to listen to all the people who intervene representing their countries. I would like to comment on, I'd like to actually tend to agree with the right honorable gentleman from the Russian Senate who commented on the dates of meeting the commitment. I think I agree with you that fulfilling the commitment and that neither the mitigation or the adaptation is easy. It's very complicated and complex process. If the world till now has not done much toward meeting that commitment, I think going from now to what is called the zero emission, the way towards that point is not paved easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to thank all the panelists and all of the delegations for your contribution and attendance to this very important and timely important event. Our support to the Loss and Damage Fund is one of the greatest expressions of solidarity we need to show in the face of the climate crisis. Let's all accelerate our parliamentary action against the climate crisis for our people, for the future generations, for nature. Thank you very much.
Ma planète. Samuel Kogolati, député en Belgique et chef de la délégation belge à l'Union interparlementaire. Alors ça commence évidemment par nous-mêmes. Moi je me rends avec un vélo pliable et en train au Parlement tous les jours. Nous faisons un maximum au Parlement pour économiser notamment l'énergie, mais ça passe aussi par des mesures structurelles. Le Parlement est soucieux de l'environnement puisque pour la première fois, il a mis sur pied une vraie commission climat à part entière. Et c'est très important puisque aujourd'hui, les parlementaires ne contrôlent plus simplement, comme traditionnellement, le budget, donc ça veut dire les comptes financiers du gouvernement, mais le Parlement belge contrôle aussi le budget carbone de chaque ministère au niveau fédéral. Et ça, c'est vraiment une avancée, je pense, en matière de respect de la planète. C'est vraiment important qu'on puisse passer des paroles aux actes. C'est à ça que servent les parlementaires, c'est d'implémenter de vrais changements au niveau juridique pour avoir des changements contraignant, qui a un réel effet sur le terrain, pour la planète, pour lutter contre les dérèglements climatiques. Et moi, je me suis battu au niveau national en Belgique, mais aussi au niveau de l'Union interparlementaire pour la reconnaissance d'un nouveau crime d'écocide.
Translating global climate commitments into national laws and policies is vital for climate action and outcomes. The Climate Change Laws of the World database tracks these across 196 countries and territories, plus the European Union. Updated regularly, it is the most comprehensive global database, covering over 5,000 climate laws, policies and submissions to the UNFCCC, the UN body tasked with supporting the global response to the climate crisis. The database can help you understand how countries are implementing responses to the climate crisis. You can use it to understand important trends, such as the incorporation of equity and just transitions principles in climate laws, or mandates for zero emissions vehicles. You can use the database to search the full text of laws and policies relating to issues of interest. For example, forest protection. There is also a useful high-level summary of laws and policies. You can see exact matches and related phrases highlighted in the text. This works for documents from all languages, with search and automatic translation to English. You can also browse country profiles to find and compare their climate laws, policies and targets. Here are 3 ways for you to take action as a parliamentarian. Explore the database. Use this to help shape best practice climate laws and policies in your country. Compare. Look at the profile of similar countries to yours to see what they are doing and how you can increase ambition in climate laws and policies. Check. Climate law and policy is changing rapidly. Please check and communicate any information the database is missing.
السادة الحضور، برزت في الآونة الأخيرة جملة من الاستراتيجيات التي تعزز المشاركة البرلمانية وممارسات تحفز الأطر التشريعية والشفافية، والتي تصب جميعها في صالح ترسيخ الدور الرقابي الحاسم للبرلمانات في النقاشات المتعلقة بتغير المناخ وتسريع العمل المناخي بما يضمن تحقيق أهداف مؤتمر كوب 28 واتفاق باريس. كل هذا وأكثر سيتم مناقشته في جلستنا القادمة تحت عنوان الرقابة البرلمانية على تنفيذ اتفاق باريس مع ما بعد الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28. أدعو مديرة الجلسة الآن السيدة أماندا إليس، كبيرة المدراء وبرلمانية ومسؤولية الشراكات والشبكات العالمية في مختبر جولي آن ريجلي العالمي للعقود الآجلة، وكذلك أعضاء الجلسة بالبدء في الجلسة.
Enga mana, enga reo, enga rangatiratanga. Greetings in Māori, the indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand, my birth island, which is seeing many of the problems we have been discussing today. Excellencies, honourable parliamentarians, and our gracious hosts from the UAE, it is an honour for me to join this parliamentary meeting here at COP28 and to moderate this critical session on parliamentary oversight of the Paris Agreement, implementation post-COP28. We have heard the science, we have heard the UN Secretary General, a breakdown or a breakthrough moment, and we know that after this first global stocktake, increasing ambition for the nationally determined contributions and ensuring that parliamentary oversight, including your legislative and budgetary functions, are absolutely essential. So in this session, we are going to look at how this stronger parliamentary oversight can help drive more effective implementation. You are absolutely key, and as the moderator from the previous session put it so well, let's all accelerate our parliamentary action. So in this session, we are going to hear from leading climate figures, tech experts, and parliamentary representatives to hear how it is possible to accelerate this action in a post-COP28 landscape. In the last part of the session, we will have time for delegates to take the floor. We are already over capacity, so no more interventions are being accepted. There are already 15, and I will remind you 1 to 2 minutes maximum, please. We have just seen a short video from the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Lab and the IPU, which is part of the Parliaments for the Planet campaign, on the climate change database of laws. Now, this is an absolutely essential tool for you as parliamentarians. There are now over 5,000 laws as part of this database. So you can search what other countries are doing, and you can also search by topic. For example, if you want to look at carbon drawdown or deforestation. So this is a wonderful tool to help you look at what is good practice. Now, this database is managed by the London School of Economics Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and the Environment, and we thank them very much for their partnership. I'm now delighted to introduce another terrific tool, Climate Trace, tracking real-time action on climate emissions. And this will allow you as parliamentarians to go down to the facility level in your countries to be able to see where the maximum emissions are coming from. So this is another wonderful tool for you to be able to track against your nationally determined contributions and also to make decisions on where you want to begin shutting down the most climate polluting installations. We are honored to have with us today the co-founder of both What Time and of Climate Trace, which is independently funded by Al Gore and by John Doerr. Gavin McCormick, we are delighted to invite you to the podium to make your presentation and share with MPs how to use your critical tool.
Thank you so much. Climate Trace is a coalition of over 100 collaborating universities, NGOs, and tech companies trying to do something new, trying to make it the case that rather than having emissions data be self-reported by emitters, looking from space using satellites and artificial intelligence to spot emissions. So what you are looking at is a website that anyone can go to, thank you, climatetrace.org, where we have provided information on over 350 million facilities worldwide that collectively account for the majority of greenhouse gas emissions. If you were using this as a live tool, you could zoom in any one of these dots as an emitting facility causing emissions. For example, the purple dots are factories. The orange dots are oil refineries. And this gives a comprehensive view when we combine it with other data of all the sources of climate change, including who is causing them. So just to pick a country, we are here today in the UAE. As an example, you could zoom into any country. Here I've grabbed the UAE. And the size of the dots is the emissions of individual facilities. So for example, many of us flew here in the airport. The world's largest and therefore most emitting airport in the world is in the UAE. You can see that that's the yellow dot near where we are in Dubai. If you drove past a large refinery on your way here, you might have noticed it was flaring. The emissions from that are one of the orange dots. And we can do this for any country. And so the way it works is satellites look from space at individual facilities. These satellites are owned by the United States government, the European Union, the Chinese government, Korean government, Indian government, and a number of private corporations. But they all make this data publicly available. And what artificial intelligence can do is learn to recognize what does a picture of a certain amount of pollution look like. So we've learned to look through many, many pictures at power plants, factories, airports, and so on, and we make those data available to the public. You can zoom into any particular facility and get estimates of its emissions. You can often find its owner. You can find historical information. And our hope is this will make it possible for anyone to begin having the transparency to make intelligent decisions at the local level, at the up-to-date level, and without asking emitters how much they have emitted, but knowing the data independently. And we've also provided a tool that adds it up by country. So if you want to know, for example, what is the sum of all the factories in a country, or the total, I've picked Malawi here at random. The tool allows you to get a good estimate of the emissions going on in any country, any year, and we have really worked hard to avoid the classic bias that certain countries have more emissions data than others. We have really, really worked hard to use satellites to get a global view, so this database is for all countries worldwide, no exceptions. Thank you very much.
Such a useful tool for parliamentarians. We're very happy at the ASU Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Lab to be one of the contributing partners. And this is a way in which universities and research facilities are able to help you in your role as parliamentarians. Of course, it also allows civil society to hold governments to account. So we think this is just terrific work. Thank you, Gavin. 300 million facilities now. Last year, it was some 80,000. So you can see just how useful this data can be and how helpful AI is. Terrific. Thank you so much. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Monica Araya, who is the Executive Director of International Affairs at the European Climate Foundation. She is a champion of integrated climate action across multiple sectors, including helping to develop Costa Rica's national decarbonization plan. And she is here with the very good wishes of Laurence Toubiana, one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, who works with Monica. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you to the Inter-Parliamentary Union and to the Federal National Council of the UAE. We are delighted to be here. The European Climate Foundation, as you heard, is very much linked to Laurence Toubiana, mother of the Paris Agreement. And right now, the idea that we soon reach the first 10 years of the Paris Agreement lead to a lot of questions about what we want to do better, what we want to do differently, what we have to explore. And one of the key questions and one of the key points of energy in the conversations we're having is around the role of parliaments. Because we can't just leave climate action to national governments alone. So in this context of the conversation we have, I know we only have a few minutes. I would like to make a few remarks that link the conversation about parliaments with the COP28 and the moment that we are living right now. Quick reminder, 8 years ago, the world came around the idea that we had to have commitments, that nobody was going to impose any commitments on any country. The country had to choose them. Costa Rica had to choose what it was comfortable with. Argentina had to do the same. And now we are at a point where we have to remind ourselves that we need to improve what we said 8 years ago. So we are at a point in the negotiations where this, as you know very well, the global stocktake is a key part of why we're here. There are many other reasons why we're here. We're looking for solutions, we're looking for inspiration, but we cannot leave Dubai. We cannot leave Dubai without a concrete answer around this 5-year cycle. When we look at what is going on in the negotiations, one thing is really, really clear. We need roadmaps. We need to have very concrete ideas on the implementation that we are going to do. So as I don't know how familiar you are with the process behind the negotiations, but as you know, the cycle that we had until now was about ambition, coalitions, how to put targets, how to get the right people in the room. but now it's getting more difficult naturally because it's about implementation. And now it's getting real, and there are really deep pain points because change is difficult. So in the context of the GST, we are asking many, many questions such as what is the role, the new role of the parliament? What is the role of people like you who are not at the national level but are trying to push things from where you are? And in the past, even though I have not been in parliament, I was very involved with the parliament of my country, and I can tell you that some of the champions that really pushed forward a lot of the ambition were there. And in the past, I actually met it was Congressman Villalonga, who is just a coincidence we are here. But the point is that I personally believe this is possible, but more than just a personal belief, our organization is very involved in the question of how to engage better. So there are certain ways of doing this. Is obviously depending on the context, you know, Africa very different from Latin America, Europe different from the US. So nothing of what I'm gonna say should feel like a recipe. But number one, clearly one of the roles that can be played and should be played is about raising the ambition, asking questions. Do we have the national target that is consistent with the Paris Agreement? Who is asking this question these days? Well, sometimes it's difficult because other questions get in the way. Inflation, interest rates, and many other questions. So asking these bolder questions makes a huge difference. If you think about, for example, the European Parliament, they just pass resolutions where they say to the presidents, you know, what is going on in the European Union is not enough. They, for example, have passed a resolution calling for the end of direct and indirect fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. They have passed resolutions about tripling renewables, doubling efficiency, phasing out fossil fuels. And of course, they have passed resolutions that are not possible in the national context. But the point with the example is that it does send a signal. It is also a very important function to create a certain sense of sequence that doesn't get interrupted whenever there are elections. So that is another function of the parliament. For example, in the context, again, because it's the European Union, the European Climate Foundation, I'll bring examples from Europe, but as you can imagine, there are many, many examples from other countries. For example, for instance, in the context of Europe, there have been 29 countries that have passed targets into legislation. So let me just make sure I hold this better. Many of the resolutions that are passed insert mechanisms for participation, and the participation is important because, again, in the spirit of asking questions, somebody has to do a lot of the tracking. Most countries that have plans sometimes leave out the mechanism for asking, for tracking this progress. So parliamentarians have a key responsibility in overseeing not only the mechanisms for tracking action domestically, but also mechanisms for telling the world what has been done and what will be done. And one of the examples, I don't know if you have heard of this one, but one that we certainly find very inspirational is the one from Canada. They have the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, and one of our really close partners in Canada has been working on this. So it's a fascinating story of how it went from an idea into a concrete act in Canada, and perhaps we have somebody from Canada here. The Scottish Parliament is another example. They developed a model for parliamentary scrutiny of climate change. In the context of France, in the context of other countries, there is also a very clear role for Parliament, which is around giving citizen voice. For example, creating processes that allow for the citizens to express some of their ideas, understanding what is the language that works, how to create more conversations, how to create more interactions with the people who are engaged in climate change or are affected from climate change. Now, a lot of this requires resources. There is no lack of ambition in a lot of developing countries. The ambition is there, but the problem sometimes or oftentimes is the resources. And while we talk a lot about how to create mechanisms for bringing resources from abroad and increasing cooperation, in practice, we also have to look at our own national budgets. And we need to optimize how we're spending our own budgets. So in that sense, aligning fiscal incentives, reviewing subsidies is super important in the context of parliaments, because in the context, especially of small countries, they have to look at how the budget is being spent. But for example, in my country, in Costa Rica, the parliament has to approve a lot of loans, and when the loans have components related to climate change, you can imagine that that is a way of very productively engaging the parliament. Finally, there is no, as I said, there is no recipe and there is no way of getting it right at once. But the organizing principles of these new conversations that are happening are around facilitation of dialogues, sharing good practices. We are a big fan of the idea of having parliamentary networks, sharing information. For example, in the context of Latin America, I'm very biased, but very inspiring example was what happened with the law to accelerate electrification of transportation. So in the case of Costa Rica, there was the first law that was passed, and that led to a lot of interest from other parliaments, and there was a working group that tried to look at the elements of the law. There is a lot of work going on in terms of what are the best platforms for bringing parliaments in this forum at the COP. And in terms of the spirit of Paris, as you can imagine, the world has changed in the last 8 years. There has been a lot of progress. There have been a lot of technological breakthroughs. There have been a lot of good stories that should inspire us all. But there is one difference between now and 8 years ago, which is that governments are cooperating less. So there is a gap in cooperation that we need to address, and in the context of parliaments, perhaps this forum and many other forums can energize the idea that we cannot just look at this from a strictly national perspective. So thank you.
What a fantastic note on which to end. Thank you so much. Very insightful examples, and important to your point about aligning fiscal incentives and reviewing subsidies. The IMF came out with a report 2 months ago showing fossil fuel subsidies at $7.1 trillion. That's 7% of global GDP. And the estimate is that if they were removed, those explicit and implicit subsidies, we would have a drop of 34% in emissions by 2030. Fairly close to where we need to get to. So that was a very pertinent point indeed. Thank you so much for those insightful remarks. It's now my great pleasure to move to our next speaker, who is the president of Globe International, Mr. Juan Carlos Villalonga, who has a background as both a politician and an environmentalist, so a unique perspective. And Globe has the first parliamentary pavilion ever at a COP this year. Thank you.
Bueno, en español, le doy tiempo para que busquen sus headphones. Muchas gracias a todos y a la estimada moderadora, y en particular a las autoridades de la Unión Interparlamentaria, que nos permite estar hoy aquí contándoles algunas cosas. En principio, algunas líneas para presentar qué es Globe. Globe Legislators es una organización de legisladores fundada por el senador Al Gore y el senador John Kerry y muchos otros parlamentarios de todo el mundo hace 30 años. Esto fue en el camino a la COP, a Río 92, donde ahí se adoptó la Convención del Clima. Y en ese camino, desde entonces, nos hemos focalizado en el cambio climático, la problemática de la política climática. Entonces no es un tema nuevo para el ámbito parlamentario. Los miembros de Globe, junto a otros, hemos trabajado durante 30 años, desde entonces, para crear una arquitectura internacional de leyes y regulaciones nacionales sobre el cambio climático. Para tomar dimensión de esto, en 1997, cuando fue la COP3, que se adoptó el protocolo de Kioto, según lo que teníamos, el análisis que habíamos hecho, solo había unas 50 leyes y regulaciones vinculadas al cambio climático. en todo el mundo. Hoy hay más de 3.000. Y esto se debe al trabajo de los parlamentarios durante este tiempo que ha pasado, estas últimas 3 décadas. Muchos de ellos destacados defensores del clima que pertenecen al GLOB y muchos están aquí presentes hoy. Hemos exigido a los gobiernos que rindan cuentas en sus compromisos climáticos vinculados que presentan aquí en la COP. Entonces, no se trata, como dije, una agenda nueva, pero ahora es más claro que nunca que debemos trabajar juntos mucho más eficazmente como parlamentarios y a través de nuestras instituciones, como el caso de la Unión Interparlamentaria y GLOB Internacional y otras redes que existen. La tarea que se viene post-COP28 es enorme. Y creo que uno de los aspectos que hay que destacar es cómo aumentamos la visibilidad de los parlamentarios en este proceso y cómo mejoramos nuestra organización, participación allí. Desde la COP26, GLOB ha trabajado estrechamente con una serie de redes y organizaciones parlamentarias, tales como Parlaméricas, el Climate Parliament, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, y para generar lo que fue inicialmente este punto focal para el grupo informal del grupo parlamentario ante la Convención del Clima. GLOB tiene el honor de haber sido designado como punto focal para el grupo parlamentario informal, insisto, desde el año 2021. Como parte de ese trabajo hemos publicado una cantidad de insumos en boletines mensuales, hemos hecho una cantidad de webinars, procurando justamente reunir a los parlamentarios y aumentar el compromiso y el liderazgo climático que tienen que tener. Algunos avances para el mundo parlamentario en relación a la COP28. En este sentido queremos agradecer a la presidencia de la COP el apoyo que ha dado en este caso a los parlamentarios, como lo podemos ver en esta conferencia de hoy. En particular agradecer a la presidencia de la COP27 que convocó a la Unión Interparlamentaria, a GLOB y al Consejo Nacional Federal de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos para mejorar la participación y la colaboración de cara a la COP28. De allí se hicieron una serie de reuniones mensuales y hemos compartido esas actualizaciones con cada uno de los parlamentos nacionales. En esta COP aparecieron 2 avances históricos, el Día del Parlamento y el Día Parlamentario. Por primera vez los parlamentarios disponen también disponen de este Día Parlamentario que es hoy, así como también un primer pabellón parlamentario que esto ocurre por primera vez aquí en la COP28, ubicado en la zona sur, en el propio corazón de la COP y que está presente durante estas próximas 2 semanas, esta y la próxima. Y acá quiero agradecer especialmente al ministro británico Graham Stewart, quien fuera presidente de GLOB y estuvo muy involucrado en que podamos tener esta participación aquí en la COP. En ese pabellón que tenemos en la zona sur, GLOB ha albergado una cantidad de reuniones para toda la comunidad parlamentaria. Tenemos un programa completo, repleto de actividades todos los días, más de 50 eventos que abarcan los intercambios de experiencias en los diferentes grupos de parlamentarios regionales y cómo, por ejemplo, cómo acceder a financiamiento o por lo menos, por ejemplo, ayer tuvimos una gran reunión de los parlamentarios de la región justamente diseñando cuál es el camino hacia la COP28, en una COP que los parlamentarios de Brasil nos abren el camino para una COP que en la región la sentimos como nuestra y creemos que va a ser una COP donde el sector parlamentario va a tener una especial participación. En este sentido, ayudaremos a los parlamentarios post-COP28 a celebrar audiencias de evaluación en sus propios parlamentos y también estamos realizando en colaboración con la Westminster Foundation for Democracy una encuesta sobre la participación parlamentaria en este proceso y esto se va a publicar en el mes de abril. Ahora, de cara, porque esto tiene que ver con qué sucede de aquí en más. Y yo creo que si me tengo que concentrar de cara a las prioridades que tenemos que poner para los próximos meses, primero es lo que mencionaba, el estatus ante la Convención. Creemos que es esencial que abordemos el estatus de los parlamentarios en el sistema de la ONU y en el proceso de la Convención del Clima. Ya es hora de que exista una categoría adecuada para los parlamentarios. No somos una ONG, no somos un grupo de ONG, no deberíamos seguir siendo categorizados como un grupo informal. GLOB se compromete a trabajar en colaboración con la conferencia, con la convención, con la Unión Interparlamentaria, con la presidencia para explorar las opciones posibles para lograr esto. Y en segunda instancia también tiene que ver con algo que mencioné, la asociación y nuestra propia cooperación. Como organización que ha reunido a líderes parlamentarios en torno al cambio climático durante estos últimos 30 años, invitamos a la Unión Interparlamentaria a unirse a este trabajo mediante algunos acuerdos que permitan trabajar conjuntamente, definitivamente. Y en este sentido, quiero mencionar, mi equipo está dispuesto y estamos con toda la vocación para trabajar en un memorándum de entendimiento con la cual la Unión Interparlamentaria, junto con GLOB, podamos tener un programa de acción posterior a esta COP y camino hacia la COP30. Debemos elaborar eso, colaborar mucho, muy lejos de competir, nuestras organizaciones deben fortalecerse en estos objetivos que estamos mencionando y tenemos por delante un reto inmenso. Algunas de las razones por las cuales se mencionaban recién, el rol de los parlamentarios, para que tengan un rol sustantivo y tenemos como organizaciones la responsabilidad de organizarnos para lograr el mayor impacto posible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. The task after COP28 is huge indeed, as you say, and special thank you for the collaboration yesterday when the Parliaments for the Planet campaign featured in the Globe Parliamentary Pavilion. It's wonderful to see the collaboration going on. Thank you. We now turn to our final speaker, Mr. Waven Milliam, who is the President of the IPU Standing Committee on Sustainable Development and a member of the National Assembly of Seychelles, right on the front lines. He will tell us about some of the important work being done both at the IPU and in his home country of the Seychelles to accelerate climate action. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, Honorable Speakers of Parliament, Secretary General of IPU, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to be here today to discuss the critical role of parliamentary oversight in driving effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and commitments beyond COP28. Foremost, I would like to thank the government of UAE and the Speaker of Honorable Saka Gobash of the Federal National Council of UAE for the gracious hospitality, and I commend the Federal National Council, IPU, and UNCCC for hosting this sideline COP28 Parliamentary Forum. All glory be to God the Almighty for his favor and grace upon us. My name is Waven William. I am a member of National Assembly of Seychelles, newly elected President of the IPU Standing Committee on Sustainable Development, and privileged to have Honorable Mira Asuwaidi as Vice Chair from the Federal National Council of UAE. The Seychelles, a picturesque archipelago in the Indian Ocean, is renowned not only for its natural beauty, but also for its commitment to environmental protection. Currently, as reported by Business Insider Africa magazine, amongst 10 African countries' awareness rating, Seychelles has been rated first as of 80%. Seychelles is facing heightened vulnerability to climate change, threats such as sea level rise and extreme weather events. The National Assembly of Seychelles, supported by the IPU and technical partners, has placed increasing importance on robust legislative measures and increased parliamentary oversight mechanisms to strengthen scrutiny amidst these challenges. Seychelles has already submitted enhanced NDC targets towards 2030. There will be intervention in the energy, transportation, and waste management sectors. There will be ocean climate action and blue carbon as nature-based solutions to climate change, committing to protecting at least 50% seagrass and mangrove ecosystem by 2025. I am happy to declare that we are ahead of schedule. Already, 99% of seagrass and 89% of mangroves are under protection. In addition, 50% of our scarce landmass and with 32% of our designated ocean space. Our updated NDC will cost us $600 million USD over 10 years, meaning 5% of our GDP and 10% of our annual budget towards adaptation and mitigation further. To remain on course and sustainable, external support is vital for enhanced mitigation and adaptation action plan. This is the reason why our government is putting emphasis on factoring in the multidimensional vulnerability index criteria, enabling access to additional support because the GDP per capita rating is denying many seeds like Seychelles, classified as high middle income country, opportunities of new funding mechanisms. As parliamentarians, our responsibilities extend beyond the integration of climate priorities into legal frameworks. Both in the Seychelles and globally, we must intensify our focus on oversight, scrutinizing and aligning our national climate laws with international commitments collectively. The oversight role activities are crucial for fostering accountability and transparency, which will guide the implementation of climate-related objectives well beyond the conclusion of COP28. These actions are essential for informed decision-making and reinforcing the implementation of global climate goals. To note, is it not appropriate time now, as we are 7 years away to peak emission before 2025, and by making it mandatory for NDC to form part of climate legislations to hold national government more accountable. Given the developments of COP28, the landmark deal on the loss and damage mechanism discussed here today, it becomes even more important for us as parliamentarians to exercise vigilant oversight, thorough scrutiny, the startup fund established to ensure equal treatment and access to the funds by vulnerable countries in coping with climate disasters. Questions to ask are, will the loss and damage funds be sustainable, but do not end up like the failed pledges of 2015 financial commitments? Secondly, why is contribution voluntary and bears no commitment on anyone? Thus, will it be sustainable, long-term, and lastly, how will it be replenished if some form of mandatory obligation is not factored in? The IPU, a key player, is assisting parliaments globally, developing tools to strengthen well-informed scrutiny and very soon conclusion of a climate change case study. I encourage you to leverage these resources to enhance oversight mechanisms within your parliamentary framework. Parliamentarians, our commitments to effective oversight in climate change legislation must extend beyond our parliamentary chambers. It is multifaceted connection that links citizens and communities to national legislations and global level agreements. Recognizing the importance of public engagement in this process is very crucial. The IPU is gathering case studies and best practices on public engagement, offering insights and lessons from parliaments. I encourage you to access and contemplate these resources to enrich citizen involvement within your parliamentary framework. History is in the making. We are in the green zone for the first time. Let us further write history today by ensuring that outcome paper of COP28 include in the text parliamentary consultation to legitimize our presence as representative of the people, as an important stakeholder where it matters in the future COPs events. In conclusion, as we wrap up our discussions of COP28, let us recommit ourselves with hate and dedication to the vital task of parliamentary oversight. This commitment is not only a pledge to steer our governments towards the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, but also a promise to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable communities and countries most profoundly affected by climate change. Let us just not see 1.5 degrees Celsius as an aspiration, but as a must collective responsibility to deal with the looming crisis. As we leave this parliamentary meeting today, let's carry forward a collective commitment to fostering inclusive and impactful climate action with a much-determined collective parliamentary oversight central role in ensuring global NDCs are not only pledges on paper, but get the necessary support by ensuring that clear and appropriate policies and strategies are in place to meet targets, supported by model laws with a pathway to reduce fossil fuel, upscaling of financing, and upscaling of renewable energy usage for a more resilient and sustainable future for all. Last but not least, calling for fast-tracking with the Loss and Damage Fund with simplified access criteria and process, fairness, and justice in allocation. I thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that demonstrated climate action and those very important points. You mentioned multifaceted public engagement and the need for resources. So I come bearing an offer to all parliamentarians here. The state of Hawaii, where I currently live, is the first state in the United States to commit to 100% renewable energy. And we have a partnership funded by Henk Rogers of Tetris fame, through the Blue Planet Alliance, and Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, for those parliaments that are ready and prepared to commit to 100% renewable energy by 2045, to come to Hawaii and to learn from the experience there, all expenses paid, to include a representative from civil society, hopefully youth or a woman leader, and also the energy sector. So for those of you who are interested, we will be talking more about it at the subsequent Blue Zone event on women and youth parliamentarians that begins at 5:30 tonight. Please come and see me there or here, or ask the Secretariat of the Inter-Parliamentary Union for more information. We know how important it is for you to be supported with the resources that you need. So we're delighted to offer that. We're also now very pleased to open the floor. We have 15 interventions to come. The first being the representative from Parliament of Brazil, and the second from the Republic of Korea. Brazil has had to go to the airport, so Republic of Korea, you are on. If Republic of Korea is not yet ready, we have the United Kingdom next
ready.
on the list. Oh, you do?
Excuse me, we are ready.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, I am Jung Young, a member of National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I am very honored to have the opportunity to speak to congresspersons who lead the future of the world in parliamentary meeting at COP28. The world is now suffering from disasters such as floods, heat waves, and cold waves triggered by increasing climate change. Over the period of 10 years, from 2012 to 2021, Korea experienced roughly $2.6 billion worth of damage from climate change, induced typhoon and floods. To recover the damage, we had to invest $7.8 billion, which was way more than what we lost. Recognizing the urgency the climate crisis demands, the Korean National Assembly has been taking various legislative efforts over many years. In 2010, the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea adopted the Framework Act on low carbon green growth to mandate the government to set a national emission reduction target and monitor its progress. In 2012, we passed the Act on the allocation and trading of greenhouse gas emission permits to introduce a cost-effective emission trading system. In March this year, we revised the 2021 Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth in response to climate crisis to lay the legal foundation for mainstreaming the voice of the future generation as they are the actual victims of climate injustice. We also revised the laws regarding public finance and accounting to adopt emission-sensitive budget system which analyzes and measures the climate implications of national budget and funds. In addition, as part of our public awareness campaign for climate action and sustainable development for the future generations, a special committee on climate crisis has been convened throughout the 4 terms of the National Assembly of Republic of Korea since 25. Distinguished delegates, to ensure the effectiveness of the 1992 UN Framework Convention on Climate Changes and the 2015 Paris Agreement, parliaments have to play a very important role as we have legislative and budgeting rights. I truly hope that our discussion today can lead to practical state policies to solidify binding action. Let's work together for our common goals.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. And I now call on the United Kingdom. May I ask you to remain within the 2-minute window because we do need to finish on time this evening. Thank you.
Fellow parliamentarians, parliamentary oversight and scrutiny of COP28 is now more essential and important than ever before. Why? Because at this COP, for the first time, the text of the global stocktake will be published. The Paris Agreement at the moment is silent on what the nature of the delivery and implementation of the next steps will be. So it is essential for all parliamentarians from all countries to step up and ensure that that final text that is published next week is scrutinized in our own national parliaments. And I would call on all parliamentarians to come forward and to call a debate in their own assemblies to allow all members of their parliaments to have that opportunity to scrutinize what is published at COP28 and the global stocktake. We must also utilize all the tools that are available to us, including our select committees. We have 2 specific select committees now in the British Parliament that focus on scrutinizing and holding our executive to account. I'm delighted to be joined in the British delegation by Philip Dunn, the chair of the Environmental Audit Committee. And I established a review of net zero as the former energy minister that signed net zero into law, that called for an additional committee, the Net Zero and Energy Security Committee, which is also now scrutinizing our net zero legislation. And finally, I would also urge, when it comes to working in Parliament together, that we recognize that action on climate change must be cross-party. This is too important to find false political divides. I'm delighted to be joined on the UK delegation by both Labour, Conservative and Scottish National Party members, and I hope that all of us, regardless of the makeup of our assemblies, can seek to work together in harmony next year to be able to deliver on the outcomes of COP28. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next 2 speakers will be from Egypt and Azerbaijan. Egypt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. الحقيقة في البداية يعني أنا بشكر دولة الإمارات على الإعداد الجيد وعلى حسن الاستقبال والضيافة، وده مش غريب عليها، وأتمنى كل نجاح لهذا المؤتمر القيم واللي يعد استكمال الحقيقة لمرحلة جديدة من التفاعلات والأفكار النيرة اللي احنا بنخاطب بها العالم بلغة جديدة، وخصوصا دور البرلمانات موضوع هذا الستيشن. دعوني في البداية أقول له أنا حضرت الحقيقة يمكن الأربع مؤتمرات اللي فاتوا في كوبنهاجن وباريس وشرم الشيخ والنهاردة هنا. هي الحقيقة أحاديث مطولة، وفي نهاية المؤتمر الحقيقة في بعض الالتزامات من دول، لكن الحقيقة لما نيجي وده يمكن ده اللي سمعناه النهاردة، شفنا إن معظم الالتزامات ما كانتش بتتم بالكامل. وده يمكن يجب إن احنا يعني نتوقف أمامه ونقول ليه؟ لأن عدم وجود التزام الحقيقة دولي بخطة طريق واضح قوي إنه بيخلي حتى عملية المراقبة والمتابعة تكاد تكون معدومة. فأنا أول مقترح عاوز أتكلم عنه النهاردة، كيف يمكن أن يكون هناك اتفاقية ملزمة بخطة طريق توافق عليها كل الأطراف، عشان نبدأ نقيم بعد كده، وبيكون للبرلمانيين دور إن هم يقدروا فعلا يقيموا إيه اللي حصل وإيه اللي ناقص ومين اللي مقصر ومين اللي مجدي في العملية الأولانية. الحقيقة يعني أنا شايف إن هذا المقترح يجب أن يدرس جيدا، ويجب أن يكون التزام من الحكومات على هذا الموضوع، ويجب أيضا أن نضع فيه الأولويات وأن نضع في خريطة الطريق مين اللي هيقوم بالعمليات دي كلها، وأن يكون، وأنا أرحب بالفكرة اللي قيلت دلوقتي، أن يكون هناك لجنة برلمانية للرقابة على كل هذه الأعمال على المستوى الدولي. أما فيما يتعلق بالموضوعات الأخرى الخاصة بالمناخ والتغيرات في تأمين الطاقة، الحقيقة في ديبيت كبير جدا النهارده بيتكلموا على الوقود الاحفوري وتواجده، وهل يكفي النهارده عمليه التحول في الفتره المستقبليه القليله انها تكفي الانتقال الكامل والامن؟ احنا شايفين النهارده لو بصينا للاحصائيات اللي بتقول ان كل المحاولات اللي حصلت على مستوى العالم النهارده لا تتعدى اكثر من 20% الطاقه النظيفه والمتجدده، اما 80 ما زالت الطاقه التقليديه سواء كانت الوقود الاحفوري او الفحم ما زالت موجوده. هل هذا الكم المطلوب تغييره هل كافي في السنوات دي؟ وكم هو الاموال المرصوده؟ كل ده اتحسب، لكن الحقيقه الاهم من ده ان هذه الاموال الكبيره المطلوبه صعب جدا توفرها. وخلينا نكون بمنتهى الصراحه، حتى من الدول الصناعيه الكبرى اللي هم ال 20 دوله الكبيره اللي هي بتتحمل مسؤوليه 80% من الانبعاثات، النهارده احنا شايفين القدر اللي بتدفعه عشان تقدر تمول عمليات تخفيض الانبعاث الحراري او حتى مساعده الدول الناميه ما زال محدود. اذا انا بتكلم النهارده على اهم حته في كيفيه خلق نوعيه جديده من الاستثمارات. هنا بقى بنعمل وين سيتويشن ما بين الدول المتقدمه والناميه، ان احنا نفكر في تحفيز بقوانين وتشريعات جديده تحفز الدول المتقدمه براس مالها وتكنولوجياتها ان تتوطن في البلاد الناميه بمشروعات جديده. انا الحقيقه بحييكم وعاوز اذكركم جميعا، انما نعود الى اوطاننا هيكون في سؤال لكل برلماني عربي او مسلم: ماذا عن فلسطين؟ وماذا يحدث اليوم هناك؟ وماذا أنتم فاعلون له؟ أنا أرجو أن يكون هناك نداء عالميا من البرلمان الدولي يقول للفلسطينيين ويقول للإسرائيليين: كفوا عن القتل، كفوا عن الدمار الذي يؤثر تأثيرا مباشرا على البيئة وعلى التغير المناخي، وعودوا إلى طاولة المفاوضات للحديث بوجود. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish we had time for longer interventions, but we do need to stick to the 2 minutes. So thank you very much. We now have the Parliament of Azerbaijan and then Mexico, please. Azerbaijan, Mexico. Next is Thailand. And after Thailand, Indonesia. Thank you.
Madam Chair, honorable colleagues, I am Dr. Ampon Jindawathana, Senator, delegation from Thailand Parliament. Apart from climate-related institutional, financial and policy reform, the next step for Thailand is our intention to be the leader of clean energy provider in ASEAN region with further increase of the 2037 targets of renewable energy to 50% by 2050 in order to meet the new target goals. The question for Parliament, we have one important question in relation to climate justice that we wish to propose to the distinguished panel is that how can national parliaments and parliamentarians, through their oversight, budgeting, and policy and legislative making mandate, play their part in climate governance by supporting or influencing their respective governments to promote a just transitions to clean energy, which involve phase down and phase out, as well as increasing to share reliable and affordable green energy that backed by concrete action rather than empty rhetorics and promises, while trying not to leave some groups behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thailand. Next speakers, Indonesia and then Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Putu Supadma Rudana, a member of Indonesian House from Bali. Thank you for the opportunity to convey the Indonesian House perspective on the importance of parliamentary oversight on the Paris Agreement implementation. Indonesia, the fourth most populous country in the world, with at least 280 million population people, with more than 17,000 islands, and of course including many small size islands, also badly affected by the climate crisis. I would like to share several matters regarding this topic. First, through legislation function, Parliament can support and ensure the synchronization and harmonization of numerous sectoral legislation connected to climate change, such as those in forestry, agriculture, plantation, and energy. Second, through the budgeting function, it should be underlined that the gap between the need for the climate financing and the availability of public monies remains significant. Through budget support and efficient and effective climate financing coordination, Parliament may push the administration to ensure the plan for attaining NDC targets is implemented. Third, in exercising its monitoring function, especially in terms of openness and accountability, Parliaments need to ensure that policies are in accordance with the Paris Agreement's mandate. Fourth, Parliament should also closely engage with local communities in the advocacy to ensure that indigenous values and local wisdoms on environment are included in regional government policies. In my case, I work very closely time to time with provincial government in my constituent to ensure this. The fifth one, last but not least, of course, all parties must work together, move forward together, especially Parliament under the support and assistance of the IPU, to fight climate change with, of course, climate action and, of course, implementation together. Let's take action now, collectively and collaboratively in partnership together. It's time to unite, act, and deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Indonesia. Next, we have Poland, followed by Cambodia.
Thank you. Gabriela Morawska-Stanecka, member of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. It's clear that parliaments have a monitoring role. In this respect, I hope for a major change in Poland, where power is currently being transferred to the former opposition. Combating climate change is one of the priorities of the new ruling coalition. We agree that it's crucial to increase the share of renewable energy sources in electricity generation. We believe that we can make it by using our potential of onshore and offshore wind energy, solar energy, and biogas plants. We fully support the position of the European Union in this regard. However, there is another area where national parliaments can and should be more active: the climate education. At COP20 in Lima, the Declaration of Education and Awareness Raising was adopted on the initiative of Poland, among others. This instrument also serves as a tool for the implementation of Article 6 of the Convention. The implementation of climate action is influence on society. A change of habits is necessary, mainly in developed countries. It cannot be achieved without the public support for climate action. We can only be successful in this respect if proper climate education is offered, aimed at the largest population possible. Parliaments have a special role here. They can organize events and draw attention to the climate change. They can contribute to raising public awareness. In conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that, in my opinion, Parliament can and should play two roles in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. On the one hand, to fulfill a monitoring function, and in the other hand, to link those in power and the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Poland. Will be next speaker, Cambodia, followed by Canada.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we Cambodian parliaments understand that now in the area of loss and endemic climate impact spiraling out of control across the world. The increasing intensity and frequency of extreme weather events are going beyond our ability to adapt. Day by day, change to our river ecosystem and weather system, crippling life and livelihood and economy. We are deeply concerned about the impact of loss and endemic on community across the world. And now is the time to take urgent action. To respect this concern, we Cambodians have adopted laws that were set out to be followed in order to strengthen, modernize, harmonize, and improve the management of environment protection, conservation, and restoration of natural resources, biodiversity, and ecosystem function toward a sustainable and developing living standard in the Kingdom of Cambodia. Furthermore, the real government of Cambodia pledges to support policy to reduce emission in line with the 1.5°C temperature goal by urgently introducing and enforcement of our government policy to take action to implement the following. Number one, to cancel 700 MW coal-fired local power plants to be replaced by LNG power plants. Two, to produce 1,000 MW of clean electricity before 2028 by developing new dams. Three, to increase renewable energy across the country, mostly solar energy, hydropowers, and wind power up to 70%. Four, to abandon dam project across the down system of Mekong River. Five, to abandon the coal-fired power plant development in Cambodia. Number 6, to reduce plastic bag pollution of more than 3 million. Cambodian committed to reducing the use of plastic bag and expanding the movement to become more traditional. 7, to expand forest cover area by 60% in 2050 by planting at least 1 million trees per year and strengthening protect area management. Number 8, to operationalize a fit for proposed loss and damage fund at COP28. Number 9, to support the joint declaration of sustainable food system, agriculture, climate action was officially announced at COP28 in Dubai on 1st December 2023. Again, we stand in solidarity with people all over the world facing climate impact, and will use our respective position to ensure the full spectrum of need being met accordingly through the effective and full utilization of loss and damage fund at COP28. And we thank you again for your inviting us here, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Cambodia. And now to conclude our statements from the floor, Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Désirée Maugras, avec la délégation canadienne, mais élue du Québec, qui fait maintenant partie coprésident du Beyond Oil and Gas. Et c'est le seul gouvernement subnational avec autres. Alors, c'est la première fois que je participe. J'ai été élue il y a 1 an. Donc, je voulais souligner un peu les démarches au niveau du Québec. I also just want to say that I was involved at the first Rio Earth Summit as a youth ambassador appointed by Maurice Strong. So here I am 30 years later, we're still working on these issues. And I went into active politics for the next generation to get more done and work with young people in partnership rather than passing the buck or paying lip service, to work with them and empower them and try to counter some of the anxiety, anger, and apathy that many young people feel by looking not just at problems, but at solutions. So in terms of solutions in Quebec, some of the things that we're doing, we've completely ruled out further oil and gas exploration. We're in a new national action plan in terms of renewable energies. And I am also the opposition critic on climate, but we are working very much with the government, speaking of being transpartisan and nonpartisan, recognizing that all governments of different shades in Quebec, whether they've been federalist, separatist, or nationalist, have all been moving in the same direction to make Quebec the leader that it is today. We also have a commissioner on sustainable development under the Auditor General of Quebec that delivers annual reports. We have a Plan d'économie verte that comes out annually. And our Minister of Energy is also our Minister of Economy and Innovation and works seamlessly with the Environment and Climate Change Minister. So many of these decisions are taken at the cabinet level so that there's an integrated approach. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but I think as parliamentarians, we have a unique role to play, close to the people, holding governments to account, whether we're in office or not. And I'm very excited about many of the things I've learned today, including this database. I can't wait to get my hands on that. I have been looking for a global climate caucus, and I think I found it today. So congratulations on this work, and I look forward to participating actively in the years to come. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, and thank you to all of our esteemed interventionists from the floor. We are now going to hear from our wonderful panelists, closing remarks, and we will finish right on time, beginning with Ms. Monica Orea. And Gavin, I see you're still here, but I know you needed to leave at 5 o'clock. Does this mean that you have a little extra time? Do you want to? Oh, perfect. So Gavin McCormick from Climate Trace, Please, the floor is yours to give concluding remark.
Thank you. So I wanted to just mention that I am obviously not a member of Parliament, but our understanding at Climate Trace is that one of the most valuable things you can do is a sense of what is going on in your country. So just wanted to mention that for anyone who is interested in knowing, for example, are you one of the 77 countries that has not submitted any emissions data to the UNFCCC since before the Paris Agreement has signed? Are you one of the many, many countries that has a little bit of missing information in your emissions reports? As you are passing laws, what has happened after those laws? Did emissions really go down? Climate Trace is a nonprofit coalition that is offering free technical support and resources to any member of Parliament worldwide that is interested in using data to reduce emissions. So if you are interested in any technical support or data, you can find us at climatetrace.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gavin, and we're all very grateful for this important contribution that you're making. Now, I would like to turn to Ms. Monica Orea from the European Climate Commission.
Well, since it's just 1 minute, I'll focus on the fact that we need to be very smart about finance, very, very innovative, and therefore I really would like to invite you to think about the cycle between now and when the Paris Agreement turns 10 years, because we need to show to society that it worked. And in that sense, I would really welcome more efforts to bring the ministers of finance of your countries to the Congress to have conversations about how to scale up not only the finance that comes from abroad, but the finance that is already in your countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now moving to Mr. Juan Carlos Villalonga from Globe.
Bien. Trato de ser breve y contundente. Algunas cosas las han dicho. Enfrentamos 2 años por delante donde todos nuestros países van a estar discutiendo contribuciones nacionales NDC realmente restrictivas. Es mucho el trabajo que va a haber. Y creo que allí el rol de los parlamentarios es fundamental. En 3 sentidos. El primero, político, se lo dijo recién. Allí está la política en el mejor sentido de la palabra representada. Allí es donde se pueden conseguir los acuerdos políticos, los acuerdos de largo plazo, la política de Estado, y donde buena parte de la conversación pública es protagonizada por los parlamentarios. Eso me parece muy importante. En segundo lugar, lo obvio, la legislación. En buena medida, la transición energética depende de mejores marcos regulatorios, el desafío regulatorio, nuevos marcos regulatorios para los mercados eléctricos, para la distribución de la energía, para la movilidad eléctrica. Es decir, está trazado en muchos de nuestros países la innovación regulatoria para darle el espacio a las nuevas tecnologías que están apareciendo. Y por último, también lo han dicho, nosotros como parlamentarios controlamos el presupuesto, controlamos áreas de la justicia, somos supervisores de la gestión del gobierno. Bueno, tenemos que ser supervisores en tiempo real de lo que va sucediendo en términos de cumplir con los planes nacionales, cumplir con los planes sectoriales, y eso solo los parlamentos lo pueden hacer. No es una evaluación ex post, sino que lo podemos hacer en tiempo real. Creo que esas son funciones digamos, no pueden ser reemplazados por ningún otro cuerpo. Es el Parlamento el que tiene ese rol y por lo tanto vuelvo a lo que dije al principio. Es evidente que el Parlamento, los parlamentarios tienen que tener otro estatus en estas conversaciones. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Waven William.
I would like to thank all the participants. It was good to hear that you all know what is at stake. I would like to just say, we are in this together, so let's do it. I thank you.
What a wonderful note on which to close. I would like to thank our gracious hosts from the United Arab Emirates, to thank the President and the Secretary General and the wonderful staff from the Inter-Parliamentary Union, our brilliant speakers today, all of those who intervene from the floor, and all of you as parliamentarians who play such a critical role in this absolutely essential element of parliamentary oversight. And to close, I would like to thank our Climate Action Task Force that have helped us to produce the collection of tools, the laws, the database, and we will be coming up with a new tool with MIT that we hope to announce next year. For those who are interested in being supported to come to Hawaii to learn about 100% renewable energy, please see me later. Thank you all for the fantastic work that you are doing. Good evening.
That we reclaim, and I think also in Kenya, one of the challenges that we are facing is in rural areas, we have a lot of people that use firewood, and therefore we find our forests are depleted, the hills have been depleted, and therefore it is actually a concerted effort that we are doing as members of parliament.
أيها السادة، ما نزال منذ الصباح الباكر نحاول أن نتلمس عمق العمل البرلماني في الشأن البيئي، وأعتقد أن الجلسات الممتدة استطاعت أن ترسم ملامح هذه العلاقة وهيكلية الدور الذي ينبغي على البرلمانات الاطلاع به لتكون عامل حسم في ترجيح كافة البيئة التي تتطلع إلى تكاتف جهود البشرية لإنقاذها من التدهور الحاصل. ولكن هناك لبنة ما تزال بحاجة إلى أن نضعها مكانها في معارفنا البرلمانية البيئية، وأنا متيقن أن جلسة الطريق أمام العمل البرلماني بشأن تغير المناخ كفيلة بأن تضع هذه اللبنة الأخيرة. أدعو الآن مدير هذه الجلسة سعادة السيد مروان عبيد المهيري، عضو المجلس الوطني الاتحادي في دولة الإمارات، إلى اعتلاء المنصة مشكورة.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. Dear parliamentarians, speakers of parliaments, parliamentarians, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure for me to moderate this session, the closing session of this parliamentary meeting at COP28, on the road ahead for parliamentary action on climate change. Today has been an undeniably important day for parliamentary action on climate change. Hundreds of parliamentarians, which is unprecedented for this type of events, have gathered here to chart a course forward to confront climate change and join hands with negotiators and decision makers at the Blue Zone in Expo City to address and confront the issue of climate change. In this closing session, we will mark an important step in our deliberations by hearing from the rapporteur of the outcome document of the parliamentary meeting at COP28. I would like now to invite the rapporteur, Ms. Mira Suedi, member of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, to present the outcome document. Mira, please take the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, esteemed parliamentarians, good evening. My name is Mira Al-Suedi. I'm a member of the Federal National Council at the United Arab Emirates, and I am rapporteur responsible for the drafting of the Parliamentary Meeting outcome document for COP28. Today, I am proud and excited to stand before you as we unveil not just a document, but a bold call to action, the Parliamentary Meeting outcome document of COP28. It is a true testament to our collective commitment to tackle the urgent global challenge of climate change. This outcome document is not just a compilation of words. It is an action-oriented plan, echoing the urgency articulated in the Paris Agreement and the NASA Doha Declaration, acknowledges that we are progressing and must act urgently and boldly to limit global warming. While creating this document, we embraced the spirit of inclusivity and collaboration that characterizes COP28 as it is, recognizing the diverse perspectives within our global parliamentary community. The IPU and the Federal National Council worked diligently to ensure that the draft is not only comprehensive, but also reflective of the many varied voices within our community. And we facilitated ample feedback from all members. In terms of the process, I created a preliminary draft of the document, and it was shared with IPU members on the 13th of October 2023. The draft underwent discussion by the IPU Standing Committee on Sustainable Development in Luanda, Angola, during the assembly on 25 October 2023, and it was open to further amendments until mid-November 2023. This additional layer of consultation ensured that we incorporated a wide array of viewpoints and expertise into the final draft. We received amendments from a few parliaments, which we incorporated to the best of our ability within the final text. So now let me turn to the content of this outcome document. First, let me say that it is a testament to our consultative process, the parliamentary community's commitment to effective climate change and action, and the recognition that our response to climate change needs to be as diverse as the challenge itself. Colleagues, this document calls for immediate and bold action. It calls on us for us to use our legislative powers to push and work with our governments to update and strengthen NDCs, emphasizing common but differentiated responsibilities. It calls on us to leverage our parliamentary oversight and budgeting powers to align national policies with global commitments, all while prompting public participation, education, and awareness. The document also places particular attention to the need to advocate for impactful international cooperation, emphasizing technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. Pioneering innovative financing mechanisms, championing inclusive climate strategies, and extending support to developing nations are imperative in our climate efforts. It is fundamental that we address the finance gap, push for global financial reform, and strengthen cross-sectoral collaboration with governments. Colleagues, I'm very proud, and I do believe that we have a very strong document before us. I would like to suggest, given that we have received a few more comments and suggestions over the past 48 hours from certain countries, that in order for us to reach a consensus across the board, for me to just mention these changes now, and we can hopefully get consensus and approval on it. So there were 5 changes that were brought to us over the past 48 hours. The first change is to include a reference to the importance of meeting national set targets in preamble paragraph number 5. I hope that's acceptable. The second one is to introduce in preamble paragraph 7 a reference to parliamentary action to achieve sustainable development goals. The third is to include a reference in preamble, paragraph 8, to small island developing states, in particular when talking about vulnerable states. In article number 6, when mentioning women and youth, to also add children. So these 4 proposals, I think, are very simple additions, and they do allow us to enrich the text of the document. The last change is to article number 11 in the outcome document. So for us, in order for us to allow for differentiated approaches while remaining a reference, while keeping a reference to certain terms, we suggest new article 11 to read as follows. Encourage parliaments to promote international cooperation for protective legislation connecting climate, biodiversity loss, pollution, and addressing ecocide. Thank you, colleagues, for the time. This is now the time for us to take parliamentary action. And may I have just to confirm another round of applause to collectively adopt the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the great efforts in leading this extensive drafting and consultation process of this outcome document. I believe I have a request from Alex Sabel from UK to take the floor. You have 1 minute.
Yes, please. UK first. Where is UK? Right here.
Minute starts when I speak. Thank you. I first want to thank Mira Al-Suwaidi as the COP rapporteur. As the COP rapporteur for Glasgow COP26, I know how much work it is to produce the outcomes document. This amendment, the last amendment, Amendment 5, is my amendment. And I just want to very briefly say that in the UK, we don't yet have an ecocide law. We have one going through our upper chamber at the moment, which I support. A UK-based company, BHP Billington, ran a mine in Brazil, the Mariana Dam. That dam failed. They knew there was structural difficulty in that dam, but compensation hasn't been given to those people in Brazil. Hundreds of thousands of people have now got no livelihood. And if we pass ecocide laws, people whose lives are affected by ecocide can be compensated, although that is not sufficient. Obviously, we need to prevent it. But also those parliaments here, and I encourage all parliaments to go home and try and create ecocide law, can also say the ICC to incorporate ecocide, who are IC members of ecocide, in one of their articles alongside crimes against humanity, genocide, etc., to be prosecuted in the ICC. And this is really important now, considering the global context of climate in security and conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for staying within the 1 minute time limit. The delegation from Russia, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Rapporteur for excellent effort she honestly made in order to have consensus document. We appreciate it. And I have only one issue with Article 11 that we are discussing, the one that was proposed by our British colleague. The problem is that the language is talking about connecting issues in a legislation that we had never discussed in this format. I was listening very carefully for today's discussion. Not a single time we discussed the idea of legislation that is being proposed in Article 11. So we are offered to adopt something we do not know what we mean, whether we agree on it or not. I agree that there are important issues that needs to be discussed in this context. Moreover, in my country, ecocide is already criminalized in law. since late 90s. So it's not the problem. But what we are seeing in this text is unclear. It might be misused, including for political purposes, something that we do not believe belongs to the work that we are doing. So our delegation will dissociate from the support of this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your comments and participation is duly noted. I would like to reiterate on the importance and emphasize on the importance of a pragmatic, innovative, and holistic approach that parliamentarians need to take to tackle this problem of climate change, to ensure having sustainable, fruitful, and feasible outcomes. And now I have the honor to introduce my dear friend, Secretary General of the IPU, Mr. Martin Chankong, who will provide some closing remarks. Mr. Secretary General, please take the floor. Of course, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for giving me the floor. I do know that the day has been very long, and I hope that I can limit my concluding remarks to the bare minimum. The discussions have been so rich that I feel terrible that I am not able to do justice to all the very good ideas and suggestions, proposals that were made during this day of deliberations. But I believe that the report of the parliamentary meeting will do justice to those discussions. Let me just use this opportunity, first of all, to thank you, Mr. Moderator, for being here to see that the proceedings conclude successfully. I also want to thank Mira Al-Suwaidi for a great job. She is a true champion of the IPU. She has followed the tradition in the IPU of democracy, consultation, inclusiveness, to make sure that the outcome of our deliberations reflects the general views of us all. I think that is very important. And I think we go home now claiming ownership of that outcome document and being energized to implement it. Let me also thank, again, the hosts of this event, the Federal National Council of the UAE. We see that the efforts that you have put into organizing this meeting have borne fruit. We've had very smooth deliberations today, and the outcome document is there to bear testament to the richness of the discussions. You did say, Mira, that this document is an action-oriented document. Yes, that's what I guess many of you asked for. You did ask for a roadmap, and I think somebody, my good friend Mohammed Al-Buenin, talked about a binding roadmap for us to take the work forward. Many of you did talk about the need for us now to have an accountability mechanism that would help us at the international level to monitor implementation of the commitments that have been entered into in the context of the global campaign against climate change. So I believe that the document that you have in front of you does reflect many of these suggestions and ideas, and I'm really very happy. This meeting, again, will go down in history for a couple of reasons. First of all, it is the largest ever held in the context of COP, parliamentary meeting, of course. We did register over 500 participants from over 60 countries. Congratulations to our hosts. Dubai is a very popular destination, but it is even more important the subject that was being discussed. That is why many people did show up here. And so we are very happy. Again, also, I said it's a historic moment for us because, as has been said by many speakers, this is the first time that we're meeting in the heart of COP. This is the first time that we are part of the action in the very heart of COP. And I will just want to say, as many of you have said, that this should be the first, but not the end of it all. This should just be the beginning of a process for parliaments to be more deeply involved in the workings of COP. And I want to say that the future hosts of COP meetings are put on notice that parliaments will no longer go unnoticed when it comes to deliberations at COP sessions. So that is one thing that I take away today. During the discussions, you all mentioned the fact that implementation of our commitments internationally and nationally is lagging, and that we need more robust action to take the climate campaign to a higher level, a more effective level. I think that this is something that parliaments are very keen, from what I heard today, to do. And one specific issue that came up time and again was this need to be lucid about the national determined contributions. We need to make sure that our governments are implementing what they have signed up to, but you have even said that these contributions should be scaled up in view of the magnitude of the challenge that is facing us. So this is one thing that I take home with me, but also I take home with me, and I believe many of you take home with you, the insistence on climate justice, the loss and damage fund that has been established. It's a good beginning. You did hail the operationalization of that fund, but you also said that it has to be fair, it has to be accessible, and there should be a monitoring mechanism to make sure that it is achieving the objective for which it has been established. Of course, you talked about sustainability. You raised issues regarding how this fund will be replenished, how it will be distributed, and in what way. But then you also mentioned in particular that this fund should go primarily to the vulnerable communities, to those marginalized communities that are most adversely affected by climate change. And here I want to say that following the suggestions that have been made here, special emphasis has been laid in the outcome document on the plight of the small island developing states. I think this is something that is important. If we do not pay particular attention to them, they may just fall in between the cracks, not to say they'll just go under the sea. So it is something that I took away from this meeting. I also took away from your discussions that yes, you are aware, fully aware of the magnitude and scope of climate change. But parliaments are coming to grips with this. Many of your statements were replete with examples of good practice, what you are doing as parliaments and parliamentarians to help the global effort to combat climate change. This is very reassuring indeed, and the idea is now to scale that up, to make sure that we continue to share experiences across the board. And that is why the point that was made, I think, during the last session about collaboration and partnerships resonates very well with the IPU. We should be working together and not against each other or separately in silos. This is something that requires coordinated action at the global level, especially with parliaments. So this is something that I would like us to take home with us. Of course, when we come to such gatherings, we say a lot of things that parliaments want to do, what they should be doing, how they are challenged, but we always do not pay much attention to the issue of whether or not parliaments are in a position to carry out their commitments. Of course, there are many out there that have the resources, have the skills, knowledge to implement what they have been elected to do. But many are struggling, and that is why I think many of you referred to the need to provide more resources to parliaments, to build their capacities, to make tools available to them so that they can perform their duties when it comes to contributing to climate action. And I was very heartened by the suggestion that was made by the moderator of the previous session here, Amanda Ellis, of the various tools that are out there already, the LSC database of climate-related legislation, you had the global emissions tracking tool that has been developed that can be very useful for parliamentarians. And at the level of the IPU, you did hear the president of the Committee on Sustainable Development talk about the work that the IPU has been doing to build capacity among parliaments, to provide tools for them to perform their work more efficiently. I just want to, on behalf of the organization and co-host of this meeting, I want to say that we stand committed to continuing our support to parliaments by providing the tools, providing guidance, providing platforms such as this one for us to bounce off ideas among us, exchange experience and good practice, and come up with coalitions and alliances for the way forward at the level of parliaments. We want to do this in a spirit of partnership with parliaments, partnership with experts, partnerships with donors and international agencies such as the UNFCCC. We need to work together to build a strong coalition in support of climate action. So I just want to conclude by saying that I commend the outcome document onto your hands. It is not a piece of paper that you simply put in your pocket and put in the next dustbin. It should be, I believe, your marching orders. Take it home. Make sure that you roll it out, you disseminate it among your colleagues, you have a good discussion of this in the parliament, and why not come up with that roadmap that Mohammed mentioned that will allow us to work together. Amanda Ellis did say, and many of you did say, that the road after, what is it called, Dubai, COP27, is going to be a long and arduous one. It would be compelling on all of us to work even harder to live up to the expectations that have arisen out of COP28. All hands should be on deck. We should work together as a global community. We should be part of the process and not on the sidelines of the process. And as somebody was saying, there is a commitment. There is a commitment. There is determination. From what I've heard today here, parliamentarians are not going to just sit back and be spectators in this global jamboree of climate activists. You want to be part and parcel of that, and you want to make sure that your parliamentary oversight role is played to the fullest to make sure that commitments entered into by governments are actually implemented at the national level. Let me finish by echoing what Waven Williams said. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. We're in one boat, and we have to do something about that boat. Let's just go and do it. I think there are solutions out there that we all know, and let's start with those solutions and see how we advance. Thank you very much. I wish you, for those of you staying back, the rest of very successful deliberations at COP, but I wish you success as you go back home to carry the spirit of this parliamentary meeting and Dubai as a whole with you for the betterment of our planet. Thank you very much. And do I declare the meeting closed, or you want to do it? Okay.
Go ahead.
So with the moderator's permission, I want to,
Declare.
both of us, we want to declare closed this parliamentary meeting, and we hope to see you next year. But when we meet next year, it has to be an opportunity for us to celebrate progress.
We'll get to know by the end of next week.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
شكراً على حسن استماعكم وعلى أمل اللقاء بكم مجدداً. هذه تحياتي والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.